our first win of the afternoon. Mongolia's chess star, international master Munguntuul has just defeated Alina.
Welcome to round 4 of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix here in Pune, India. 1/3 of the tournament is done and we have seen 9 out of 15 decisive results, which is amazing and unusual in such tournaments. We have Jiner, who's taken the sole lead and plays against Alina Kashlinskaya. Alina has been the winner of the first leg of the series. Can she make a comeback today? And in this event, let's see. Other than this game, we have Polina against Humpy, a game to look out for as both are really aggressive players and there may be a lot of fire on the board. Rakesh and Sahil, over to you guys.
Welcome to day 4 of the FIDE Grand Prix. What an exciting tournament it has been, Rakesh. I would say every single day we've seen exciting, sharp games, lot of results. I mean, draws are hard to come by. What are your predictions for day 4? Welcome.
Yeah, namaste everyone firstly in the chat, and hello Sahil. It's been a pleasure so far. So many exciting games, very few draws, which we all like. And I think I'm going to go with another feisty round with 3 or more results, decisive games.
I think you have a fixation for the number 3, Rakesh.
Yeah.
But I think the results will not keep stopping. I would even go and predict 4 results again because, we have one leader.
Yeah.
Half a point it is, but it's still a sole leader. So everybody will try to play catch up. We might have some losers and some winners, and we will have some intense competitions in the coming rounds. And there we see the ranking cross table. We see Jiner on top with 2.5, Rakesh, chased by 4 players. So it is Humpy, Divya, Polina, and Munguntuul. And all of these players have shown signs of brilliance in this tournament.
Yeah, and you can see there's a clear division now. And the last 4 players are maybe, feeling the heat.
Yeah.
And especially Nurgyul and Kashlinskaya at the very bottom, they need to start winning. Otherwise, it might be too little too late, Sahil.
But that's exactly what got them into trouble yesterday. So it's going to be a very, very calculated strategy. Otherwise, it might hurt and backfire again. So it's going to be very interesting as we see who comes up on top. As of now, it is the strong Jiner.
Yep, and the 2 Indian players, Koneru and Divya, are leading the Indian charge. And Humpy, for her, it's very important to keep winning. She played an amazing game yesterday. And with that, we have the pairing, Sahil.
5 games, Rakesh. You said 3 results. We can see it's Salome against Divya. It is Polina against Humpy, Harika against Vaishali, Munguntuul against Salimova, and Zu against Alina. So very, very exciting clashes. I'm going to predict 4 results. And again, keep in mind, Rakesh, if 5 results, you are dancing.
Of course, with our producer, in fact.
Yeah, of course.
And if you just look at the pairing, Sahil, which one would be your featured matchup for the day?
Today we have multiple games which could matter a lot. Clearly, Jiner is an important game. If she wins, she definitely maintains her lead regardless of the other results. We also have Divya, Humpy, Polina, and Munguntuul chasing. So you can see board 1, it is Divya who could potentially catch up. Board 2, it is Humpy who could catch up, or Polina could catch up. Board 3, we could have, Harika, Vaishali fighting it out and catching up, and then Munguntuul as well. So every single game feels like it's equally important right now.
Very true, very true. And I think it's the game between Humpy and Polina, that is 2nd place versus 3rd place, that would really matter.
That will be very interesting. I wonder which is the game that will finish first and we'll have the quickest result. That's also, we've seen, signs of that happening in some games. So I'm very excited for the games.
I wanted to know your thoughts about the Indian derby. Harika, who won a very nice game, was joined us in the studio versus Vaishali, who's not been having the greatest of tournaments so far.
It's very interesting that interview with Harika yesterday. She mentioned somehow I convinced myself that Rook E4 would have been slightly better, and that just tells us that maybe it's all about her confidence. And what's the best recipe for confidence? Winning a game. So now that she has that under her belt, I think she will back herself more. And Vaishali missing that slight opportunity yesterday, and Harika with the white pieces. I would have to say Harika right now seems to be the clear favorite.
I would agree with you there, Silent. Overall, fully action packed games. In fact, funny thing is the last board that you can see, viewers, that is Jiner versus Kashlinskaya. Sahil, it's 1 versus 10 in that.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very exciting. Rakesh, I can't wait for the day to start. We can see the hall, and we can see the players. We can see Divya there, we can see her opponent, and we can see even fans. I have some fans outside, there to kind of, visit the stars and visit the players. This is a golden opportunity. We saw Divya offer a handshake. The opponent did not notice for a while. We've seen those weird chess handshakes, multiple videos with millions of views.
Yeah. I've seen so many edits on, on the Chesscom India channel, especially. So that's going to be super fun. And we will soon have a ceremonial first move. We can see all players, just coming in and settling down there.
Yeah. And by the way, so I would say somehow that going all in for any player still does not make sense. Even the ones who are on half a point, we saw that's the mistake Nurgyul made yesterday, kind of going for that ambitious line, even though she had a simpler version. So it's only 3 rounds, Rakesh. 2/3 of the tournament is still there to be. If anybody can get 5 out of 6, they are potential winners here.
True, very true. And it's actually going to be tough getting a score like that. But you never know. Jiner already on 2.5 on 3, and she really needs that win to get into the women's candidates, because remember, the top 2 spots from the Grand Prix qualify for the women's candidates 2026.
So important question, Rakesh. How many leaders will we have after day 4?
Oh, that's a great question. I think it's going to be at least 3.
Wow.
Because I believe Jiner will draw, and somebody from the chasing gap, at least a couple of them will win. And Sahil, with that, I would love to ask our viewers as well in chat, how many wins or decisive games do you expect today?
As chat decides, I am also kind of making up my mind. I'm trying to look at the body language of players actually to figure out, how they're feeling. But as of now, it's not so obvious. We see players come in even now. The arbiters moving around, getting ready. We see a couple of fans as well. We see the hardworking Chess This India team along with the producer as well. So yeah, Rakesh, it's going to be exciting.
True. And I think we should have our ceremonial first move in a couple of minutes. Remember, games start live sharp at 3 p.m. IST. And so, Sahil, do we know the board on which we have the ceremonial move?
Board number 2 it is. So it is going to be, I think, Polina against Humpy, where we'll have the ceremonial move. And yesterday we guessed it wrong, Rakesh. I think it was apparently E4. We guessed it as D4. So what do you think will be the ceremonial move today?
I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, your guess is as good as mine, but we will have, there we see the chief arbiter walking in, and I think he's just sharing some last minute updates with the players. And there we see, I think, our chief guest for the day.
By the way, somebody in the chat saying Humpy Shuvalova should be the best match of this round. So that's very interesting.
True. I mean, kudos to chat, because that is the board where we are going to see our ceremonial move. So I think chat is also having fun, Sahil.
Absolutely, but not more than me, for sure. Because I think
we have the best seats in the house.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see Harika also there taking a seat. I see all the players now. I don't think there's anybody remaining, right?
Yeah, everybody is in, and we see on the right, on the center right of our screen, we see the chief guest will be walking in from there. With the local organizers, the Maharashtra Chess Association, and I think in the next minute we should be seeing the first move.
I'm going to predict, I think Magnus, always has these funny first moves like knight h3, knight a3. So he will have fun with this. But I'm going to say probably it's going to be, e4 again, especially because Polina, I think e4 or d4 will be very likely.
Yeah, I believe so as well. Like, it's going to be one of those center pawn moves, I feel.
Yeah. We can see the arbiter, I think, getting ready. We are moments away from liftoff.
And round 4, which means almost the tournament is 45% over.
Wow, that's great maths, Rakesh. I think you must be your math student, math teacher's favorite student in class.
No, just wanted to exert the importance of this game and there we go, Sahil. We will have the ceremonial first move.
I'm gonna say it's going to be e4.
I think so too. One of the center pawns. If you say e4, I'll go d4.
Okay, let's see. Oh, C4. So we both are wrong.
We'll see the chief guest making.
Oh, B4. Oh wow. Adiban into 2. Okay, nice.
I'm 100% sure Polina is not going to play that side.
What if she does?
And there's a question to you, Sahil, as well as the chat. Do you know the name of the opening 1b4?
I know. I just said it. Adiban into 2.
No. I mean, Adiban is b3, but it has a very funny name. It's named after an animal. And chat, in 3, 2, 1, I'm going to tell you the name of the opening. That's known as the orangutan opening.
Oh wow.
So very, very interesting. I'm pretty sure b4 is not going to happen in the women's Grand Prix style.
I mean, I wouldn't, discount it. Could potentially happen. You never know, Rakesh, with opening.
And we have d5 by Humpy. Yeah. Very, very good opening choice, taking control of the center. And soon we'll have the real liftoff.
Yeah. So which game do we start with? We can even start with the bird's eye view. Maybe that will also be the case.
Let's start with this game.
Sure.
Probably our matchup of the day. And we will also get into the bird's eye. And the handshake, Sahil.
Let's go B4.
No way.
E4 it is, as expected. And let's see what Humpy plays. Will she go for the solid E5 here? Pawn to C6. Oh, that's Divya. Sorry, my bad. I got excited for some reason.
And Humpy plays the king's pawn on E4, E5.
E4, E5 on the board. Knight to F3.
And Sahil, Humpy has drawn her first 2 games with the black pieces. One yesterday with white against the leader, Divya. Do you think she'll play solid again with the black pieces?
I think her game yesterday was so good. It was so flawless. It will give her a lot of confidence. So if she's offered a chance at any point in the game, she will grab it with both hands. So I think as of now, white, of course, will put a lot of pressure. And Polina also kind of surviving that game yesterday. So I think she will also be pretty confident as of now. Let's see. This game is very, very important.
True. And we have a couple of Karokans today. And as we saw in the Netflix series, where they say the Karokan is all pawns and no hope.
And there we see all the 5 boards. So D4, D5, 100% London on the first board. We see a normal Italian on the second board. Is it a Grunfeld on board number 3?
Wow. No, the board one is the Karokan. It's
okay. I didn't see the C. Okay.
I know you're now for the London trial.
I want to see London everywhere, so can't resist that one.
And
the moves coming in very, very quickly from all players.
Yeah, everyone is playing fast today.
So let's start with the first game there on the left and go one by one. So first it is Salome against Divya. As you said, it's Karokan on the board. E4, C6, D4, D5, and exchange.
Hold on. If you could get into...
There it is.
Board 1 and the cameras as well, please.
And it's an exchange variation, Rakesh.
Does that, show Salome's ambitions for the day?
No, I think it just shows that she also likes London because that's where the bishop would like to come, and black blocks it with Queen C7. And now, white will find 100 ways to get that bishop on F4, whatever it takes.
Something like maybe knight to E2 to get the London bishop on its rightful square.
Yeah. And what do you expect in this game? Because as of now, both players playing very quickly. They've gained a minute on the clock. I would say Salome has 1 out of 3, and she, I think, not the perfect tournament, but a decent tournament as well. So nothing, so bad here. And Divya, of course, suffering that loss yesterday. So what do you expect in this game?
I would say a draw would be my prediction, because I'll remember, even though she's on 1 on 3, Salome has been playing the longest games of the day almost every day. And chat, do not go by her rating, which is 2293 currently, because her peak rating was 2475. So it's just like form is temporary, and she was also one of the organizers of the FIDE World Cup for the cadets in the under 8, 10 and 12 categories in Georgia, in her home country. So maybe a little bit out of form, but we saw her defense against Jiner yesterday.
That was insane. And that knight on G3 still impresses me 25 minutes later. So maybe we check out game number 2 as White here has a thought how to get the bishop on F4. That will be Polina against Humpy. We had a look at the first move, E4 here, knight F3, knight C6. Bishop comes out to C4, bishop C5, pawn to D3, knight F6, and now White castles. Very, very normal setup for White here. I think we're only the opening phase as of now. So I think this.
Yeah, and interestingly, after this game, we should jump into the Jiner game. We'll stay with this, Sahil, because interestingly, both the games have had the same opening. So it's like the leaders have their eyes cut out on the Italian opening here, and as we see Humpy thinking, I think she'll probably play something like she has played bishop c5 though. In the other game, we have not seen bishop c5 yet by Kashlinskaya. But Humpy having her first thing, Sahil, almost on move 5. Your thoughts on that?
I think she's seen this position a million times at least, 1,000,001 now. So I don't really think she's worried at all. She's trying to figure out, do I want to castle first? Do I want to allow bishop g5? Will White go c3? Will White go knight c3? Maybe a4? So multiple options for White as well. So she's trying to contemplate all these options, going back into her prep against her opponent. What has she played in the past in this situation? What else could she play? What has been my latest game in this variation? So multiple things to kind of ponder here. Could my opponent be very well prepared in a certain line? And this is where she might have a slight think.
I think so. Maybe, it's like she's trying to figure out what has Polina prepared.
Yeah.
And she's just trying to, combat that early on. And with that, let's head into the last board because we have a very similar opening between Zoo.
I mean, very similar is subjective here.
Until here. Right?
Yeah.
So, D3 and Humpy played bishop to C5.
Yeah.
Instead of the pawn challenging the pawn in the center. And D5, now we'll have a completely different game plan.
Yeah, the center has opened up and White castles. There could be a lot of pressure on this E5 pawn. I love this because, already we can see a lot of imbalances. Bishop E7, Rook E1.
Look at the next move.
Pawn to F6. As I said yesterday, multiple streamers not happy with this move. And now pawn to C3, threatening to blow up the center with D4. And this diagonal, the bishop is already here. Imagine you try to castle here and D4 is a huge break in the center. I think Jiner has gotten what she wanted from the opening.
Yeah, and Sahil, as we mentioned earlier, it's an important clash. It's number 1 versus number 10. So it just shows that White and Zoo is also White. So the heavy favorite for this game.
As Carlson once said when he was playing the World Blitz and Nepo had gone ahead of him, and he was like, now it's out of my hands. If he keeps winning, I cannot catch up. And that's exactly the case here. If she keeps winning games, I mean, she doesn't have to worry about any results here.
Very true, very true. And, she is the winner. It's like Jiner was the winner of the last Grand Prix. So definitely she wants to continue that.
Yeah, absolutely. So as of now, very interesting setup. I think this is an important moment. Has Black played something yet? Not yet. So we'll wait for this. This is already exciting, Rakesh, and we are still in the opening phase. So let's kind of check out the other two games. We now go to Harika against Vaishali, and we have a very interesting opening. Rakesh, take us to the opening moves.
Yeah, so we see a Grunfeld defense. And after bishop b5 check, a pretty standard approach. In fact, White avoiding a couple of forced drawing lines there. And you see the times on the clock, Sahil. 1 hour, 33 minutes. And in fact, when we were showing the last game or Humpy's game, we could see Harika taking a stroll, just showing that confidence. And you mentioned that Rook d4 idea that she was talking about yesterday. Just shows that confidence is the key for a player's mindset.
It's none other than Carlson who once mentioned, if you really want to err on one side, err on the side of overconfidence rather than underconfidence. That really matters in a critical situation. You will back down from making that ambitious choice, and that's exactly what happened yesterday. So today, after a win, we expect her to kind of go for it.
Definitely, and you see still Harika not on her chair, just chilling. And meanwhile, Vaishali thinking right in the opening, which is like not a very, just about 7 moves played. And let's see if there are any lines or any existing moves there.
Yeah.
So Rook B1 has still about 60 games.
Yeah, but
at their level, they're still in the book.
yeah, but it's the third most popular move in the position. So castles being the most logical, d5 has also been played, and then rook b1 the third most played, and maybe this is not something Vaishali remembers clearly, and she's trying to remember those lines that she saw like 6 months ago, which is always very difficult.
Yeah, and I'm just checking, a few players that have played this opening with black are like Anish Giri, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So she's still in good company.
Yeah.
But I'm a little worried for Vaishali because of her form, and she's starting to think just on the 8th move side.
Yeah, you mentioned Anish and MVL, very, very solid players. So great choice there. But as of now, Vaishali having a thing, I'm pretty sure she must have seen this. There's no doubt in my head. But yeah, it will take some time for her to recollect. And with this, let's do a complete round of the final game as well. That is a star from yesterday, Munguntuul against Salimova, who lost yesterday after getting that golden opportunity. A hard, tough fight there. And what do you expect in this game again? Munguntuul gaining time on the clock, just as we saw yesterday. I think her opening preparation in this tournament has been phenomenal.
For sure, Silent. I've become a fan of her play in this because she plays enterprising chess, attacking chess, and makes sure we have an exciting game no matter what, Sahib.
I agree, and I think this will be a very, very fast game. We might see one side take the advantage here. Nurgyul, by the way, on 0.5 out of 3. As you said, she overpushed yesterday, and today she has to make that call. Do I kind of play it safe? I have the black pieces. If I draw, do I have any winning chances remaining? Or do I just overpush and go for the kill here? But that might backfire, and again, I'm 0.5 out of 4. So it's a very, very difficult choice for her. And I think it's just the best situation would be just to look at the position, play the best move, and hope for the best.
Yeah, one move at a time, as they say, Sahil. And why I was saying that I'm a fan of Munguntuul's play so far is all 3 games, 3 results. 2 wins and 1 loss.
Yeah.
It's like she's going all out every day. And Sahil, you very correctly mentioned the time situation. She just plays super fast, aggressive chess, putting the opponent, under pressure right from the go. And this is also a clash between 2nd place versus 9th place.
Wow. So 1st versus 10th, 2nd versus 9th. So the top seats, the leaders kind of getting a chance to push ahead if they can maintain their form there.
Or, on the contrary, the tail enders having a chance to claw back their way into the tournament.
Yes, the tournament could blow completely wide open if that happens. So very, very exciting. Maybe we can have a bird's eye view. We'd love to check out all the 5 games together because we've done a basic run of the first few moves. And Rakesh, I'll give you another chance, yeah? So how many results do you think will happen today? You said 3 once, if you want to change your mind.
3 before start of play.
Yeah.
Now looking at the positions, couple of E4, E5s, couple of the Karokans. Just 1 game where we saw pawn to D4 in the open.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go down this time.
Wow.
I think we are going to see 2 results, 2 decisive games.
I also felt the same, but now that we've gone to 2, I'm going to stick to 4. If 3 happens, then nobody wins, no risk there. So let's go with 4 again.
Fair. We give chat the number 3.
Chad, you can type your suggestions there. We'll figure them out. And as of now, let's go one by one through all the games and start with, again, game number 1 there. It's Salome against Divya. Let's go there. And we saw how bishop f4 was prevented. So white, after queen c7, simply played pawn to h3, preventing this move bishop g4 that can pin the knight after knight e2, knight to f6, knight f3, g6 played by black, and castles from white, bishop f5. And Rakesh, usually it would be great to kind of double the pawns, right, and spoil the castling. But why did white not play this?
That's a great question, Sal. If we just go down that line, a couple of moves, so take states. Let's say white goes queen to d3, like queen in the center, attacking the pawn on the right. Just black will defend with the pawn on coming up. And now, I have a very sneaky idea. I'm going to put my rook on the semi-open file against your king, develop my bishop on the queen's diagonal already, castle on the queen side.
Yeah.
And you remember what's that? That's like opposite side castling. Yesterday we had a result. So this is why it's risky. Just for a mere double pawn, you're allowing tremendous counterplay for black.
I agree. And imagine the knight coming to e4, taking that solid square. You can never really grab it because then the f pawn will grab it, and that will really undouble the pawns as well, and you will remove any disadvantage. So here, instead of taking that bishop, simple move knight e1. So keeping it solid. And if black takes on d3, now white can take the knight. And the knight is on a great square, controlling e5, controlling c5. The rook can come here. And very importantly, Rakesh, very, very important, the most
London
important factor
bishop.
in the entire universe right now, aliens are watching, bishop finally coming to f4.
Yeah, that's a dream, and that's why I don't think Divya will be taking the bishop or trading,
Yeah.
because that allows, you should always think after the trade of like a few pieces, who is getting the advantage. So here it's white who's going to come ahead with knight d3.
Yeah, very interesting. And now black has to make a choice, Rakesh, because if you play e6, the bishop is kind of in the it's stuck on f5. You can't go back in either direction, so you have to be very sure about that move. And bishop on g7, I don't really like this bishop for multiple reasons. First of all, it's blocked by a pawn on d4, and second, it really blocks that rook g8 idea as well. So after bishop f5, this feels like a worse version for black here. So black will have to find a good move here. By the way, Bhargav in the chat saying, also an honestly amazing venue here. Seen that I visited it yesterday.
Yeah. Bhargav was here yesterday. I saw him in the chat as well. So yeah, if you're in Pune or around that area, feel free to visit the Fern Hotel in Amnora town in Pune, and we do have a registration link on the official website of the event as well. And Divya has played Bishop G7.
Bishop G7 played. Oh, maybe that's not the best move, and I would love to check if this is a new position. Apparently, Rakesh, E6 is the most commonly played move here. Bishop G7 has also been played in 3 games, but it's apparently not the best. And as of now, accuracy-wise, 99.3 from white and 98.2 from black. Only 9 moves in though. So Divya has played this. And now, Rakesh, would we see Bishop F5? Because the G file is blocked.
I mean, I don't think you need to rush it. And if you just show the chat, a reason why maybe Divya didn't play e6 was because the fact that the bishop is now protected on d3. I can just go something like knight d2, develop my knight. And let's say you ignore me. You just play bishop to d6. It's a very funny line I want to show you. Bishop b5. I know I've moved the bishop. Like humor me. Short castle. And suddenly we see bishop into knight. You take with the pawn, and then pawn to g4.
Yeah.
And like you mentioned, Sahil, that bishop does not have any square going back. And bishop in the center, and we just push pawn to f3, and the bishop is trapped. So maybe Divya did not want to go into this, and that's why she just she has that diagonal open. She has kept it open so far.
I agree. I think even though the moves were like a bit weird, I think the concept is correct that after you move the bishop somewhere back and move the knight, the bishop has nothing to capture and nowhere to go back. So it can get trapped in some cases, and you would ideally, if you know the theory, then it's okay. But if you don't know, then that can be a bit unnerving to play. And bishop g7 played, and now we're waiting for the white move. I would say your move still, Rakesh, knight d2, very, very logical. This knight can come to f3. This knight can come to d3, and then white can really dominate that e5 square. And once e5 is controlled, this is very difficult. Oh, she takes.
And it's smart actually, because now even if the rook comes to the semi-open file, you have to play one more move to get the bishop out.
And also, Rakesh, where do you move the bishop? You don't have the h6 square, you don't have the f6 square, and also the bishop would have been amazing on this diagonal, controlling some important squares. And now after knight d3, bishop f4, again the queen also has to move. But I think Divya probably missed a trick here, and let's see, knight d3 on the board, and white does seem to be slightly better here, Rakesh.
I know why you like the move knight d3, because I can we can pretty much predict that white's next move is going to be bishop.
Yeah,
f4.
we can pre-move this here. Very, very unlikely. It's not going to be bishop f4.
Actually, pre-move. We can actually pre-move this.
And the question now is, Rakesh, because the bishop is actually coming to f4, even queenside castling is not tempting anymore as black, because I can imagine the bishop cutting across the black king here. So black might have to castle kingside, and in that case, then this is definitely a slight weakness to say.
And Sahil, once you play bishop f4, I actually want to play bishop d6, challenging your bishop. But now, sadly, my bishop has been caught on the other side of the board, and it's not doing anything. It's not attacking the pawn on d4. And I would, slight opening troubles, and I would say Salome has won the opening battle, Sahil.
Absolutely. I love this opening as white. So as of now, Divya under slight pressure. This will not be easy to win if that's her goal here with black.
Yeah, exactly my point.
That's the problem. And she understands this pretty well. So she will have to create some dynamism, use this e4 square maybe, Rakesh. That's one triumph that black has. But of course, white will always have the option to, at some point kick it away. But that will also weaken the g3 square. So very, very critical here. Let's have a look at the second game, Rakesh, now.
Yeah, and boy, oh boy, what an opening. Can we go full screen on the players, please? If possible. Oh no, Humpy is not even at the board. Because Sahil, look at this. Pawn to g5.
We left it here when white castled, right? And white was like very simple position. Black will now castle. I will play c3. And then he will play 320 moves of theory here, which I remembered last night. But unfortunately, after d6, c3, h6, black showing some slight intentions here. Maybe I'm not going to castle. Rook e1 and now a5 gaining space, preventing b4 ideas. h3 now, and after g5 is very important. h3 gives black a hook here. And after g5, g4 is incoming. And now white has to be very, very precise. If white does nothing, let's say I play a random move, a logical move, pawn to a4, already g4 on the board, takes, and knight takes, attacking f2. You try to defend this now, and now rook g8, queen f6, lot of deadly moves possible, lot of pressure already, and blacking is very, very safe here. So white, as we know, Rakesh, we saw this yesterday, a flank attack should be met by attack in the center. She has to go d4 right now. There is no time to waste.
Very true, and we just have a couple of games in this position, and Sahil, this move looks like prep.
It absolutely is. Absolutely is. Of course, you have to calculate again once you play g5. A very standard idea as well in this structure. Once you see h3 and you've not castled and the bishop is on c5, this combination is pretty strong. So as of now, Humpy, is she sitting at the board right now?
She's not. I think it's just her jacket.
Yeah, so that tells you she's pretty confident. I think I can see Divya there also checking out that game. So as of now, her opponent will take, Polina will take, I will say a deep think here because she has to find d4.
Yeah, and it just makes a logical sense against the flank attack. And a player who made this popular g5 idea in one of the candidates tournaments was former world champion Vladimir Kramnik.
Wow.
He just played uncompromising chess throughout that event, didn't qualify. It was Magnus Carlsen who won that candidates, and the rest is history, as they say. But I think with g5, Humpy clearly showing his intentions that I want to win.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And now I would say we are going to see fireworks on this game, Rakesh. So already the first two games, we saw how, Salome is better against Divya slightly. And here as well, Humpy pushing with the black pieces. You asked me, whether Humpy would go all in or whether she would play it safe. She had draws black. Clearly, we have the answer.
Yeah. It's like clearly showing her intentions with pawn to g5. Idea can be again pawn to g4 or rook g8, g4, getting that bishop out to pin the knight. And it looks like Polina will have a longish think on this move.
This tournament is the tournament of the bishops somehow. We saw that bishop on d5, some multiple strong bishops. I'm guessing this is the showstopper for today with pressure on f2. But of course, only time will tell. So very, very interesting game. Humpy coming back to the seat. And we'll come back to this game pretty soon. So maybe it's time to check out the Jiner game. What happened there? We saw that interesting f6. Repeating f6 if Ben Feingold is watching. So we had c3 here, bishop g4 pinning that knight, pawn to h3, bishop drops back, and now pawn to a4 gaining space, giving the bishop also a square on a2 if needed. And now black is thinking. So Rakesh, I still prefer white. If you castle, this is a pin, and I've also gained space on the queen side. I have the central d4 break, but black still kind of solid. Yeah, no major mistakes.
No major mistakes apart from that f6 move, Sahil, but it doesn't look that tough, to be very honest here. And Jiner is going to be applying the pressure. Pawn to a4, always nice, because if black plays this knight to a5 in the corner, black wants to capture the bishop. So we just drop the bishop back and keep the bishop. And look at that beautiful diagonal cutting across from the bottom left to the top right of the board. So very, very good move by a4 by Zoo.
If you've played video games as a kid, you understand you don't shoot where the enemy is right now, shoot where he's supposed to be later, and that's exactly where the king will go at some point. And now you see it's opposite the bishop. So very, very interesting. 10 moves in. Look at the time on Zhu Jiner's clock. She's gained almost 3.5 minutes. That tells you this is literally her prep from this morning.
100%, and it's like kudos to Zhu and her team, her coach, for finding this idea, putting Kashlinskaya under pressure. I think she has the least amount of time after like 25 minutes in, and just shows the preparation at the highest level. Not a lot of rating difference between these two players, but Zhu Jiner definitely wants to play for the win.
Yeah, so I think it's time to also check out other games. A lot of important developments. Let's go back to the Salome against Divya game for once after knight d3. We did see pawn to e6, and of course the pre-move bishop to f4. The queen had to move again, and that, look at the bar, Rakesh. It again moves up a little bit, and now knight to d2. This is looking like a very, very smooth position for white, and now black castles on the king side. So what does white do here? For example, my idea was to kind of play rook e1, put the rook opposite the queen. But from the corner of my eye, I accidentally looked at the bar, and the best move here is the insane pawn to g4. Just opening up the king side as soon as black kind of castles.
No way.
Pawn to g4, and you have a hook on f5. If you take this pawn takes, and I'm guessing now you can imagine the queen joining in, the rook joining in, g5 at the right moment. This is, high stakes.
Pretty much, and white should play g4 if she wants to, go for the attack. Or I'm also expecting Salome to have a longish thing here. So Sahil, let's have a quick look. If white doesn't play g4, what's going to happen? So we have one game in this position. That's in one of those title Tuesdays, like a couple of years ago. So in this position, if instead of g4, the best move, white just chills with rook e1.
That's exactly what I thought. Yeah.
See,
and she plays rook e1. She plays rook e1.
Oh my god!
She misses that idea of g4. But
she had to play g4.
But it's kind of understandable. And now rook e1, you can imagine after g4, any variation, the rook would love to be on h1 or g1, and you've kind of wasted a tempo. And now the g4 plan makes less sense for white. So clearly that plan is not going to happen. And Divya getting a breather there. It would have been very difficult practically to handle that move. And yeah, the black pieces were not ready for that potential attack. So rook e1, now black is stable, but still worse.
Yeah, and I'll just show you what happened in one of the title Tuesday games. Just in 10 moves, the game was over, Sai.
Wow.
So king h8 by black. Black just crushed white. If white chills, black is going to attack. So knight f1.
Yeah.
I'll just quickly show you, chat. Rook g8, makes sense. Open file. Knight g3, pretty standard. Knight e4, your idea. Now it h5 played by white, hitting the bishop.
Queen h5, yeah?
Knight
h5, oh sorry. Yeah.
And then queen h4 comes in.
Wow.
King h2, maybe, white is already feeling the heat. And that's a blunder because knight takes f2. Knight takes f2, queen takes f2. Pawn to b4, I don't know what was the idea of that. But now the killer blow with bishop to e5.
Wow. That is an insane move, and somebody who's watching is wondering, why is black gifting bishops? Is it white's birthday today? Unfortunately, no. The point is the rook is unveiled on the g2 pawn. It's mate in one from here, and the bishop is also hanging. So Rakesh, that was a phenomenal game. So showing how a couple of bad moves can tilt the balance in black's favor.
Yeah.
And that is a very good plan. King h8, rook g8, and knight e4 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and I think I won't be surprised, Sahil, if Divya actually plays it.
I mean, she has to. I don't see
because I don't see Divya, just waiting, playing passive chess.
Yeah,
she's a fighter. She's got to go for the kill.
Yeah, and I don't see any other plan here, Rakesh. What's the alternative plan? Like 94.
Actually, yeah. What
94 has to happen, and white will at some point maybe push g4, herself. So you have to put the king on h8. Very logical move. And once the king on h8, you will put the rook on g8. There's no other, file. I mean, rook c8, of course. This rook can occupy the c file if need be. But this rook has no half open file, so I think rook g8 makes a lot of sense.
For sure, and Sahil, just to bring the rook on the open file or get an open file against the opponent king, Divya didn't even need to sacrifice a pawn or something.
Yeah,
it's just double pawns, but they're looking safe yet, like so far. So I wouldn't be surprised if Divya plays king h8 at all.
So very interesting game. And moving on to the next one, this is going to be very, very sharp at some point. It doesn't feel like it though. Coming to Polina against Humpy, G5, D4. She finds the best move. I think it's intuitive at this point. I see a flank move. I play in the center. And very important, you do not want to grab this pawn, because if you do, C takes, Bishop a7, I'm guessing knight c3, e5, just breaking the center. The rook opposite the king will be very, very deadly, Rakesh. And that's why Bishop a7, not open the center as of now.
Yeah, and just a quick point to note, Humpy played this in 1.5 minutes, which is like 90 seconds. So I think she saw this, she knows the position.
Yeah.
And in fact, only 2 games in the database so far, and both games have ended in draws after pawn takes pawn in the center.
Wow, so White played this, and after knight takes, pawn takes, queen. So White realized this is getting serious. I should exchange queens and hope for the best. So that's very, very interesting, Rakesh. And now Polina is in the same shoes that the 2 white players were. What should she do? Should she kind of hold on, hope for the best, maybe play bishop e3 and let black potentially attack with g4? Or should she also exchange queens? But that's admitting that you don't have the advantage as white anymore.
Yeah, and if you just see, if I play bishop e3, Sahil, onto g4, at g4, and I take with the knight now, because remember you said the star bishop will be the bishop on a7.
Yeah.
And if I can get its counterpart by giving up my knight, I'm a happy boy.
Yeah, I think we are all happy here with this sharp game. So very, very interesting. Bishop a7, and now white only 5 minutes behind, wondering what to do here. And as she waits, we'll also skip to the next game for now. We'll go to Harika against Vaishali, because we have a very interesting opening here. We saw this position, Rakesh, where rook b1 was played. So black puts the king in the corner, d5 attacking the knight, knight e5, takes, the bishop pointing towards the king side now, and queen to d2 from Harika, played in 1 minute and 50 seconds. That's very interesting. I'm wondering if this has been played before. Yeah, in 3 games. So 11 games went castling, and 3 games went queen d2. So queen d2 on the board, and black after 4 minutes played pawn to e6 and challenged his sense. So what is queen d2, Rakesh?
I think the idea is that I want to put my dark squared bishop on the longest possible diagonal, that is bottom left of your screen to top left, f4.
Oh,
Sahil, I think Harika is still in prep. Look at the time on the clock.
I mean, 100%. I mean, queen d2 f4 is prep. If I look at this position, I'm wondering, do I want to castle here? Do I want to defend this pawn somehow? With queen c2 maybe, but queen d2 voluntarily blocking your bishop. And then after e6, not defending this anymore with c4 or bishop c4, not castling here, playing pawn to f4 is 100% preparation. And look at the time on Vaishali's clock. If, this all works out, she'll be way behind there. And then the opening stage would have gone perfectly for Harika.
Yeah, and this was, also a game between 2 very good friends. They were playing board 1 and board 2 for India at the Olympiad when they won gold. So, it's not easy. But Sai, just without the engines, I would like to ask you, where do you go back with your bishop if you're black?
So, as black, I really want to put the bishop on g7. I can see a bunch of weaknesses here, that white can occupy with her pieces. So I want to put the bishop in g7. But the way you asked me, Rakesh, I'm guessing it's definitely not going anywhere on this diagonal.
Yeah, but it just makes sense, right? Bishop on g7. So I was also thinking the same. But the problem now is, what if white plays pawn to d6 and I have a protected pass pawn for eternity?
Yeah, and here, I mean, maybe you have e5 at the right moment, but if you play it instantly, there is e7 and the bishop gets trapped at home. That is super rare. And bishop's like, I've done nothing. I didn't even wake up yet and I'm already captured. What is this? So clearly that is not really the move. So maybe a6 here attacking the bishop. Bishop has to drop back somewhere. c4, then b5. So maybe bishop e2 defending this pawn. And now black can play e5. But I agree with you. This pawn is like a thorn in black's position.
Yeah, I think Vaishali is also figuring that out. And let's see the other side. What if black goes bishop c7?
Wow, so you prevent d6. But now if I manage to get my bishop or the queen on these squares, then you will have no clear defense. So maybe this is the best move according to the Indians. But will Vaishali find it though, Rakesh? It's not so easy to play this.
Yeah, it's very counterintuitive because now, Sahil, the dark squares which you have highlighted on the again near the black king can suddenly be very weak, and it's not going to be easy for Vaishali to defend this. So I think she'll take her time, so
Yeah.
which gives us a good time to switch
Yeah.
to the next board.
Yeah, so 200 people watching right now as we look at the opening moves in all the games, going to the game of Munguntuul against Salimova here. And we saw, I think, knight f3 last, knight e7, bishop e2, h6, giving the bishop a square on h7, castles, bishop h7. And now this is the current position. I think this is where I think both players are maybe, out of their main prep and they will try to have a deep think, yeah?
Yeah, but a little surprising there because we have about 337 games in this position. And Sahil, I'll give you a tough question. Can you guess the accuracy so far for both players?
100.
Correct. If we just check it out, both players have an
Yeah.
accuracy of 100 so far.
Yeah.
So it shows that both players may not know the book, but of course their understanding is super high, and it's completely. We have seen about 350 games so far in this.
Yeah, so this game will be, I think, the slowest starting off.
Yeah.
But knowing Munguntuul, I think it will be the sharpest by its end. So we'll come back to this game soon. So Rakesh, maybe it's all time to check the Jiner game against Alina because that was very interesting. We saw a4 and now black plays pawn to a5 and the bar takes a huge jump there. Look at here, it was around plus 0.3. After a5, it is plus 0.8. And chat, there's a very, very big problem with the pawn to f. What is that potential problem here and how can white utilize this? Take a wild guess, Rakesh, what would be that move?
I think I just have bishop to b5, and now my bishop can't be challenged.
Yeah.
I think
that is definitely option. I think the square on b5 is the big weakness.
Yeah.
Bishop b5 is possible, but also I kind of like this diagonal here, right? Because the king is going. So maybe we use another piece which we have not developed.
the knight.
Knight to a3, and usually it's bad to play the knight in the knight on the rim is game. We've mentioned this a million times, but knight a3 and the knight will now come to b5, constantly attack the c7 pawn. And imagine, let's say black castles, knight b5, there could already be a threat of bishop d5 and then knight c7, winning the game on the spot. So this is a great maneuver for white, and the bishop sitting at home already doing a phenomenal job. So all white pieces are really active here.
And Sahil, what's a bad sign for you if you're the black player is, as I think Kashlinskaya played a5 in 30 seconds, and then Jiner, who played the first 10 moves in about she gained time, in fact, and is having a 12-minute think.
Wow.
So definitely she doesn't know this. She hasn't seen this move.
Yeah, this is the power. When you prepare, you kind of look at the top 2-3 preferences of the engine. You look at some obvious mistakes, and the fact that she has not seen this, she already knows something is wrong with this move. All she has to figure out what that is, and it's pawn to a5, the move which was not perfect from black, and black already holding her head right now. Maybe of course, she notices the b5 square here, and she didn't have a great game yesterday, and white is going to put a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and I think it's not that tough once you see the drawback of the move a5 because of chat, as we all know, pawns can't go backwards.
Yeah, true. So we are waiting for Zoo's move here, and we're going to switch games quickly and check out the game of Salome against Divya again, because that's where white has the most advantage. Let's figure out why. We left it, I think, around knight e2 and castles, and you're wondering black will go knight e4. White played rook e1 and knight e4 indeed on the board. So Rakesh, my first question to you is, should white kick this away with f3, or should white say, you know what, you have one active piece, keep it on e4, I will take my time, develop my other pieces, and then finally kick you later?
I think both options work here because you can even if you kick it, it's not like I don't think Divya is going to take the knight.
Yeah.
She might go back.
Yeah.
If she takes, the problem is, my queen is getting developed.
Yeah.
Coming to better squares, eyeing those dark square weaknesses.
And that was your only
What?
piece. Wait, what?
Queen h5. in this game.
Oh wow, queen h5. So white playing a super ambitious move here. The idea could be very simple. Let's win the knight as well. Let's win the bishop to h7 as well. So white not hiding her intentions at all. But Rakesh, clearly an over the mood move and not really prepped. 100%.
100%, yeah. And
Wow.
the problem is the knight was protecting the h5 square. That came to the center, allowing white to get the queen to a very, very strong square.
Very important, kind of noticing your opponent's last move and figuring out what are the consequences of that move. And the h5 square was controlled. Now it's not. Queen comes to h5. The follow-up moves could be bishop h6 in some cases. It could be knight f3, knight g5. It could be f3 anyways to attack the knight. And even the rook at some point, you never know. And of course, g4, always in the air, can never be discounted. So multiple options for white and a lot to think for Divya here as black. White, very, very relaxed here. No major issues. And black's pieces, there's only one star there on e4 and that can also be kicked away. So yeah, very interesting. As of now, Divya in deep thought. She's 5 minutes ahead. To be honest, that's a bit surprising. But yeah, I think she should use that time to come up with the best moves. And meanwhile, let's switch to the game of Polina against Humpy. There's an update. No update yet. And that just highlights the practical difficulties she's facing because, again, as we saw, both white players here took the pawn, exchanged the queens because they were not sure of their chances. And I think that's very, very likely to happen here as well. We saw bishop e3. We saw d5. What if I play knight d2? Another normal move, yeah? Again g4. Now if it takes knight g4 again, you see how f2 is under pressure. In fact, I might even say just not even take with the knight. Why not just rook g8 also? Taking with the rook next. So here I think lot of options for black. And the black king, it's not safe in the center, but soon maybe, once white opens center, it will head to the queen side. So a lot of options to consider and already a 15-minute deficit for white here. I think the more she thinks, the more likely it happens that d takes e5 is on the board.
For sure, Sahil. I feel d5 was the move in the last 2 games that we saw. And I wouldn't be surprised if Polina plays that. And you see there Humpy walking away from the board. Sahil, what do you do as a player? When your opponent is thinking, do you sit at the board and calculate or do you just like take a break, walk around? What do you do?
I mean, it's very hard. Depends on the position actually. If let's say there's something very sharp, probably I'll just be calculating. Something very normal like what white has against Divya, I think I will move around, check out other games. I know there's not much that can go wrong in that position. And of course, I think most opponents, even Hikaru admitted this, that they will try to psych out their opponents in some way. So you're standing up and walking. These are very, very normal psychological tactics. Top players have also done this. So I think if imagine, you play a move, get up and start walking. I mean, it puts pressure on your opponent always.
Yeah. I mean, I also like to roam, to be honest. And Magnus also likes to, just chill out. Of course, not in a pressure situation, but definitely like in this opening stage, I feel within the first hour or so.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe we can have a poll on how many leaders we will have to. Who will be the leader? Will it be Zuzhina? Will it be the follow-up leaders there?
Yeah.
Chat can vote on that poll.
So the question can be like, who will be the leader after day 4?
Yeah, that'll be interesting.
And what is your pick, Sahil? Zuzhina, Koneru, Humpy, Shuvalova, Divya, Munguntuul, so many options there.
The first premise is Zuzhina going to win? If the answer to that question is yes, then nothing else matters.
Then you might as well delete the poll.
Yeah, I think she is looking in great shape in that board. A5, we saw just that was not the best move. I think Zuzhina is going to win today. It does feel like that. If that happens, then she will maintain her lead.
Yeah, and also chat, do let us know by clicking on the poll once it's up, and it also gives us an idea which players the chat is rooting for.
Yeah. And meanwhile, very important, let's have the Harika game because Rakesh, as we discussed, it's super difficult to put that bishop on c7. I mean, unless you know this will never happen. And bishop goes to g7, the natural squares, keeping the king safe. And now Harika has to play the pawn to d6. That's the entire premise of this. And we saw her overthink a couple of times yesterday, hoping she doesn't do that. And after d6, black's task will not be easy. That's a very strong pawn on the 6th rank. in literally what we can be described as the latter part of the opening phase.
Yeah, in 14 moves, I've never seen that at this level, Sahil. And the problem is, if for white, if you don't play d6, black is in fact better.
Yeah.
And of course, it was our, like, even my and your thought to play bishop g7 after the bishop was attacked. So pawn to d6, threatening to attack, let's say, the pawn on d7. Let's try to think, what does black do? So
I think a6 is pretty much forced, right? Because the bishop has to be kicked away. Maybe bishop d7 also works, but this just feels like it's playing into white's hands. I will always have even e5 in some cases. So I think you really want to play e5 as black. You cannot allow a protected pass pawn on d6. And a6 is a good way to do that, because the bishop, let's say, moves to e2. If bishop c4, there is b5, and bishop d3, you lose control over the d6 pawn. So
correct.
bishop e2 is an automatic move, and now black can play e5. And now I think this is where ideally as white, you should still be in prep here, because you cannot just push the pawn on d6. You have to understand, how do I maintain that pawn and how do I potentially win with it?
yeah, otherwise, that pawn's got to go.
Yeah.
If because it's alone, it doesn't have its friends. The pawn on e4 really wants to join, but because of your move, Sahil, e5, the pawn is stuck and it's like kind of isolated.
Just imagine taking this pawn and already bishop e5, say goodbye to the pawn. In fact, there will be queen h4 checks as well. So black suddenly wins. So I would say this is not a one-way street as of now, and Harika has to come up with only moves which hopefully she has looked at home.
Yeah, and looking from her posture, it doesn't look like, it's I mean, she might know this. In fact, she might have bishop c7 in her notes, but because Vaishali has dropped the bishop on the other diagonal, Harika really think it does d6 work, because I think, like the knight you mentioned on h4 in yesterday's game, if you play d6, it will either win you the game or it will cost you the game, Sahil.
Yeah, but there's no option now. There's no option. You are all in. You've already put half the cards on the table. Might put the other one as well. There's no going back now. She has to play pawn to d6. So very interesting. And by the way, let's have Shuvalova game against Humpy, because as expected, as white, you cannot really avoid that queen trade. You have to go for it, because practically black is literally going to attack you. So pawn takes e5, the practical choice after a 20-minute thing from Shuvalova. And Rakesh, as we saw, 2 games played in this position and both black won. So even now, apparently, it's not so simple. And here, I'm guessing black takes with the knight. Let's say white continues. Pawn takes e5. Queen takes d8. And now king takes d8. Oh, we have both as draws, yeah?
Yeah. But I just want to show chat like a variation. I don't know why Humpy is thinking, because if you just play pawn to, like, if you recapture with the pawn, queen takes queen check. If you recapture with the knight, you lose the center pawn.
Yeah.
If you recapture with the king, you lose the pawn on f7.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure why Humpy is thinking.
Yeah, I think she just kind of contemplates. So let's say knight e5, d e5, queen d8, king d8. As of now, it does look like bishop f7 is still hanging. So you want to calculate this. But apparently, king e7 or even just g4 still, look at the bar, it's still in black's favor.
Wow, is this the real prep?
It could be. So for example, if you were gullible enough to take this pawn, now knight takes g4, there's pressure on f2, you think there's nothing wrong here, I can just play rook e2. Well, there is still something wrong. Bishop f2 anyways. You take, and rook f8. And I mean, pins have literally been the theme of this tournament so far, Rakesh. And you lose that bishop, you might win a pawn here and there, but the game is basically over. So knight e5 on the board, Humpy, after a 4-minute think, and white, I think, will grab the knight on e5.
White has to.
Yeah.
And also, just want to point out to the chat, a funny variation, knight takes knight, pawn takes. So, you might think, oh, you've done your puzzle rush, you're smart, and you have your tactics. If you play bishop takes f7, thinking you're deflecting the king away from the queen's protection, king takes, and it's not a free queen, Sahil, because black's rook is now active and it will recapture on d8.
Yeah, absolutely. So as of now, 95 on the board, and black has a huge lead on the clock. And still, as we saw some chances, so white should not grab that pawn on f7, I think.
In no scenario.
Yeah, I think that looks very risky and black might gain the edge, and that's what Humpy is hoping for if she has prepared this at home.
Yeah, true. And like in the Harika game also, or in the Humpy's game, the problem is because of the amazing rules of the FIDE Grand Prix, players are not allowed to offer a draw until move 40. So either you have to play, you can't be playing just defensive chess hoping for a draw. So you have to play the best move in the position. There's no passivity allowed.
I agree. And as 270 people watching now, let's switch to the game of Munguntuul. As expected, that game always promises to be a treat. And it's G5 again on the board. So where were we? We were here. I think the bishop was on h7, pawn to a4 now, queen to c7. And after bishop d2, suddenly Nurgyul launches with g5 saying, your king is on g1. I am going to push my pawns further. Maybe even g4 next. Displace your knight. I will keep pushing these pawns. Knight will come to f5. But Rakesh, still, I would rather prefer white. I've not really weakened my king side, giving you a hook here. And, knight can always read out itself from here to here. And you know what? Once the knight comes here, the c5 square, even right now, is so tempting to occupy. This bishop b4, bishop a5 as well. A4, A5, A6 as well, and the C pawn comes join in. I still prefer white, and I feel attacking for black will not be so easy.
Yeah, I agree. And Sahil, G5, just black making her intentions super clear. And I don't know if there is like some fun agreement between the players that against Munguntuul you have to do opposite side castling.
Yeah.
Like like we saw yesterday as well. So maybe black wants. Of course, if black is playing G5, she wants to play long castles, and knight e1 on the board by Munguntuul.
As we discussed, knight will come to d3 and occupy c5, and now g4 makes no sense. h5 makes no sense because the g5 pawn hangs. So I think as of now, black, Nurgyul going for the same strategy as yesterday, going for the kill with g5, and we'll see how that turns out. As of now, maybe knight e1 was not the best, and there is a move apparently c5. So basically asking the question, so what do you do now? I'm trying to challenge this center. You can play c3 and keep control here. But if you take, knight takes, pawn takes, suddenly both pawns are loose. Even knight c6 here, for example, pressing this pawn, bishop g7, and maybe black is still in the game.
Yeah, and also the idea of g5 was not just to push the pawn to g5. We'll go back to that move. It's in fact after the move like knight d3, knight e1, c5. The point is now the bishop on the dark square bishop can also come out from the other diagonal on g7 to hit the pawn on in the center. So it's like a multi-purpose move.
Yeah, and also if you go f4, I take and open the g file again. So black also has that benefit there. So lots of possibilities, very, very sharp, but no c5 yet on the board. The time situation is balanced. So anything can happen, Rakesh.
Yeah, I'm just having a look on the other boards. Not a lot of updates. I mean, we don't need to go to that board, but just an update is Jiner has not played for 25 minutes.
Wow.
So she's definitely out of her book now.
When I've looked at the top 3 moves in this position and my opponent has not played them, that means I have the edge. And once you have the edge, I think it's all about finding that edge, and that's what she's doing. And knight a3, knight b5 is pretty normal in this position.
Yeah, and it's like that feeling, when a school topper has prepared all night for, the exam, and there's a question which she's not seen. So you just feel like that question is wrong, or it's either very simple or it's very tough. Nothing in between.
Yeah, I wouldn't know about that. I was definitely not a topper, Rakesh, unfortunately. So I'm just learning it for the first time. And as you can see, she's super charged up, super focused. Had a glance at the clock as well on how much time she's utilized. Many top players keep a track of that along the entire game, not to fall into time pressure. It's a very interesting position. And she's, behind the clock, but she has some advantage on the position.
Yeah, she had 1 hour 32 minutes before this move, and she has also overtaken Kashlinskaya there. Is it that bad of a move, Sahil?
I mean, not bad, but of course, I think, you have that weakness already on the diagonal we saw. You also have the weakness on b5. Now, it's all light squares, right?
Yeah.
All these squares are getting so weak for black. You better not lose this bishop, and then you suffer in the same way Divya suffered yesterday. So this bishop is literally the star and joy of black's position. You really want to save it there. And by the way, heading off to the Humpy game against Polina, because knight takes e5 did happen, Rakesh, and pawn takes, and now white is likely to take on d8. Is there any other option possible? Because there is queen b3. Pressuring f7, saying, I want to grab this pawn, but that would be extremely risky, I would say.
Yeah, and look at that bishop on in the corner on a7. That has not been challenged yet. So you also have to keep an eye out there, because I'm going to just develop my queen on e7 and just protect the pawn on near my king.
So you play queen e7 here, yeah? Yeah. Queen e7 is very logical, defending the pawn, getting out of rook d1 ideas. Yeah, also I think simply castles is still possible. And even Rakesh, if you're really in that mood, to go all in, you can still play g4. That's the beauty here. Sacrificing this pawn on f7.
With check.
With check, simply playing, not king f8 is also possible, because king f8 is bishop g6 and you have to defend again. So king e7 now. And here you can just kind of play on the offensive. You can ignore the king on e7 here. For example, bishop g6 trying to get in here. Queen g8 and white is lost.
No way. Lost.
So, looking at this position and that one variation, I think Polina should take the queen.
Yeah, imagine from this position, 4 moves in, white can be lost.
Yeah.
If white is not careful.
Yeah, if white is over ambitious, trying to pressure f7, for example, that can backfire. I think her strategy has been to exchange queens. She should stick to it. Once you choose a plan, follow it, yeah?
Of course, as they say, wrong plan is better than no plan, Sahib.
Yeah. Chad, by the way, discussing some other stuff here, but as of now, Humpy looks stone cold, calculating mode. And Polina, by the way, looks a lot more relaxed, to be honest. But I think if she doesn't take the queen, that might not remain the case for her, pretty soon.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what else is she really calculating queen b3, Sahib?
I mean, she must be. Otherwise, I think queen d8 she's already seen. She must be wondering whether that's an option. Other moves may be also possible, but what else? Because you can't develop the bishop really. Then pawn on e4 hangs in some variations. Black can obviously take and anyway take the e4 pawn. That means you will have to move the queen, right? Because if your rook is diverted here, you lose the e4 pawn. So you have to move the queen. I don't see any great squares. I mean, queen e2, g4 takes. You can take with. I mean, this is also already lost apparently. So you can see how badly this can turn out. For example, you play g3. Okay, you defend the pawn like this. Yeah, rook f1, queen h4. And it's already mate in one. So I think this is very, very difficult here.
I think so. It's all pointing towards the fact that white should play queen takes d8 side.
So Humpy would be very, very happy, coming out of this position. Can we have the bird's eye view? We'd love to kind of figure out which of the players were kind of happy from the position, Rakesh.
I think Humpy would definitely be happy.
So board one. I think white is clearly happy. Salome should be, glad from that position.
And we see on the left camera, Divya deep in thought. So
yeah.
Salome is happy after the opening.
Yeah. So white there in the second game, Rakesh. What do you think?
So it's Polina and Humpy, like we discussed. I think Humpy has won the opening battle, we can say.
Yeah. And third game, by the way, we have this couple of moves. So as of now, that's very difficult to know who's coming out on top. But I would say Harika, if she has seen this at home, I think she should be very happy with this.
Yeah, I feel it's going to be our game of the day, the Indian derby, because good opening prep countered by good over the board defense. Yeah. All three results possible, Sahil, in that game.
I think the third board is definitely going to be a result. That's my feeling.
Yeah.
And board number 4, c5 played from black. So Nurgyul definitely not making it easy for Munguntuul. And that also looks like a result game. Rakesh, who's come out on top there?
I think, G5 and the C5 idea was well executed by Nurgyul, but somehow, I love players who don't make draws. All three decisive games by Munguntuul. Let's go. I'm rooting for the Mongolian star.
Yeah, and finally, board number 5. I think in that board, it's pretty clear white should be the I would say slightly preferable, even though she did not find knight a3 and she played knight e2. I still think white should be slightly more happier out of the opening.
Yeah, yeah. I think I would say Zujina definitely knows more than her opponent in that opening.
By the way, candidate after the Ceremonial is Divya game, because Divya has been thinking for a long while. Is there something here which we are missing? Is white again potentially aiming for g4 or something? What is white's most logical plan? Let's say I want to play, I don't know, king h8. Yeah, my normal plan. What's your move here, Rakesh?
I mean, if you just go something like king h8, can I just continue with my knights?
So how do you play this?
So maybe like knight f1 first.
Mhm. And let's say I play rook g8 and I just go with my simple plan. Yeah, these three moves were automatic for black.
Yeah, maybe I don't know. Bring my other rook first, rook a d1.
So maybe now I have to move my. I don't think I can play it here. This looks a bit risky. Bishop f6. Yeah, it looks a bit risky because knight square is taken away. Not sure about this one. Still, maybe I can also wait, but maybe rook a c8. Yeah, just
Yeah,
activating the.
yeah. My idea of playing the knight f1 was just to kick away the knight. Now
Yeah.
I kick.
Okay, f3. I go back to f6. Attack your queen.
Only Divya has played something.
Oh, she played b5 on the board. Wow.
Whoa, whoa.
So going for counterplay instantly. So white has something to ponder here. And she's saying, you know what, you might be attacking, but I'm going to attack on the queen side. Play, potentially b4 soon. Create a weakness on c3, and you will not have a free hand. I will also be drawing on that painting, and we will all be trying to fight for more, more brushes there. But as of now, white has to choose. Does she try to defend on the queen side? Does she keep attacking? If she's attacking, how is she attacking, Rakesh?
I mean, it's the infamous minority attack which Divya is trying to play with pawn to b4, where, as we can show, the c3 pawn is a hook there for black, because pawn to a5, pawn to b4, rook to c8, as Sahil mentioned, is incoming from Divya's side. And it's like Divya is kind of challenging Salome now that hey, what's the queen doing alone on h5?
Yeah, the queen is deadly, but alone she can't really do much. She needs support from the knight or the bishop or the rook. I would love to lift the rook quickly, but I think there is no square to come to. So the knight controls the g4 square. And if you play f3, then again, rook e3, again, g3 is not possible. So I am hooked on g4, Rakesh. Can I just go all in with a move like g4 here and force you to make a decision?
Wow. Okay. It is tough. See, I can maybe capture the knight on d2 first.
Okay, I take with the bishop.
And what if I undouble my pawns?
I take with the pawn.
Okay, your idea is now king up and rook in the corner, right?
Yeah, king up, rook here, bishop maybe here or here. Knight can also join in here if needed. The second rook can also join in.
I don't see anything else than queen f6 to challenge, the queen, and
let's say I go king
hitting the knight.
Yeah, king g2 now.
Queen g6.
And now queen h3, defending the knight. And next move is going to be rook h1 if I can potentially play it.
I'm not in time for pawn to f5. So, but can I go pawn to h5 instead?
Pawn to h5. Wow. But what if I go g5 here and next I try to play knight f4 or rook h1? This h pawn feels quite weak.
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm just trying to we both are just playing without the engine. So just it's like the first move that's in our minds.
Yeah.
We are not even like investing a lot of time, but just shows how difficult black's position can become with a couple of simple human moves.
Yeah, so clearly this plan doesn't work. And apparently the only move for black here is knight f6 back and kind of asking the question. The queen is a bit misplaced. After queen h4, play knight e4 back and offer this repetition. That's the only option for black after this g4 move. And I don't know, white will probably have to trade queens. And whose favor is that in, Rakesh?
Oh wow. I mean, I'm not surprised that black will have to repeat, but after the move g4, it's very tough to take the draw. Because in one stage you're just playing attacking chess, then suddenly you are being forced to take this draw.
But yeah, I think it depends. And also black's minor attack is already in action, so it will not be easy for either side to take that call. So b5 right now, and white has to take call. So if not g4, Rakesh, what else is an option here for me? Can I potentially play knight f3, because that was my idea, but the bar does not like that move, and apparently b4 and Divya's counterplay is already there.
Yeah, I think the point is you can't go knight near my king to g5 because I can just capture it.
Yeah, you can capture it. You can even play knight f6, then kick the knight away, Rakesh. The queen has no squares actually.
Yeah, that's no good, no good.
Yeah. So that's of Divya. So we'll go to the game of, by the way, Polina has still not played a move. So let's head off the Harika game, where I think we were waiting for a few moves. By the way, d6 played from Harika, a6 attacking the bishop. We already saw e2 is the only square, and now e5 preventing that protected pass pawn. And now Harika plays the only move again. So she is in prep, Rakesh. And now e takes f4, the best move by Vaishali. And now, what should I do?
What if I just recapture with the queen? Fine.
So queen f4, logical move. You want to play e5 again, defend this pawn, and black has a very, very difficult choice. How do you play this actually? It's not comfortable for either side.
It's a very tricky position, you know.
Yeah, because I want to play rook e8, but clearly that would lose the game on the spot. So maybe queen e8, then trying to go bishop e5 and win this pawn. Does that work?
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Queen e8, because also if you just go one move back, bishop e6, a normal developing move, results in rook takes pawn.
Wow.
So it's like by method of elimination you can reach to queen e8.
Also, b5 maybe is a potential move. You defend the pawn, and now you can put the bishop here. But you know, this can also be challenged with a4 and c4. And also, by the way, this pawn on c3, do not worry about this pawn. If you become over ambitious, try to be greedy here. I can even play e5, and the bishop is locked in enemy territory. So that is going to be a heartbreak for black pretty soon. So you do not want to be greedy here. Keep the king defended. Very, very important.
Yeah, Harika having a thing actually, but side queen f4 looks quite logical, no?
Yeah, very logical. There is another option here, Rakesh. So instead of queen f4, apparently rook d1 also possible, just to defend this pawn. And next move you capture this. And if black again tries to defend this pawn, we again have that d7 move. So the bishop again gets trapped at home, and it's not even woken up yet. It's not even morning.
It's unfair for the bishop.
It's 4 a.m. and he gets captured literally in bed. So it doesn't make sense. So probably after rook d1, black will need to do something here. Maybe bishop e6 is a potential move. Even b5 is a potential move. But how comfortable is black by allowing a pawn on the 7th rank?
That's tough. And also for a Harika, like from white's perspective, I would just like to recapture the pawn first in the live position. And then I want to, try to bring the other rook, like the rook on the left side of the board, the bottom left of the board, to the central file. Because this rook near my king is already active because of the open file. So rook d1 feels like an injured move to me.
But Rakesh, even this rook is active. So
yeah. That's
we need a third rook here. I think two are not enough to cover all the open files for white. So we need another one. But Harika trying to figure out what should she do. And I think Vaishali under huge pressure. By the way, look at the clock. So already almost 20-minute difference there. She will have to play some good. And she's already made a blunder in the opening once.
Yeah.
So she would not love to repeat that again. And she'll be very, very cautious this time.
Let's see if no other developments though. And she takes queen f4 Sahil.
Yeah, queen f4 played. A pretty good move from Harika. I'm still expecting she should be in prep.
Yeah, that's highly likely if we can just check out another angle of the players. And dude, I think Sahil, it's time for that comment that Harika looks locked in.
Yeah. So that's number one for today. Yeah, Harika looks locked in and counting down that timer maybe for 7-8 times today.
Yeah, and Vaishali will have to come. I think queen e8 is the best move, Sahil. Just trying to use your bishop to come in the center and attack the queen and the pawn.
98.5, the accuracy of both players. Both players, by the way, Rakesh. So even though Harika is the one in prep, Vaishali has his more time, but she has come up with the best moves. So as of now, it's an even battle and all three results possible, basically.
Yeah, all three results are possible in this game. And Sahil, I have an update about Polina's game. She has finally played queen takes d8, king takes d8, but made a mistake after that.
Wow, so she took on d8, king d8, and as we discussed, this position is not simple. We saw how bishop f7 gives black the edge, and she made another mistake with bishop e3, and look at the power go down. And it feels so obvious, right, Rakesh? You develop the bishop, then you develop the knight here. But let's say Humpy does take this. You, of course, will not grab with the pawn. You will take with the rook. And now king to e7 and knight d2. So white will make obvious choices. And now maybe even a4, even knight, rook d8. And black seems like black is better developed here.
Yeah, and the point being, black will not exchange the light squared bishop because with bishop e6, black will just keep the bishop on the birth square on c8 in the corner because your bishop is attacking only one thing, that is my pawn, and my king is already protecting that. So I will just continue playing pawn to h5, pawn to g4, and I have some counterplay. You have none, and it's like a dream scenario for Humpy where you get a position for two results, that is a win for you or a draw with the black pieces against a super strong opponent.
Basically, subtle advantages. The king is already in the center. Usually the king should not be there, but after the queens are traded off, that's the perfect square. The white king is at least, I would say, 3 moves away from the center. And also black has control over the d file. So white has to, if he has to challenge it, she has to first play, for example, let's say black plays a normal move, h5, Rakesh, your move. You have to come back first, and then you have to play rook d1. Black can continue gaining space with h4 or a4. And basically she has space on both sides of the board, Rakesh, and the center is even. So any sort of endgame, black's pieces will have more, area to kind of play with.
Yeah, and so now you want actually your king on g1 to kind of magically jump over the piece and come to e3.
Yeah.
Then it's a good piece, but now this king not really acting or doing much. And there's also an idea, if you can go g4, or if we show this to the chat where I can push the pawn to h4. No. Like just black pushes the pawn to h4.
Okay.
And then knight h5, knight f4 is coming in.
Yeah, that's also a great square for the knight, putting pressure on the king side, controlling the center as well, and potentially can go back to e6, after a trade on e6 if required. So slightly better for Humpy, nothing super crazy, but combined with the clock advantage that she has of around 30 minutes, if my maths is correct, Rakesh, this is probably not as comfortable as she would have loved to be with the white pieces.
Yeah, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, Sahil, but remember I said something about draws yesterday. That is Indian star Harika, who also was the second of Women's World Champion Ju and June, by the way, that when he said draw with white is not a problem, fighting for a draw is a problem with the white piece. And I feel if Humpy manages to, play correctly, it is going to be a big problem for Shuvalova to defend the game throughout. And remember, yesterday also she was defending for 4 hours against Vaishali.
Yeah, agreed on that one. So maybe it's time to switch games. Check out the game of Jiner against Alina once, because she did not find, after a4, a5, we thought knight a3 would be a great move. She played knight to b2, very normal as well. Win the knight typically to, f1, g3, attack this bishop. Potentially can also go to c4 and b3 squares, but now bishop f7. So unpinning the knight finally, and now the black king is free to castle here.
Yeah, and bishop f7 trying to control that diagonal, but now I think white is happy with knight coming to b3 and then pawn to d4, Sahil.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know, I think where's the knight on d2 headed, Rakesh? Is it g3 now?
No, I said knight to b3.
B3.
And pawn to d4.
Pawn to d4. That's one you want to play, huh? So you want to break in the center again.
That's one plan.
Yeah.
knight coming to f1 and knight g3 attacking the going to f5 is the second plan, and I think that's what Zhu is considering here.
I love that plan usually. The f5 square. I think Kasparov once said, right? Give me a knight on f5 and something like the game is over, something like that.
Yeah, like the knight on f5 is worth more than a rook.
Yeah.
That's what he mentioned.
And we can see her opponent not in the seat right now, but Zuziner in deep thought, 2 minutes ahead. So the time difference does not seem to be significant here. By the way, I'm checking all the games. No major updates just yet. So Rakesh, maybe it's a good time for a very, very short first break. As the players are in deep thought.
Yeah, for sure. A quick break, and let's see if we can reach 100 likes by chat. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. See you on the other side, chat.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. Chat. This is day 4 of the Women's Grand Prix here in Pune, India. After our opening break, Sahil, with after almost 90 minutes of play, which game do you think will have our first result?
That's a very difficult one. I do think that Humpy is better, but it's an end game, Rakesh. So I feel that will take a long while. Very interesting that Divya, maybe we can check out all the games one by
Yeah,
one.
let's do that.
I don't really see any game where something dramatic is happening right now. But F3 played, so she is forcing that choice upon Divya. This is where we left it, right? B5 was
Yeah.
our last move. We saw A3, so white was shifting. Maybe Divya's gamble might have worked because you were kind of distracted on the queen side now. A5 and the threat still, kind of exists. And not to forget, now when B4 happens, the A5 is likely to open up. And in that case, this trade, whatever is happening on the queen side, benefits black. So now comes pawn to F3, forcing this trade. And Rakesh, both options possible. Which one would you prefer?
I like knight h4, knight f6, hitting the queen on h5, and always, asking that queen a question, putting the queen in a spot, and then, now I don't have that repetition option which black had earlier, but
Yeah.
I still feel knight f6 could be played.
I would just prefer knight d2, I think, just to exchange this and then bring the queen and trying to offer that trade again. But, Rakesh, the main point is, do you think Divya, let's say, would be happy with the draw here? Because at the end, she would love to, continue that momentum she had. And she's technically on paper playing one of the lower seeds. So she would love to get that victory, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case today.
True, but she had a tough loss yesterday. So maybe a draw with the black pieces is a good result. But the only thing, Sahil, I'm also worried about is the fact that you're playing the lowest seed of the tournament, and which is why she might want to push a little bit more, but that doesn't mean she takes extra risks for that. And also, the time situation not really in her favor. She's about 15 minutes behind than her opponent.
Yeah, so very crucial. We can see her about to play a move, but she restrains from it as of now. So she will have another thing. Maybe it's time to go to the game of Harika against Vaishali, where we saw
Wow.
Queen F4 and Rakesh our move Queen E8 on the board. Very logical. The simple threat is Bishop E5, grabbing the D6 pawn. So how can White here maintain that pawn, Rakesh?
Yeah, the idea is very simple, and as we had come to this conclusion with the method of elimination, and I feel
Rakesh,
either the
I've
bishop drops back, the queen drops back, or you just go bishop e3. I feel.
before the move, I've always heard of this. Let's say somebody who's watching doesn't know what the method of elimination is. Can you explain it in very simple words?
Sure. So let's come back one move instead of queen to e8, as we showed the chat earlier. If black really wants to play bishop in the center to attack the pawn and win the pawn. So if I go rook e8, there's queen f7 check, black loses. If I ignore that, I will say, let me protect the pawn on f7 with bishop e6, and then slowly intending to play bishop e5, then white captures the other pawn. And if my queen goes one step ahead, it blocks the bishop and the rook in the corner. So if you just see this, like I'm just eliminating one candidate move or probable move from my side, and I see, okay, I'm not blocking my bishop. I'm protecting the pawn on f7, and I'm also threatening bishop e5. So one move, three purposes. So that's why I reach queen e8 with the method of elimination.
Yeah, that's what we call it in Hindi. Ek tir se teen nishane. So
Yeah, in Hindi. Yeah.
in Hindi, so you're getting 3 targets with one task, and as of now, Queen E8 keeps everything defended, defends the F7 pawn, controls the D7 square as well, pressures the D6 pawn with Bishop E5 as a threat. And now, what can White do, Rakesh, is the next question. So Rook D1, I think, is the most obvious move, right? You defend the pawn with the rook physically, and then there's no way for Black to grab the pawn instantly. One move I wanted to play was Queen G3, bringing the bishop to F4, but that drops the E4 pawn, and maybe there's some compensation there, but it doesn't feel like that's what White will go. Is there any other option apart from Rook to D1?
I really like bishop E3, Sahil. I mean, needs some calculation. It's just a hand move so far. My threat is simple. Bishop takes pawn, and also protecting my passport. So if black plays bishop e5, just go to the side of the board with queen h4. Now you capture my pawn and I go bishop in the corner attacking your rook.
Ooh, very interesting, Rakesh. But somehow, maybe I'm also a bit worried about these dark squares. What if
For sure, for sure.
what if I have like queen d8 here, Rakesh? And now you can't really grab the rook, right? Because your queen is hanging, and if you take my queen, I move the rook out.
Yeah, and if I drop my queen near the rook, hitting the f7 pawn in case your rook moves.
You know what? I'm a bit worried about this as white. I like the bishop on d6. Let's say I just ignore this. Yeah, I play a move like b5, freeing up my bishop. If you were to take this, Rakesh, queen takes, which side would you like to be here, white or black?
Let's see. So I have 5 pawns, you have 6 pawns. So that means you have a bishop and a pawn, which is almost 4 points.
Yeah.
For a rook, which is 5 points.
Yeah.
And the whole point is, why black is also happy with this position is because look at that amazing bishop on d6. It can also come in the center, attacking both the pawns of white, and also, black can never really challenge or attack that bishop. That's the reason why I feel, in fact, I would take black in this position. How about you?
If you saw the Humpy game yesterday, the double bishops are an absolute beast to be reckoned with. You can imagine this bishop coming to b7, this from d6, cutting across the board, and somehow I think black has a dominance over these dark squares. So I think black would be pretty happy if black can get this. So as of now, queen e8, that's the kind of idea black is hoping for, but I would say it's still in prep for white, I'm hoping. So maybe Harika finds a better move here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she knows the exact book move, but definitely her preparation overall, and maybe she's trying to remember Sahil, or just to see what's the best possible move here. And I feel if white goes bishop e3, everything looks forced, Sahil.
Yeah, it does look very
There's
forced.
no way that black can back down from this.
Exactly, and that's why maybe bishop e3 is a very double-edged move. So Harika has to be absolutely sure, and we've seen some hesitation from her yesterday. So if she does go for that, her calculation has to be absolutely on point. So for now, a healthy advantage on the clock, but that might not be the case as we move forward. So maybe it's time to also check out the game of Munguntuul against Nurgyul here, because after g5, knight to e1, c5 is where we left it, and white did not take on c5, played pawn to c3, and knight g6 on the board, freeing up the bishop towards the c5 pawn, and now pawn to f4, Rakesh. So white is attacking on the queen side, attacking on the king side. I really have zero clue who's better here.
Me neither, but I just have one idea that if it's Batkhuyag Munguntuul's game, it is going to end decisively. It doesn't matter if white's going to win or black. Gf4 by Salimova. I feel white is going to make sure we have another decisive game, another exciting game wherever she's playing. And I think it may be white that who's more comfortable after the opening stage.
Yeah, very likely. And as of now, she's grabbed a pawn. So let's see what happens now. Bishop f4 most likely. She will grab the bishop now. Rook takes f4. There's pressure on f7. You can't really go queen side. So we'll have to see how black resolves this tension. Maybe bishop g6, freeing up the king now. But will she go queen side, Rakesh? Do you think she'll still go king side?
Yeah, I think we'll figure, but bishop f4 on the board like we expected, Sai.
So critical moment here. Salimova thinking she's ahead on the clock. That's a good sign for her, but the position is still very, very complicated. I would say, oh, she takes instantly. Wait, what? Okay, I was stuck for a second. Yeah, the rook got stuck on f2. Usually, yeah, that's why the question mark. But I think rook f4 is the only move there. Meanwhile, I think it's time to switch games again. Let's head off to Salome against Divya, where after f3, she did not choose any of her moves, Rakesh. So she rejected both of them. Knight f6, she said no. Knight d2, she said no. She played knight to d6 instead. And I'm guessing, Rakesh, this comes from her, feeling of the position that white is kind of not really attacking anymore. She's on the defensive front and she wants to maybe play knight c4, maybe try to even win this game. taking more risk than maybe what's required in the position.
Yeah, but look at the bar that's gone up in Salome's favor. Sahil, it's showing an advantage of almost 1.03, which is almost equal to a pawn for white.
Rakesh bhai, so I have a question. So before the bar was invented, I mean, what did chess commentary look like?
There was no chess commentary. There was no DGT board, so the games were not being transmitted live. There used to just be discussions of games after the games were played. So that's where technology really helps us.
Yeah, technology helps us and it helps the players to come up with these best moves. Now we can see White still trying to figure out where does the advantage lie, and a clue is being handed to us by our very favorites engine there, and that is knight to b3. But again, if you've kind of focused on the king side, it's not a very simple move to switch to the queen side suddenly and play knight to c5 next. A move I still want to play g4 somehow and make it work, but it doesn't seem to work. Can I prepare it maybe, Rakesh, with king h1 and then try to prepare g4 somehow? Or is it just too much?
No, it is highly possible because you just got to maybe ignore the queen side, like the left side of the board, and go all in on the right side of the board. And maybe that's what Salome is thinking here at this moment.
Yeah, even just if I play g4, if I really want to go gung-ho here, the idea is just to take. But again, do I want to take the knight and weaken my dark squares? Because, for example, there had to be takes, and pawn takes, but then there is queen g3 check at the end. So this is, you do not want to give this dark square bishop up after a move like g4. So white will probably go for something more practical.
I think she has a lot of options, and it might be that she's thinking that does she need to go g4 is another question, or do you need to go all in a way? And also there's an option of, like you mentioned, king h1 or just knight b3, knight c5. So 3 or 4 options that's all looking really reasonable for white.
Yeah. Somebody asking, is this match a best of one? Yes, I think it's round number 4. So whoever wins gets the full point. It's not really a knockout. Everybody plays all the 9 games here. The one who wins the most gets to win the tournament.
Yeah, and Gustav in the chat is saying, wow, all the games are like pretty even and it's looking great, and I fully agree. Like all 3 results possible in all 5 games so far. And Gustav goes on further to say, it's maybe time for women's freestyle events. Sahib, what do you think about that?
Yeah, we all love Chess 960, shuffling the pieces on the first rank. But for somebody like me, Rakesh, I've still not figured out the original position. So adding another 959 there doesn't sound practical. But for top players, absolutely, we could have that someday. But as of now, this is normal chess. The king starts on e1, the queen starts on d1, and the king ends up on g1.
Yeah, normal chess is pretty good. But yeah, definitely a lot of events happening in the chess 960 space, and also for the the women's Grand Prix, the women's FIDE Grand Swiss is coming up later this year, so plenty of exciting chess there.
Maybe we can switch to the Humpy game now.
Yeah,
because we've had a few moves there, and the advantage for Humpy seems to have increased, not only on the board but also on the clock. This is where we left it, where bishop e3 had been played. Humpy, of course, grabs it, shifts the rook to the 3rd rank, king e7 and knight a3, not knight d2 and knight a3. Because I love knight d2, Rakesh, because it controlled the d2 square. So it was impossible for a black rook to potentially come here and occupy the 2nd rank. But after c6 comes knight c2. This doesn't. Maybe e3 is her target square. Rook d8 now, and the current position looks like it's better for black. The rook is coming to d2. Maybe white does have a counter with rook e2 right now, but b5 is also in the air, and there might be even more gaining space for black. And of course, the bishop can later come to e6 and occupy that wonderful square for black. So as of now, Humpy seems to be doing pretty well, and it's the only game where either side seems to have a decent advantage. Of course, the pawn structure is symmetrical still, so huge chances for a draw, but Humpy, good chances, I would say.
Very true, Sal. Very well put. And the fact that black can play rook to d2 and white does not have anything to challenge it with just shows that why this idea with knight a3, knight c2 was bad. I think ideally, in a dream scenario, Shuvalova wants to play rook e2. Let's just play a show chat. Pawn to f3. Let's say Just we can show arrows maybe.
Hmm.
And then put the knight on e3. That's her whole plan.
Yeah.
But the problem is, even if you play rook to, as soon as you play rook to a2, Humpy plays pawn to b5, and the bishop has nowhere to go, Sahil.
Yeah.
Because there, and yes, traps the bishop.
Absolutely, and not to forget, even if we do manage that f3 move, then knight h5, knight f4. So black has multiple plans here, depending on how white plays this. I would say maybe there are good chances for Humpy here to win 2 in a row, Rakesh. And if that happens, she would likely at least be in second place.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Zujin is going to convert, but what an important win this would be for Humpy. As we know, she's the only player in the Indian contingent who has an outside chance of qualifying to the candidates via the Grand Prix route.
Yeah, and we can see the time on the clock, 36 minutes, so 22 minutes behind Rakesh. I'm sensing a result here.
I fully agree, and this is one game where a result would really boost the chances for the qualification of a player.
Yeah. I almost thought that was Vishy Anand for a second. I don't know why.
What?
Yeah, I almost thought for a second it was Vishy Anand, but not really. And as of now, we can see both the players calculating. Rakesh, do you think sometimes in this middle part of the game, right, players kind of would take more time for their moves just to kind of calculate? It's easier to get distracted and be a bit more relaxed. And this is the phase where people can potentially save a lot more time if they are very, very, very focused.
Yeah, it also depends, on your position, your mood, and if your opening prep has gone well or no. Because if it's gone well, you certainly are more peppy or more chirpy. You want to, have fun. You are excited to get it going. But if the opening has not gone in your favor, you have to dig in deep and start calculating to just equalize the game.
Yeah, talking about calculating, let's shift to the Salome against Divya game again, because white has finally chosen a plan and it involves not the best one, but definitely an ambitious one, the bishop coming to h6. Rakesh, you're just saying that this bishop exchange would mean a bunch of dark square weaknesses for white, potentially. And now what if black just plays queen f6 and says, you know what, my king is still safe, you didn't really achieve much here.
Yeah, I think bishop h6 not the best move. We were thinking of either g4 would have been better than bishop h6, because it's like a null move, because if the queen comes ahead, you can't retreat with bishop g5 because I have queen g6 in time, and suddenly, you didn't achieve anything in the last two moves there as white.
Maybe white has hopes of trapping the queen with knight f4 at some point, but as of now, the trade is offered. You do not want to do this. This is how, Divya ends up winning the game.
Yeah.
The queen has to come back, and now h6 is the move, kicking the bishop back. Bishop has to come to e3, and there can be a threat of knight f4, but black is still okay. I think you can even ignore it, play rook fc8, and if knight f4 does happen, you have queen f6 again, and again offering that trade. Queen h5, b4, and look at the bar go down in black already. And that b5 plan from Divya, absolutely top notch now.
Yeah, if you just look at the camera on the left side, white looks really comfortable there and happy with her position.
Yeah, maybe she has overestimated her chances a little bit, because
I think so, yeah.
bishop h6 is usually a great move, and it still is, but there was definitely better options available there. And Divya maybe might be happy with this now.
Yeah, definitely the advantage has gone down from, plus 0.9 down to 0.35. So that's definitely good news if you're a Divya fan. But Salome looking the more confident and also ahead on time overall.
Okay, so we are close to 300 viewers now as we see Divya thinking in deep thought. 42 minutes for her. Rakesh, what would you say is the time you should have as a player in this time control after 20 moves? What is a safe time to have enough for the remaining moves?
Anything above 45 minutes.
So you would say one should have 45 minutes after 20 moves? Because I don't remember a single game, Rakesh, where players had that time.
No, there are a lot of games. In fact, you play the opening in 10-12 moves very quickly. Then you have about 45 minutes. 45 minutes is like the halfway point. You have 90 minutes at the start. So you need to keep at least for the next 8 moves, you have 45 minutes for the middle game and the later stages of the opening. And then because I want to keep at least, in fact, if not 45, at least 40, because 40th move you get more time. So for the next 40 moves, for the next 20 moves, you need at least 2 minutes a move. That's my calculation, man.
Yeah, Rakesh is good at maths, so I'm not challenging that right now. But I would say it's very, very rare. For example, if you look at all the 5 games, just the clock situation, we keep the same cameras here. In this game, only 18 moves, and I think White is already below that 45-minute mark. In game number 2, if we have a look, White after 16 moves, it has 31 minutes.
Oh yeah.
In game number 3, if you look at this, Black has 32 minutes after 17 moves. If you go to game number 4, both players 44 minutes after 15 moves. And in game number 5, you can see 38 minutes of Black. So one side at least in each game has already, fallen short of that target, Rakesh. And I feel that's why we are seeing time pressure in every game.
That's why we're seeing exciting games and also decisive results in every game, Sahil. And it would be interesting to see the results of these players at the end of day's play. If the players who had less time, did they perform equally well, worse, or better than their opponents?
That's a good point. Take the results, upload to ChatGPT for the last 10 years, analyze the data. You will learn a lot about how to manage time. So that's an experiment for later. But as of now, Bishop h6, Divya, I think, should play Queen f6. Because, the Queen is kind of still on the defense, right? So if you, for example, take the Queen can't really join the defense. If you play Rook f e8 or Rook f c8, trying to bring the Queen via this is taking extra moves for no reason. So Queen f6, very, very normal, just to bring the Queen into the game very quickly.
Yeah, I like Queen f6, and I don't think that it's a very tough move. So Divya is most likely to find it.
Yeah. Chad, by the way, is thinking Divya having a hard time today. Absolutely, I think White has the better position. There's no doubt. But I think her counterplay with b5 seems to be having the desired effect. White got a bit distracted, played a couple of moves like a3 and so on. And even the Bishop h6 plan is not the perfect one.
Yeah, and Donald is saying Zhu's position, though undeveloped, is still considered equal. But Zhu will have so much to say about that. So let's check out a game of one of the fan favorites here.
Yeah.
And the leader of this tournament.
So wait, where's the bishop on the light square bishop? I think we left it somewhere here, right? Knight d2. So bishop f7, knight e4, castles, knight g3, and the bishop comes out to c5, queen e2, and knight b7. The bishops were exchanged, Rakesh, and now knight comes back to e4, and bishop goes to f8, bishop e3. And there's this dance going on between the bishops and the knights. Both knights trying to grab the opponent bishop, but Black is the first one who actually succeeds. So maybe Alina will be quite happy with what she has now, looking at the starting 10 moves.
Absolutely, Sal. I feel if the first hour had not gone in Alina's favor, I think she has made a comeback. And now the position, as you can see, even the bar is in the middle. So it just looks like Black is equalized comfortably. Only worrying thing for her would slightly be the clock. But the long diagonal, the white bishop, the dangerous bishop has been exchanged. And I think Alina is out of the woods here.
But out of the woods, in the last 3 games, she lost in the first round to Polina, drew against Harika in the second game, lost to Munguntuul in the third round. So she needs that one victory. And you know what? Every other player in the tournament right now is cheering for her. They want to see the leader go down so they can catch up. So right now, Alina has a golden opportunity to completely make the tournament wide open.
Of course, but looks tough for any side to actually break through. I think I would predict this game would end in a draw here, Sahil.
No, I am predicting a result. I don't know.
Wow, really?
Yeah, I think a result here, because both players, one is playing so well, 2.5 out of 3, one is 0.5 out of 3. And usually, in my experience, especially in round robin events, the first player ends up losing to the 10th player. They defeat everybody else, but they lose to the last person, and maybe that can happen.
Very good. Look at her last move, Sahil. Maybe she has listened to you and she has played this aggressive move onto f5. And look at Jiner. She's had a look at the clock, kind of confused here with Alina's intentions. Wait a minute. Like, do you want to draw this, or do you want to attack my king? Jiner is confused by Alina's move.
No, I mean, I think that's a very ambitious move. You want to push these pawns, create problems in the. And of course, you're getting more space. Now the question is, knight g5 attacking the rook. What does black have here? Because you cannot really push any of these pawns. I will take the rook, and the queen is attacked. So maybe rook f6, having that scene again, takeover steal somewhere. I don't know what that is, but anyway, rook f6 now. And what does white do now? What is the plan for black and white? It's not clear in this position what's happening.
Yeah, do you go knight g5? And just a simple idea I want to show chat. You can't drop the knight back to d2 or g3, because in both cases black can push the pawn here, and even if you go to g3, it's still the same. And you just if we show the knight coming to g3,
Yeah,
still there is f4 there, and it's going to trap a piece.
Rakesh chat understands this. I mean, they are all GMs in the chat right now. Come on, if you're a GM, say GM in the chat. Let's go. So as of now, f5 on the board. Full pressure on. I would say Zoo right now in this move. She will take her time. She does have the healthy time advantage, so she will utilize that right now. So Rakesh, which game shall we go to? Because all the games are in that phase right now where one side has to take the lead. As of now, this is looking like the day where so far nobody has been able to take a clear edge, which is surprising,
Except Humpy.
but that also I think is like a end game, right? So there's huge chances that ends in a draw. So yeah,
So actually, that brings me to our chat question of the day, Sahil. Will we see our first result of the day, or will we see 200 likes on the FIDE channel first?
I think the first result looks likely. We're at 91 likes.
So you're underestimating chat. Chat, can we prove Sahil wrong? Let's go. Chat, there's a challenge for you. If you can hit the like button and the subscribe button, and if you can get to 200 likes, just 100 more likes, and we have about 300 people watching. So there's a great chance, Sahil, you might be proven wrong.
I would love to be proven wrong, but the players would not like to do so right now in their position. So F5 on the board, and Jiner is in a deep think. So which game shall we go to? I think we can definitely check out the Humpy game for a second. just to see.
please.
With rook d8, she played pawn to a4, so stopping that d5 idea from black. But now that's the move I was wondering about, right? Rook to d2. This is the move I was scared of. That's why I
Why
wanted. And it feels like white's only option should be rook e2 here. Rakesh should try and stop that.
But you just take and grab the pawn on e4.
Ooh, that is just lost instantly. So what is the move then?
I don't know. Rook c1 looks ugly, in a way. This looks bad.
Yeah, rook c1. I mean, how will you ever remove this spin? Will you bring the king to e1? You still can't go rook e2 because e4 hangs. Yeah, this is and what if now bishop e6? Because now I'm removing your bishop and there is no rook e2 anymore.
Yeah, and in that case, let's say king f1. I just play c5 waiting move, for example.
Yeah.
King e1. And I have rook d8 again. Like, my rook is not going anywhere from that square.
And you can't challenge the rook again. And if you try something, fancy with knight d4 check, the problem is I will take with the pawn and the pawn attacks your rook. So you cannot really grab this as well. So
and
nothing.
Style, if I'm being, a little tricky in the last position.
Yeah.
No, just one move back. And I say I want to go rook e2, but the e4 pawn is hanging. So let's play f3.
Yeah.
But then now the g2 pawn hangs.
Yeah. And now
there's like a problem. Whatever Shuvalova does, and I think Sahil Humpy is going to win this.
Yeah, I think she will need time. That's something very important. This will not end in the next 5 moves. This is a long game. So she should keep an eye out on that clock because still 23 moves to go. Rakesh, do you think this will reach the 40th move?
This will definitely reach, but looks like Polina is the one in trouble with only 30 minutes for 23 moves. So it's almost a minute a move there for Polina, and I would be worried if I was a Polina fan.
Yeah, so Divya asking, what's the location in Pune for this event? Rakesh, how can people register?
So yeah, it's the Four Hotel in Amnora town. A couple of firms in Pune, so be careful about that. But if you go to the official website of the tournament, that is Women FIDE Grand Prix /Pune, you will be able to see the registration link. You just have to quickly give a few details and let us know what time you're coming in. and there are all the details there. And yeah, you can also check out the Chess.com India social media page where we have the registration link up for you guys.
Yeah, meanwhile, let's head off back to the game with Salome and Divya because she has played a move and it's not Queen f6. She plays Rook to e8 and another potential chance for White to gain some sort of initiative. Maybe bringing the knight into the game, maybe knight f4, Rakesh. Bring another piece here near the king side might be a good idea.
Yeah, and I feel because Divya has played a slow move, knight f4 is definitely a great option. Sahil, what if I use your idea now of g4?
I really want to play g4. I mean, of course, I want to do this, but I'm sensing somehow that the moment has passed, Rakesh. You can look back at that moment at the things that were supposed to be, but as of now, it feels like this might be too little, too late. So I think maybe the moment has passed. Maybe it's time to kind of just maintain a slight advantage there. g4 also feels quite weakening. Black has created counterplay, and if the a file opens up and the second rank is weak, this can be lost for White long term. So I think
Yeah.
let's keep the king safe and let's go knight b3 or knight f4. Trying to use these squares, this e5, f4, c5, tempting dark squares, especially once the bishops are exchanged.
Very true. And Sahil, it's critical for White to actually be active and threaten something. If White is just relaxed and doesn't do much, this idea of pawn to b4, opening up files on the queen side look great for the Indian player here. So Salome has to be careful about that. And I feel couple of things like the activity and the time pressure for Divya isn't in her favor, but she has about 22 moves for 32 minutes.
Not easy at all. I think it's time to head to the Harika game now. Let's have a look. What happened to our favorite d6 pawn? Is he being captured right now? Is he queening? Let's figure it out. So it's alive. Queen f4 was the move. Queen e8 is where we last left it, and queen f3 from Harika. A very tricky move.
Very tricky.
Very tricky, because I was wondering why can't I just play bishop e5? But suddenly now the queen has moved, and there is bishop h6 directly.
Yeah.
And that can be very, very scary, because after bishop d6, we try to do the same thing. We are looking at those complicated variations. You are simply not in time for b5. Bishop c4 now, Rakesh. And I will take on f8, and then I will take on f7, and you are simply too late.
Very true. It's like a cunning, devilish trap there by Harika. And, in fact, the best move after queen to f3 was to put the pawn on b5. So, you nullify the rook on b1.
And also the bishop on c4. And then you can threaten the same ideas.
But also the bishop comes to the long diagonal via b7. It was like one move that hits 3 stones with one move.
Absolutely. But that stone did have the desired effect, because queen to e5 is a slight error from Vaishali here. Her prep has ended, and chat, focus on that clock on the top right. 21 minutes for Vaishali, and there are 22 moves to be played. Rakesh, chat, I am predicting a Harika victory here. Things are not looking great, because Harika has seen this at home. She understands the structure. She's coming from a win in the previous round. She is better. The f7 point is weak. There's a passed pawn on the 6th rank, and b5 is still not there. And also, I can potentially play bishop at the right moment to gain another tempo. Right now, if you play bishop f4, I think the c3 pawn hangs. So you have to be a bit pragmatic here. But we just rook d1. And if you are, greedy enough to take that pawn, again, you will face that problem, and you will see a bishop get trapped in its own bed.
Yeah, it is definitely a problem there. And I feel, White has been cunning with queen f3. And it looks like Vaishali has taken the bait with queen e5.
Yeah, but I don't even think she's taken the bait. She just couldn't come up with the best. It was difficult, Rakesh, here. I think she's been thinking for a long while. And I personally feel that Vaishali, after playing queen e5, the threat is obvious, queen c3. So maybe rook d1. What does black even do now?
How do you stop d7, Sahil?
Because if you go rook d8, for example, now bishop c4, and again you're one move short and f7 is falling.
So rook d1, let me think. What if I use the move, the engine's best move on the last move, that was b5?
Okay, so b5. First of all, I'm wondering, am I ready for d7? That's the first question. Maybe I am ready even for this because bishop f4, you have to grab the e4 pawn, right? Or the c3 pawn. And then I put the bishop on c7 and I potentially have a passed pawn on the 7th rank with a bishop supporting it. So very, very difficult, I think. And Vaishali has to contemplate all of this in 21 minutes.
That's the toughest part.
Yeah, sometimes you have to think for 25 minutes for one move in such positions, Rakesh. That's how complicated this is. And Harika, if she can go for the critical variations, not back down, like yesterday in a couple of cases that she did, I think she will have a great chance to win 2 games in a row.
Yeah, and Sahil, if you had to predict the result in this game, what would you predict?
Harika wins. I think as of now, things not looking great for Vaishali. If she can come back, of course, that will change matters quite drastically. But as of now, it's heading off in Harika's.
And, we also saw that, Divya, who won the first game and came into the studio for an interview, she won the game next game immediately. And yesterday, Harika was here, and we might have 2-2. So, if you are lucky and if you want to be lucky, do visit us in the studio there.
By the way, I think it's time to switch to the Munguntuul game. When you want a victory, you switch to her board always.
Yeah.
We left it at bishop takes f4, knight takes, and rook takes. This was the position, completely balanced. And I suggested the move bishop g6, and Nurgyul made the same mistake like she did yesterday. She followed my move, which is not a good choice. She plays bishop g6, and there's a question mark. Not surprised. And Munguntuul finds bishop h5. You see how the black king is now stuck. You cannot go queenside because the f7 pawn will be weak.
Correct.
Now she plays rook g8, another mistake. And now white is clearly better. So for example, even if I just take on g6, you take with the rook, how are you castling? The f7 pawn is under attack. This is not looking comfortable at all.
This is a big problem. And if your king can't castle, the rook in the corner is always stuck, and it's like it's home alone.
Yeah,
in a way. And the bishop on f8 has no square to go to. And, white can just keep expanding. Develop the queen on f3 behind the rook. Push the pawn on the left side of the board till the farthest point it can go. It just looks like white is definitely, pushing here.
I agree. And so very, very interesting. 34 minutes, 38 minutes. This will also hit time pressure at some point. So very interesting. Let's switch to some other game for now. By the way, can we go to the Humpy game? Because there is a rook on d2 now. And I've heard that rooks belong on the 7th rank. That's exactly where it is. And 29 minutes for white to figure out the solution to this problem. It's not easy.
Sahil, I have a different question for you. While 350 chat viewers we have who are yet to hit the 200 like button, so do like the stream if you haven't. Sahil, who's in more trouble? Is that Vaishali or Shuvalova in today's game?
It's very interesting, Rakesh, because if you look at Shuvalova, she's playing Humpy. And if you look at, for example, even Vaishali, she's playing Harika. You look at Nurgyul, she's playing Munguntuul. We have the same players who were winning yesterday are winning again.
Oh, yes.
Humpy, Harika, and then Munguntuul. All 3 won yesterday, and all 3 are better today. So that tells me you can look at the momentum shifting. And
Correct.
These 3 players are right after Jiner, who's really thinking, you know what, I have to keep winning. Otherwise, at least one of them, if not more, will catch up with me.
Very true. And I feel Humpy has a great position, and she's also, kind of hoping that Kashlinskaya maybe holds Jiner, which helps her to catch up with Zhu. So definitely things going well. And as you said, Sahil, a very important point about the momentum there.
Yeah, and rook on d2, 27 minutes. Rakesh, are you going to stick with your 2 result philosophy now? Because I can only see 3 results incoming, and
I would like to change my prediction, please.
No, but you can't change. The computer has locked your choice, and now you're in for it. So I'm going to stick to my choice with 4 results. As Humpy thinks, and our opponent is wondering, how am I worse with white in a simple endgame? It can happen when you play against Humpy.
And Sahil, if we can quickly go to the Jiner game, where I see a brilliancy So Jiner had just played an outstanding. We thought the knight was forced to be moved, but look at that! Boom! Bishop c1.
Wow, that's a nice move. And the premise is look at the rook and look at the queen. That will reveal the trick behind that move. If black takes on e4, we can simply take with the pawn. The knight is pinned. In fact, white wins a pawn here. You might take on c3 and you take back, but white is definitely better. Pressure on e5. Some excellent squares available for our pieces here. The fifth rank is waiting to be occupied by the white pieces.
Yeah, and I was not expecting. I thought the knight was forced to move, but that's where Jiner's brilliance comes in, and a very subtle move. But it was the bishop, that was kind of blocking everything. And because Kashlinskaya was, ambitious with pawn to f5, now suddenly that e5 pawn might be weak, Sahil.
Yeah, that's the biggest weakness. And e5, she pushed f5 voluntarily. So she knew the drawbacks of that move, and if something goes wrong, yeah, that's how it is. So as of now, Jiner again putting on the pressure. So we'll see what happens. Maybe it's time to switch games yet again. I'm wondering which game shall we check out first, because there are not many updates as of now in either game, Rakesh.
Yeah, I don't see many, and I'm actually, little bit worried about Vaishali because she's down to 20 minutes. There has been a move. Let's see
Oh,
that
yes.
board.
So rook d1, I think very logical, and Vaishali does find b5 this time, but is it too late? And now very important choice. Do you play bishop f4, trying to push both these pawns? Do you play d7 and say, I have a pass pawn the 7th rank, yay? Or do you kind of do something else? So it's not obvious to me whether the pawn on d7 will be ever pushed to d8, Rakesh. And there are weaknesses in the white's camp. The e4 pawn is weak, the c3 pawn is weak, and long term the a2 pawn can be weak. So if the d pawn doesn't do its job, then black can even take over.
Yeah, that's a great point, Silent. If you could just show the chat why having a pawn on the 6th or 7th rank is crucial than material, just show a sample variation to chat. So bishop f4, queen takes c3, pawn to e5 I'll play, cutting that bishop support so that I want you to capture my queen so that my bishop comes ahead. And now, okay, let's say you play rook b8 or rook a7, doesn't really matter. The point is, this is completely winning.
Yeah.
So rook a7 probably is. Now the question is, I'm a pawn down, I know, but look at my beautiful pawns and look at your bishop that's stuck on g7. Will you take white or black in this position?
No, of course, white. I can already imagine moves like bishop c6, trying to force through this pawn. Even bishop e3, you can take on c5. So multiple options. Even a4, just to kind of, if you take, my rook enters on the 8th rank. So multiple choices. You will have to calculate the best one there. But I think white definitely looks better there, even optically. So the time situation also not helping Vaishali. 20 minutes. This is the current position. Harika right now thinking.
Yeah, and just shows also the form of both the players. Vaishali winless so far. We hope that changes very soon. But 2 draws with the white pieces and 2 losses with the black pieces if she loses this one.
Yeah. By the way, I just had a look at the poll, and people are saying 33% people think Jiner will be leading after this. 24% say Koneru Humpy, and 40% people saying Divya Deshmukh. So
Wow.
Divya is a crowd favorite here, and only 4% Munguntuul. I think that's talk about being underrated, Rakesh.
They are underestimating the Mongol power by Munguntuul there, but I feel, Sahil, there's all 4 of them have a chance. Almost about 2 of them have a close to winning position.
Yeah.
Humpy and Munguntuul, whereas Zoo and Divya have the task cut out so far.
So maybe it's time to also look at the crowd favorites game. Let's have a look of Salome against Divya, because white has just taken the bishop on g7. Finally, that trade happens, and the knight does come out to b3, Rakesh. So white finds that great plan, and maybe the kingside attack will not really succeed right now, but maybe white can play strategically, occupy these squares by the knight. Knight can come to f4 maybe later. So white still seems like she's holding all the cards.
Definitely, even though the bishops have been traded, it looks like white is the more happier of the 2 players, and also I think she is ahead of the clock by about 5 minutes. So 20 more moves to go for both players here. And even though she's a crowd favorite, she's also a big star here in India, Sahil. But things are not looking really great for Divya.
Yeah, very interesting. I had a question for you. So when you're playing an important game, Bobby Fischer, I don't know if this is a story or made up or this is a real story. He said, dress for the
Okay.
job you want. This is a common saying, right? So when you're playing kind of a important game, do you feel like I feel comfortable in slacks playing, waking up and just showing up madness? We've seen him in his favorite hoodies, or do you kind of dress up in, properly and feel motivated that way?
I'm a hoodie guy, so I would
Yeah,
prefer that any day over like a suit or something.
yeah.
But yeah, it's just like they say. I mean, you have to like dress the part sometimes. But I mean, I've played based like mostly online nowadays, so
Yeah.
just used to playing in shorts and something. But it's nice, of course, to have like the FIDE dress code here at the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. It also gives that class the event deserves.
And also, imagine, I show up in a suit and then I blunder my queen. That will not look great.
Yeah.
So that's not really what we want to see. So hoodies are the best for me personally. And as of now, chat looking at the games as well. Divya thinking 30 minutes now. She's falling below the mark. And we are slowly approaching that time trouble phase, Rakesh, where the blunders start. And which game do you want to check? I am thinking let's go to the Humpy game quickly because things have changed drastically. No Rook C1, no Rook C1, no Rook E2. She plays knight to E1, giving up the B2 pawn, bishop E6, knight F3, and rook takes B2. So she will get the E5 pawn in return. But now the white's pawn structure is kind of broken, Rakesh. And I can imagine, this A pawn can be a quick runner, the Usain Bolt of this position.
Yeah, and looks like white is clearly in trouble. If you go to live position side,
Yeah, a couple of moves, 95 played.
Yeah.
And now the only move for advantage Humpy finds is knight to D7.
I mean that's great if you're a Humpy fan. Now the problem is, if I trade knights, let's say, now you don't
Yeah,
take.
I will take the bishop, and
Exactly.
now the knight has to move again. Let's say comes to e5, bishop e6, and why is black better? Because the bishop, we saw this yesterday, Rakesh, right?
Yeah.
Bishop against knight, when you have pawns on two sides of the board, right? King side and queen side, it can basically not only promote its own pawns, it can also stop yours. So now bishop e6, b5 might come at some point. The bishop is set to push its pawns on the queen side.
Correct. And if you just go to the knight d7 position side,
Yeah.
the problem is if if white captures the knight, black recaptures the bishop, and vice versa. If I think you capture bishop takes e6 as white, I think you'll capture my knight on e5.
Yeah.
So whatever I capture, you capture the opposite thing.
And look at the bishop. Where's the bishop's comeback square, Rakesh?
A2 in the corner.
You don't want to play A2. I think A2, bishop A2, for example. I think rook D8, rook D2.
That's game over.
That's game over. If you try to go this path, that also doesn't work. Rook D8 anyways. And your rook on E3 is going to be a bystander as black simply checkmates you or at least wins a few pawns. So I think Humpy has a great winning chance here, and Polina struggling with the white pieces. 20-minute deficit, only 20 moves done, Rakesh. I think Humpy is going to get her second win in a row.
Obviously, I think Humpy is in the driver's seat. Sahil, if knight d7 is not working, and if I can't even take the bishop, what is white's best move here?
Potentially, maybe knight d3, so you kind of avoid either trade for now. You attack the rook. But
Okay.
once I move the rook somewhere, you will have to exchange at least one piece anyways. But at least white is holding on for now.
But then how do you protect the pawn? Like let's say bishop takes bishop, pawn takes bishop. And now again the c3 pawn is in trouble.
Maybe knight e1 and then rook d2, and basically it's just a comparison between this rook and the e3 rook and the knight coming to e5. Look at the knight. Let's say white plays something like king f1, knight e5. Just compare the knights. Just compare the rooks. Clearly, black is better here.
And the kings as well.
And the pawn structure, yeah. The pawn structure, the queen side pawns, easy to create a pass pawn for black. It's not so easy for white.
Yeah, I think Humpy is definitely expected to win this one. And Polina has a task cut out, just 20 moves. to go, but 22 minutes on the clock for her.
Yeah, I think Humpy is likely to take this home, but as of now, maybe it's time to switch games as her opponent has a deep thing because she is struggling right now. So we can go to the game maybe of which game do we don't have any updates in the Harika game. The Munguntuul game has also changed a little bit. I think this is where White had a good chance. She did take on G6. Rook takes G6 and apparently Queen F3. This is the human move, right? Rakesh, you want to play this move,
Yeah.
pressure F7. But how is this a mistake? Maybe Rook G7, yeah? Just defending the pawn.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Queen comes out on a good square, but maybe the silicon monster was suggesting pushing the pawn on the left side of the board, like pawn to A5 to gain space at Alpha 0 style. But yeah, Queen to F3 was like my move as well. And remember, Munguntuul is an option in our poll of the day chat. So we already have 400 votes. But in case you haven't voted, we have 400 people in the chat as well. Just about 110 likes. So if you haven't voted yet, please do vote. And Barsha in the chat is saying Humpy is stronger. But see the vote because maybe he's suggesting, or they are suggesting, Divya has the higher vote at 40%, Jiner at 32%. But I'm really surprised at Munguntuul, the game that we see on the board, just has a 4% fan following there.
Yeah, but I think that might change after today's game if White
I'm
wins.
sure of that.
And I would say let's go for CPHL. Cool people hit like. Let's go. Let's get to 300 likes quickly. And as of now, Rook G7 will be seen very, very quickly. I don't think Black has many other options. So because F7 is about to fall. So as of now, all games are in that zone where people are having their last deep think, Rakesh, before the time pressure. So they're kind of taking that moment to figure out what do I do? Which game shall we go to? Every game looks tempting. Humpy game looks tempting. Divya game looks tempting. Harika game, Munguntuul game, Jiner as well. Black has not responded after Bishop C1. So lots of tension in every single game.
Yeah, no, I think we can check out with the leader because Kashlinskaya has in fact played pawn to H6.
H6. Wow. So preventing knight G5 ideas and simply asking the question, okay, there's not always do you see a knight hanging and White is not removing it and Black is not capturing it.
Yeah, and in the center of the board.
Yeah.
Completely. So, and she's about to play nice. Oh, what? She still doesn't move the right side.
Yeah, Queen C2 played. So
blunder! What?
Maybe not that much of a blunder.
Yeah. I mean, I was just shocked by chess.com showing 2 question marks.
Yeah, that can sometimes happen. I think a producer woke up from his sleep, but as of now, knight to B6 maybe could be an idea. Jokes apart, a producer is a hardworking guy. Knight to B6 maybe, Rakesh, just kind of removing the knight here might be a decent try. Unrevealing the queen's pressure on D3 here. And Black is still struggling on the clock though, so it doesn't look like Jiner is having a clear advantage. And of course, these F and E pawns might be very, very strong long term. They can create these E4 ideas, and also the bishop can later come to a C5 again. Yeah, the spot it wants to be on.
Yeah, and one more thing Black has to be worried about is her clock situation. Not looking really good time wise because 20 moves to go at just 23 minutes left there.
Yeah.
And as she returns to the board, we would expect a quick reply from her because otherwise she'll be in severe time pressure.
Vaishali is really good in time trouble. I don't rule out a comeback here, says Henrik. I absolutely agree. I think the position itself is ripe for a comeback. It's very, very sharp. So one mistake from Harika, for example, if you go to that game, can give Vaishali a chance. And also Harika is having a deep thing. So the time advantage she had is dwindling very quickly. And the bar also coming down, as we can see. The deep pawn is all she has. And Black is setting up perfectly for counterplay. Pressure here. Is the deep pawn enough?
I think so. I really want to play that line with Sahil, which we showed you, bishop f4, queen c3 and pawn to e5. I really hope that happens on the board because it's an exciting line with all 3 results possible there.
Yeah. You can see Vaishali calm as a cucumber though, yeah. Not a single, inch of stress there, and Harika is the one who looks more stressed because she is the one who has to find these moves, right? And black's moves are kind of obvious, Rakesh. Bishop b7 or rook d8, very obvious, but somehow the white moves are not so clear.
Yeah, I think we let Harika think about this move, but we should head into the board 2 clash between Polina and Humpy because Polina has made a mistake, Sahib.
Knight takes d7, Rakesh. You know what? Practically, that really makes Humpy's task much easier now because after bishop takes c4, knight e5, bishop e6, the bar might say it's minus 1.6, but I guarantee you, if you leave it on for longer, slowly it will move on to -2 and a winning position for black. The pawn structure is broken here. Three separate pawns here. The kingside pawns are not far advanced. Black has gained space here as well, and the rook is super active. I think we're going to see a Humpy victory, and look at the clock just to compensate that. I'm 41 versus 18 minutes. I think this might be not a simple one, but a very smooth victory for Humpy.
Yeah, but she's still thinking she has to remember capture the bishop on c4 in the live position.
Yeah.
So that's an important recapture.
By the way, 400 people watching now. Let's like the stream as we might see the first game. We are going to have a result. Although white looks pretty relaxed on camera, I can tell you she's facing an internal battle in her head right now. She understands that this position is worse and she will try to defend it.
And while Humpy is thinking, we might also have a very special guest, a Grandmaster, joining us here for the commentary, Sahil.
Oh wow, Sahil Blower, is it?
No. Sahaj is, I think, preparing to get back to 2500. So let's take a quick break as we'll be joined by Grandmaster soon. Welcome, chat. We have a very special guest, Grandmaster Harshit Raja, from joining us from Grenke Chess. He is a Grandmaster from the city of Pune, where the event is happening. Welcome, Harshit Bhai.
Hello, Rakesh Bhai and Sahil Bhai. I was watching your stream. It's so exciting to join you guys because the games have been so exciting, like so many results, and even today I think that we are going to see at least 3 decisive games.
Absolutely. And Harshit bhai, we were wondering यहाँ पे GM चाहिए था तो हमने कहा 2 + 3 5 हो जाएगा, but वो हुआ नहीं. That didn't happen. So as of now, we've gotten a Grandmaster now. Harshit, you've been following the games. Who are the players that have impressed you the most?
Jiner has been so impressive so far. And Humpy also played a really nice technical game yesterday. Even today, I think that she is going to win. My prediction is that she will win with the black pieces. She has also been very impressive. And in general, like the players have been playing such fighting games.
Yeah. That's a great point. And Sahil, there are many exciting games. I would like to ask Harshit, which game should we dive into?
Yeah, we'd love to get his predictions. Also, the number of results. We have a daily exercise trying to guess how many results we're going to have. Can we potentially have the bird's eye view if it's possible? You can just go game by game. Yeah, that also works.
Yeah, that's why Harshit, pick a game.
Okay, let's start with the leader. Let's start with Jiner.
Yeah, okay. Let's go. And this is the current position. Harshit, you've arrived. And Jiner, you mentioned how good she is. And apparently her opponent has made a slight error that we can see with the question mark. And then seems to be a only move d4.
Wow. I mean, the position looks kind of very dangerous for black. The rook on f7 is pinned because of my queen on b3. The knight on c6 is forced to defend the pawn on e5. And somehow it feels like this move bishop c1, which was incredible, by the way.
Yeah.
I think after that, even though the position was equal, black was so surprised कि ये क्या हो गया? Like, how did bishop c1 happen?
Yeah.
And now queen b3. Why is d4 so good, by the way? e4?
Yeah, e4, and apparently there is knight h5, which is very, very strong. But it's not obvious why, Rakesh, at first glance.
I'm also not very sure. And Harshit, we have a grandmaster. So Harshit, I would like you to explain why this position looks so strong for white.
Usually you welcome the guests first, feed them something. Rakesh directly getting to the job.
Yeah, I mean, Harshit has been having a blast commentating at the freestyle chess with Magnus and so many top men open players. And now we would like to hear more about his thoughts on the top women players in the world.
No, I mean, Jiner has, I think she's one player whom we might even see in the World Championship cycle soon. I think queen e7, d5 is a big problem because the pawn on e4 is pinned to the queen on e7 by the rook on e1. And knight e5, maybe we can even consider knight d4. Because knight takes... But I thought knight d5, knight f5 is there. But maybe the knight on h5 is weak. So d5, knight e5. How does white do it? Knight takes e5, queen takes e5. And perhaps bishop f4.
Wow. Knight on h5 is
by the way, queen e8, queen e8 runs into some cute tactic. Maybe d6, yeah?
Yeah, the knight on b6 is loose, Sahil.
Yeah, and lots of pins there. Some pins here on the pawn, some pins on the rook. The knight is just dancing around. It can hop into some random squares at some point. Bishop h6 might work. Knight loose. So very, very difficult position, I feel.
Think she'll find it?
I think so. She's been in good form here, Sahil.
Yeah, so I think we can all predict that Jiner will win. I think we can all agree.
Yeah, so that's one result, Rakesh and Harshit. So let's expect a result here. What do you expect in the other games? So let's say if you go to Salome against Divya, I think this is a very very, very normal position, I would say. No crazy tactical battles here. And pawn to f4.
Yeah, it looks like the tables have turned, Harshit. Black looks better suddenly.
Because look at the square on e4 for the knight on d6. The knight will jump to e4. at some point rook g8 will happen, king
Yeah.
h7,
Yeah.
and black is going to start launching a brutal attack on the white's king. Rook g6, the other rook coming to g8. I think Divya might be continuing her strong run, even though she lost yesterday. She's 2 out of 3, and if she wins this, she's on a very good position to fight for the podium.
It's very interesting, right? Why f4 from white? You have such a good square for the knight, and why would you give the e4 square back, Harshik? Is there some logic behind white's move?
I mean, Divya is so tricky. She's threatening queen g5, and she basically forced her opponent to somehow control the g5 square. h4 would have been maybe nice, but then your queen on h5 has no square literally. So I can imagine rook g8, knight e8, knight f6,
Queen is
and
trapped.
Yeah. Wow.
maybe that's why h6 was such a nice, so this just shows that Divya provoked white to make a mistake.
Yeah.
And if we go to the live position style,
Yeah,
a couple of
f4.
moves happened.
King h7, your move, Harshit, and now knight c5, rook g8, exactly as you said, and this is the current position. The tables have turned, Rakesh, as you mentioned, and now we might see doubling up of the rooks. The knight will come to e4. White also has some good squares for his knight, for her knight, but somehow I feel black is now leading the charge.
Yeah. Harshit,
Yeah,
your
because where is the
prediction
white
for this
knight
game?
going?
Yeah. Sorry, Harshit, we didn't get that. And your prediction for this game?
I mean, after f4, I think black is going to win. Like rook g6, rook g8. I don't know what the knight on c5 is doing, because the pawn on e6 is quite well protected. I think after f4, the tables have turned, and Divya, who of course everyone is rooting for her in this event, because she had 2 tough events in the start of the year, but I think this event might be the one when she gets the breakthrough.
Yeah, Tata Steel and Prague Challengers was both tough for her, and this is like in her state, Maharashtra, here in India. And Harshit, you are from Pune, this city where we are having the event. Any thoughts on like having like the women's Grand Prix event in your city?
No, I mean, this is amazing. The last time we had an event of this stature was in 2013 or 15, or when the World Juniors
Junior.
Championship happened.
Yeah. You were a player in that event.
Yes, I was playing that, and it's so nice to see. I also saw the opening ceremony. I also see you guys there. It's an absolutely amazing organization that I can see from the pictures, and now that I've joined, so I'm very excited, and I'm hope that more events like this can happen in Maharashtra, because we have so many grandmasters here.
Absolutely. And while Jiner, if she wins, it's our Indian players, both Divya and Humpy, who have to, keep up with her. So let's dive into Humpy's game, where I think she's better, Harshit. What do you think?
I saw the position when rook d2 happened, and after that, can I just see like what were the moves?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. So knight e1 happened, and bishop e6, knight f3.
She gave up
Basically, the b2 and the e5 pawns were traded off.
f3.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Knight e7
Mhm.
takes, and she took the bishop, and this is the current position now.
Yeah, I mean, the pawn on a4 is going to be such a long-term weakness. I mean, once black goes rook c2 now, I'm pretty sure that will happen.
Rook where, Harshit?
And then c2.
Rook is already on c2, I think.
Yeah, rook c2, knight c5, it's
Yeah.
turn.
Knight c5.
Rook c2, knight c5 happened. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So b6 now. Do you think I should go into the rook endgame? But I don't want to give up my bishop on e6.
Harshit, I was thinking, what if,
But bishops.
if we have to give the bishop, why not start with b5 so that you have this a passed pawn?
Nice. b5 is a nice idea. So that ab5, cb5, and then if you don't take, I'll put bishop c4 and a4.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly. And Harshit, you of course have played so many events. What are your thoughts on these players having just about 15-20 moves for 20 moves to reach the time control? How tough is it at the highest level to play in time pressure?
So, I mean, in freestyle, it makes sense that the players were thinking a lot in the first few moves, but I'm a bit surprised that Polina thought for so long in the opening, and Humpy got a very comfortable position. Like after the queens got traded, maybe I feel Polina, what happened with her was that maybe she wanted to play solidly or for a draw, but things just went south, and Humpy has a nice time advantage. It's not enough. I mean, the thing is that this endgame is going to be very unpleasant for white.
Yeah.
I feel like Humpy has also so much experience. You know, like we have been using this name Humpy for so long in the top chess. She keeps on winning tournament after tournament, and if she wins this, who knows? Yeah, maybe she's back in the candidate cycle.
That would be amazing, actually. And Harshit, we've looked at 3 games so far. We are predicting 3 results there. So, so it's 100% hit rate. And maybe we have a move actually. B5 played by Humpy. So fire on the
Wow,
board.
Rakesh bhai.
I mean, I think it's like past pawns should be pushed. We've heard this, right? So just let's get going. And Harshit, you mentioned Humpy's longevity. So just a fun fact for everyone in chat is like, Humpy became a grandmaster even before Divya was born. So it's just a crazy stat.
That's incredible. And I feel like commentators have nothing to lose, so we can just predict a result in all the games because we want drama.
Of course. And even I think chat loves it. Like the viewers watching love to see bloodshed and action on the board, like us.
I think this has been the highlight, right? So when time pressure hits, we've seen mistakes and a bunch of results. That's really made all the games very interesting. And Harshit, B5 on the board. And if we switch to the Harika game now, where also suddenly we have seen a couple of mistakes, and Vaishali is now apparently better, but the
Wow.
D pawn still exists on the board.
So, Harshit, when did you last see this position? Till which move?
So Rook D1, and then I did not expect B5, but it makes sense because how else could Black stop D7? Yeah, so B5 seems quite strong actually.
And while we're trying to get Harshit's camera fixed, Harshit, B5, Bishop F4, Queen takes C3 is what Sahil and I were analyzing. Now E5 was pretty strong. Idea is to cut off the bishop support to C3. If you just play E5, Queen takes F3, Bishop takes Queen, Rook A7, and everything. I like White's position here.
I mean, Bishop F4, Queen C3, E5. This looks really good for White. But what happened in the game?
She played Rook D3 though. She did not find E5. And now Black played Queen A5. Apparently D7 was another hope there, but she played Rook D1, putting all her arsenal behind that D pawn. But is it really going to Queen? What if Black plays just Bishop D7?
I think Harika was trying to push here, but Harshit, would you be worried if you are a Harika fan here?
If White has put all of her rooks on the D file and is trying to push D7, can I not just go Bishop D7 now?
Exactly. Exactly. And now it's almost impossible to dislodge that bishop. Yeah, my bishop on E2 is nowhere close as of now to remove it.
Yeah, and Black goes C4, Black goes C3. I mean, he has his own connected pawns on the queen side, and maybe, White had to push E5, and now I feel like if Black finds this move,
she goes on the other diagonal.
Wow. So D7 now, and suddenly White is better.
Yeah. And producer, can we go full screen on the players for a second? Just want to see the time situation. Also, only 14 minutes for 18 moves, Harshit, for Vaishali.
I think that's the.
I think
Yeah, Harshit.
I don't know why Bishop B7 was chosen. I'm trying to figure out. Maybe she wants to go F5 at some point.
But that's too aggressive, yeah?
Yeah, but why, how else can we explain Bishop B7? Because Bishop D7, although is a bit passive, at least you make sure that the pawn on D6 is not pushed to D7. And if the pawn on d6 doesn't move, then what is my rook on d1 and d3 doing there?
Yeah. They should be in red actually. I don't know whether red color is not able to find it, but yeah, these looks do not look impressive.
And then Harshit's idea of that c4, c3
Yeah.
is too strong for black. And I think black would have, managed to be pushing. But after bishop b7, I think it's the computer suggesting just push the pawn to d7.
Just push the pawn. And it's a topsy-turvy game. Yeah, they are already in like the rapid portion of the game. So we are seeing the players making some inaccuracies, but this is what makes it exciting. I mean, if chess was played perfectly, we all know it was going to end in a draw. But this is exciting. The nerves where white has this connect, like, a very advanced pawn on d7, but black still has some counterplay with c4. Rook d8 now perhaps is going to happen. And although engine says white is better, I think it's all three results. So this one game, I cannot predict who's going to win or who's going to lose or draw.
But Harshit, is it going to be a result though?
I think, how can I not say a result? Because how can you expect this game to end in a draw? It's so much imbalance.
We see Harika pushing the pawn d7 on the board.
Wow.
Yeah, d7 pushed. That's a good move.
Very interesting. So 4 games so far, 4 results likely. And if we can get Harshit's opinion on the final game, Munguntuul, Harshit, have you checked out her games? She's been very, very impressive. All 3 results so far, 2 wins, 1 loss. And she has great in the opening. She uses her time very well and just destroyed a couple of her opponents. And what do you make of this game? I think this is the current position: knight d2, bishop e7, and queen to e2.
So I will say I was a bit surprised by this move.
Camera. Yes, Ashwin, go on.
I was a bit surprised by this move f4 because it gave away the dark squared bishop on d2. But maybe Munguntuul thinks that the pawn on f7 is very weak now. And she goes bishop g6, bishop h5, trying to exchange those bishops. She exchanges it, and then queen f3, knight d2 as the last move. It kind of visually feels quite good for white because f7 ka pawn is so weak. I cannot move my king on e8.
Yeah.
Looks good for white, no, guys?
And just this, because you can't castle because of the f7 pawn, even the rook on 8 is just inactive.
Yeah, and there were sirens that were running here. Maybe it's for black's position, yeah. Or
It is. And,
okay, bishop e7 is good, though.
Yeah. Bishop g5, trying to eliminate a few pieces, maybe.
Maybe we are too harsh. Maybe we are too harsh about black's position because bishop g5 is a very nice resource, trying to attack the rook on f4. And if I go h4 myself, then the g3 squares become very weak.
Yeah.
So bishop e7 was quite nice. And who is black? Nurgyul. Okay.
And white, by the way, 18 minutes, black has 16, and both still have to play 20 moves. So ripe. This position also ripe for some mistake from either player.
For sure.
I would say all 5 results are also possible, Harshit. What do you think about that?
Completely. And I will say one important point that without the light squared bishops for white, the dark squared bishop on e7 does become a bit more powerful because now, whenever we go into a minor piece endgame, white has these pawns on b2, c3, d4, e5, which are quite prone to be attacked by that bishop.
True. Yeah.
But 20 minutes each, and it's going to be very exciting to see if Munguntuul continues to keep the streak of her decisive games in this event. Because as you guys said, so far she's had 3 results, yeah?
Yeah. So very, very interesting. Salimova in a deep think. And maybe we should head off once into Divya game because a couple of moves. No changes there still, yeah? Maybe I just hallucinated there. Rook g6 is the last.
Yeah, Rook g8. And I think Melia just trying to think, like, what have I done to my position? Because black wants to go Rook g6, Rook g8.
Yeah.
I mean, white can defend passively with Rook e2, but it just seems like the kind of position where you expect black to somehow crash through, right?
Hmm. And you mentioned very nicely, the knight on c5 looks very great, right? But it's not really doing much in the position.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
a
I mean, one
paper
of my
tiger.
Russian coaches said, yeah, exactly. Rakesh Bhai.
Yeah,
Exactly. It's a paper tiger.
true. That is very
It
much
looks
possible.
really strong, but doesn't do anything.
And of course, that knight on d6, Sahil can get into two critical squares, c4 and e4 as well. And very if we can just show a fancy variation to the chat. So rook g6, let's say rook f1 by white,
Mhm.
rook g8, just a few random moves,
Right.
Harshit. Rook f2, knight e4,
Uh-huh.
white captures. I capture with the S pawn.
Mhm.
Let's just you play king h2 for example, and then black plays the other pawn to f5 or f6.
Six,
Sorry,
the rook
it
actually.
traps the rook. So the rook is not happy if it's like encircled by all pawns.
Yeah, what is the white rook doing on e5? I mean, I want my minor piece there. I want my knight there. Why is the rook there?
Yeah, so if we come to live position, maybe Melia wants to play knight d3 and knight e5. Harshit?
But did she go rook e5 or what was her
Yeah,
last
it's
move?
like rook into e5, capturing the knight, and rook g6, and it's white's turn again.
I mean, maybe this is even borderline, like
Lost?
borderline strategically lost. Yeah, because rook g6, rook g8. At some point, black also has this minority attack with b4. Don't forget
Yeah.
about that. Yeah, like b4,
Yeah.
and I
yeah.
can even play on both sides of the board.
Harshit, one more thing in Divya's favor is just 12 minutes for Salome for 16 moves.
No, I think that Divya, in her home state, also feeling very inspired. I think it's going to be hard to stop her.
Hmm.
By the way, you know how quickly the things turn, because I was watching in the opening and we were saying that this position looks quite good for white with the pawn on f3 stopping the knight on e4, and then suddenly kya ho gaya?
Oh, it's like shifted fully. And another game which is shifted 180 is the leaders game. Jiner, if you can go there, Harshit, crazy action because pawn to d4 and look at the current
Then
position g5. Yeah, if you just go there
what?
quickly.
d4 g5 happened.
Yeah, c4 g5. What are your thoughts on this, Harshit?
e4?
Yeah, d4, e4, knight goes to h5, the queen drops to e7 back, and now knight comes to f4. The e pawn is still pinned by the rook. So now rook d6 and now c4 from white. And instead of, that c5 pawn is coming for a fork, so now g5 from black.
Oh la la. This is getting really intense now because white can push c5 as well. He can even go knight d. Okay, c5 is the most logical. I'm hitting your rook on d6.
Yeah.
So
And
I
it's
guess
on the
you move
board.
your rook somewhere.
Harshit,
Oh, she takes on
c5
f4
played.
now.
Wow.
And gf4 played on the board.
g4 played in just 30
GF4.
seconds, Harshit.
This is insane. I think Kashlinskaya either realizes that she's in big trouble and needs to sacrifice, or she missed something.
I think it's the latter, Harshit, because c takes d6. We capture the rook. Black cannot recapture with the pawn because the b6 knight is loose. After queen d6, what does white do, Harshit?
Queen. I mean, my knight on f3 is hanging, so I guess knight e5 is quite logical.
Okay.
Knight takes e5, d takes e5, queen takes e5, and maybe black has some compensation here.
The engine disagrees and says white is winning by 2.5 after rook to d8. Only winning move, Harshit.
And if king g7...
Only winning move. Okay,
Yeah,
that means
king g7 and now the
maybe
beautiful
Kashlinskaya missed this move.
Yeah.
And now king g7, bishop d2, bishop c3 coming in on the long diagonal, pinning the queen, and that is lost. And Jiner can go into sole lead with 3.4, Harshit, if she finds this. And do you think she'll find this,
And
Harshit?
the thing is, when you win when you have 2.5 out of 3 points, no matter what the position is, you feel like you're going to win.
Yeah, and it's also like in reverse. Kashlinskaya, who's on 0.5 out of 3, no matter if you think you play a good game, you will end up, in some worse position.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, so I think psychologically and also in terms of momentum, Jiner is doing really well. This idea of rook d8, maybe it's not that easy to spot from a distance, but as soon as the position comes on the board, it becomes quite easy. And I think Jiner, look at the focus that the both players are having there. I think that Kashlinskaya realizes she's in trouble and Jiner realizes she has a win. So I think we are going to see this variation happen.
By the way, Harshit, you are absolutely on point. If we can switch to the Harika game, bishop b7, d7, f5 is on the board, and apparently that's a mistake. Not so clear why, but at least Vaishali's plan is followed up as intended. But how does Harika now kind of take the edge?
Okay, that makes sense. This f5 move is really super logical, and the question is what white does, because black has a very clear threat of taking the pawn on e4 and queen g3. Oh, what a move! Trying to go bishop c7
and promoting the pawn, Harshit. Wow,
this is over. Oh my god, what a move! Queen g3 found by Harika.
And 6 minutes for Vaishali,
And
so she
maybe
doesn't have much time to contemplate here what to do.
I feel
so
that
f takes
time.
e4, bishop c7, maybe e takes d3 is what Vaishali was counting on, but no, I don't think this is what white wants.
Yeah,
Not this, because if you just continue, Sahil, there, a cool variation for chat is bishop a5,
yeah.
de2. Now rook e1 fails to bishop d4 check, king in the corner, and rook f1, and it's a black pawn that's going to queen early. So Harshit, maybe
Yes, this will be.
bishop e4, maybe Harika plays rook d6 first. Sorry, bishop e4.
F takes e4. So we attack.
Bishop e4, sorry, and now rook d6, Harshit.
No, but fe4 is what black will do, right?
Yeah, fe4 is also possible, and then I feel still the same, maybe rook d6. I feel, Harshit,
And what's your idea?
just bishop g5 and promote. White is all in on this d7 pawn.
White is all in, and I think that this move rook d6 that you mentioned is what Vaishali underestimated, because bishop c7 does lose to this cool idea that we showed for f takes e4, e takes d3, and I think Harika has spotted it because of the speed with which she played queen g3.
Again, 24 minutes versus 4 minutes 20 seconds for Vaishali. Harshit, I feel this is going to be a win for Harika, and that is why, like, once you joined, you were suggesting black to play bishop d7 and stop the pawn on d6 itself, correct?
Yeah, that pawn, I feel, had to be stopped. Sahil, what do you think? Will Harika convert this?
No, I think looking at the time, there is no chance. I mean, the d pawn is just too strong. Yeah, I mean, if she's seen rook d6, but even not rook d6, even rook d2 is apparently better for white. So if that is working for Harika, I think this just means it could be curtains. By the way, f takes e4. You are absolutely correct. On the board, attacking the rook. She's hoping for bishop c7 here. Yeah.
Okay, this is a key moment right now. So I'll stick for this key moment and see what Harika does. And after this, I'll take your guys' leave, because I'm very excited what she will do now. Either rook d6 or rook d2.
Wow. And Harshit, by the way, how was it meeting the greatest chess player of all time?
I mean, it's unbelievable. Like, because we thought that only in classical chess he has like his basically dominance, but even in this freestyle event, he completely dominated and won the event. So it was an incredible experience. And here now there is this Grenke Open, which is the biggest, with 3,000 players playing. So, and
So,
Magnus
are
is
you
also playing here.
playing
So
in Grenke or are you commentating?
I'm playing.
Oh, nice, nice. Awesome. We
Yeah.
wish you the best, but let's just stick. And I know you have to go, but your predictions, do you think Harika is converting this?
So Rook D6 makes quite a lot of sense to me, because Rook D2, I'm a bit, scared of Bishop D4 check, because I don't want my Rook to be completely blocked. I know that I can probably even take on D4 and have good chances, but or maybe even just King H1 is good enough. But somehow it just feels like I don't want to block my rooks like that. So Rook D6 feels more natural in a way.
Yeah.
Good point. I think Harika has time, yeah. And yesterday also, I think she took her time to find the best move, and she will not hurry at all. F takes E4, as you mentioned, critical moment.
What you guys like? How has it been there? Like, what's the most exciting player so far that you think has been playing there?
I think,
Yeah,
okay,
Sal,
sorry.
go ahead. Sal.
No, I think it's like it's hard to pinpoint, right? So every day we have a couple of games which just blow our mind. That's kind of the feeling here. We have results, and even now, all 5 results are possible. So that tells you it's very hard to choose, Harshit. It's like choosing one of 5, strongest players in the world.
I mean,
Yeah.
Vaishali had this heartbreak against Divya, but it will be very interesting to see how she takes it, because I know many players, including myself, who would have really struggled to come back from a loss like that. But Vaishali is very mature, and also she drew the next game, so she wasn't. It seems like she wasn't badly affected by that game. So will be interesting to see if she does come back well, because she's one player that I've always thought is really strong. But somehow, I'm waiting for her to make that big leap and break 25-50 or something like this. So far, she has not done so, but I think we'll soon see that from Vaishali.
We hope so.
Oh.
We hope for the same, but Harika was about to move and she didn't.
Fine. This has happened multiple times since yesterday. Harshit, would love to get your opinion here. So Harika has hesitated. In fact, we got her here
Uh-huh.
in the studio, and she mentioned she had an obvious move, but somehow convinced herself that there was a cleaner way which didn't exist. So, what could be the reason for indecision when you've come up with a good move? She kind of thinks for a better one, and somehow doesn't find the best continuation there.
Was she thinking? Was she about to touch the bishop? Because I hope not.
No, Rook D2. Wow.
Oh, D2 played. Wow. Wow. Okay. Also completely winning, right?
Yes.
Yeah, completely winning. Just 4 minutes on the clock. And Anjit, just before you go, a quick question, because we are at the Women's Grand Prix, and I know we've had a lot of discussions about the Chinese domination, especially in the women's section. Your thoughts on Zhu Wenjun becoming the Women's World Champion for a record fifth time?
I was closely following this match, and after the second game, when Tan Zhongyi took the lead, I was like, okay, this match is going to be so interesting, because of course Zhu and Jun was the slightly more experienced player, but after that, it's as if Tan Zhongyi just could not believe that she's taken the lead in the World Championship match, and maybe that experience of already being the world champion just was too big, because Tan Zhongyi could not withhold the pressure, and Ju crushed her, 7.5, 2.5, or something like this. And I think this just shows that we need to catch up to these players, and this Grand Prix event happening in India is a great start to that, because we've had Howie Fan, we've had Tan Zhongyi, we have Jiner who's playing here, but at the same time we also have 4 of our top players fighting in this Grand Prix. So maybe with slightly more experience and opportunities to play events like this, I'm sure I can say this for sure, that in the next 5 years we will have one Indian world champion.
Yeah, definitely. And Harshit, before we let you go, very, very important. If you had to make a prediction on, let's say, two players who could win this event, who would you name?
I'm going to go with Jiner as someone who's very young and who's been very promising. And the second one, I'm going to go with Humpy. I mean, the way she is playing even right now, I feel like her class is still there, and if she plays anywhere close to her peak, I think that it's going to be impossible to stop her. So I'm going to say Jiner and Humpy are going to be my two predictions to win this event.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Harshit, for your predictions
Thank
and
you
your
guys.
time. And it's almost 500 people on the FIDE channel and the Chess.com India channel. We wish you all the very best for your event in Grand K Chess. And we hope to have you soon again.
Thanks a lot, guys. I'm very excited to see the games, and hope to join you guys soon. You guys are doing great.
Looking forward to a new picture with Magnus. Bye bye. Take care.
Take care.
So finally, a grandmaster on the panel, Rakesh.
Very true. And can we go full screen on this? Just 1 minute. I want to see the players' reaction, Sahil. Just 1 minute for.
Why do we have these on now? I think we don't need them anymore. But now it looks quite different. Now we feel like it's too silent. The earphones were definitely. Okay, you took them off at the right time, Rakesh.
I hope chat didn't listen to that. And Vaishali has just 1 minute, 40 seconds, Sahil. What is she going to play to Rook D2?
She has to play something. She plays Rook A D8, Rakesh. But now the main idea of Bishop C7, just forking Queen and Rook, seems to be working. There might be even Bishop G4 working, just defending the D7 pawn, preparing Bishop E6 check. White can take this slow, White can take this fast, and that's a great liberty to have here. With 1 minute for Vaishali, I think this might be the first game to finish, although there's at least one more contender there, and that is the Jiner is also there. Are 3 contenders.
What?
We might have 3 games finished in the next 10 minutes, chat. Let's have a look at all 3 of them. This one seems like Harika is winning. One look at the Humpy game. We saw B5 on the board. Knight E6 happened. Pawn takes E6 happened. Now E5 played. B4 takes, and black has 2 connected pass pawns. That A pawn looks. It's like me on the panel when you and Harshit are analyzing. Yeah, looks okay, but not doing much. And now this is the current position. I would just go C4, just push the pawns, not think about anything, and this is a improvement.
Yeah, and the pawn on A6 is just alone and lonely, whereas the C5 and the B4 pawn are happy, one big happy, like going ahead with its best friend. Go to match C4, B3, and what an amazing play by Humpy throughout the game. And it would be amazing to have Humpy, in our studio if she wins this game. And Sahil, 2 wins on the bounce, and I think Humpy is going to win, Jiner is going to win, and Harika is going to win.
This looks amazing, and not to forget, going to the Jiner game, she found all those moves. So
no, it was a blunder. It didn't happen.
Okay. Bishop F4. Oh, Rook D4 she played. Yeah. Wow. Knight D4, Rook D4.
You'd love to get the Zoo and Alina's camera there.
And C5, and this is the current position. I don't know what happened there exactly, but it seems like a blunder. And as of now, Jiner is completely winning. And to be honest, Alina, who's going to possibly go to 0.5 out of 4, will be heartbroken at this point. And it's very hard to take such a loss. Yeah, you really need that victory under your belt to get some confidence.
True.
And this is not really helping.
And Sahil, I think out of all the games, Humpy's position, this position looks very clear. The opponent has no iota of counterplay here.
Yeah, Rakesh again flexing his maths there as usual. But one thing is pretty accurate. The calculation for Jiner has been absolutely on point, Rakesh. No clear mistakes there. That Bishop C1 move was just a cherry on the cake. Just look at this move. Bishop C1. Most people would just move the knight by auto reflex, but Bishop C1. And this is what led to all of this. Rook D8. The rook is pinned, Rakesh. The bishop is pinned. What else will be pinned now? It's just really looking depressing.
Yeah, it just looks completely one. Sahil, more importantly, the tournament leader extending her lead until, Humpy or Divya catch up, or even Munguntuul for that matter.
I think the Humpy game might be the first to finish. Let's head off in that direction, because after A6, C4 was played, even though I think Zuzhan is winning, there might be a couple of complications there coming up. But this one is elementary, Rakesh. I'm going to play B3. I'm going to play B2. I'm going to give you this check and you resign. So I really don't know if Polina has a defense here, at least a practical try. I don't see it. Do you see anything, Rakesh?
I don't think so. Let me try something like Rook A4, Sahil. You push the pawn.
Yeah, I push B3.
Rook goes behind the pass pawn. Rook B4.
Okay. Can I just play B2 now? Is it possible?
Yeah, even that looks. I mean, I was just trying to throw in a check, but you just go back.
Yeah, I will not allow you to, come King F8, Rook check. I will not allow that. I will go King E8. I don't know, King D8. Is that possible? Oh, apparently, Rook F3 threatening mate. Yeah, so
that's the
wow. Yeah,
that's perpetual.
Yeah, you have to be careful. So King E8, the only move, but it seems to.
And she plays Rook A4. Same idea. And the whole idea is like I just will give Rook B7 if you show the chat.
Yeah.
Pawn to B3, Rook B4, Pawn to B2, give a check. Now I'm hoping for you to play King D8 or King F8, allowing me the draw. King E8 only move, and once you play this, I will resign the game. And maybe that is what we will see because Humpy has pushed the pawn to B3.
By the way, Humpy has seen all of this. 47 seconds taken to B3. She has seen the entire variation. The game is about to end, possibly in the next 2 minutes. Humpy looks confident. She's calculated till the very end. And this is a sign of a very, very strong plan. That means 2 wins for a row for Humpy. And right now, she would be the leader, Rakesh, because Zuzhan's game is not over.
And we see a move by Polina. She's played King H2. That's like a null move, right? There's no plan. Just getting out of the Rook C1 check. That's about it.
Yeah, but I think this doesn't help. Potentially just B2 anyways. I don't know what the plan is after B2 there. She was avoiding Rook C1 and D1 with tempo, right? So that's what she's avoiding. But what happens on B2, Rakesh? Is there a twist in the tail?
No, because Rook E1, if I drop down, you also come with your Rook to the first rank. Yeah. That's game over. So I have to put the Rook behind the pass pawn.
Yeah. Oh, wow. So C3, if you try to go all in, then Rook B7 is apparently a draw, Rakesh.
That is what I think Polina is hoping because now King E8, let's just show that line. Yeah. Now I have enough time to go Rook there. Yeah. Now you go Rook C1 to try and promote the pawn. Rook goes to the 7th
and you have a new queen, but I will just not this, this Rook actually.
Yeah, because if the king goes to H8, let's show that.
Yeah.
The queen controls that square in the corner.
Wow.
That's the nice geometry there. So in fact, Sahil, you check with the other Rook this time.
Yeah.
Keep checking, keep checking, check.
And very important, there is a pawn on A6.
Yeah. Because if king goes on the left, then check.
Oh no, this is not really winning apparently. It's Rook C, D7.
Yeah, that's like a full-on engine line, but
wow.
I think black has an easier way than
but you know what? This is possible to miss, Rakesh. You kind of think this is the check and you ignore that Rook C, D7 and this is a draw apparently.
Yeah.
And you only have for example, there's no way to avoid both checks. You will have to go King C8 back and it will be a draw. So potentially, maybe at least Polina has a trap ready for her Humpy here.
I would agree there, Sahil. She's just maybe calculating all of those lines. And you see, Polina has that posture. It's kind of like, I'm lost. I'm given up. Yeah. But she may have a cunning trap on her mind.
Chat, question for you. Do you think there's a twist remaining in this game, or do you think Humpy will just grind through this game comfortably? I think B2 definitely an option. That is also apparently just to avoid this entire Rook B4, Rook B7 stuff. Black could just play King D7 here and just avoid everything. Now the king is free to move forward, and now it's also simple victory.
I think knowing Humpy's class, she was about to move there. Also keeping an eye out on all the games, because 500 plus people in the chat. Sahil, do you reckon we'll get more people while we have the results coming in? King D7 played.
King D7 played. No twist now, chat. So if you predicted a twist, unlikely to happen anymore. King D7, no more back rank issues. And in fact, for example, the best move according to the engines here is Rook C4, Rakesh. Which is not a good sign for Polina.
Yeah, no way.
Yeah.
I think we can expect a resignation in the next 2
Yeah.
to 3 moves here.
And just to point out, if rook b4, now there is no problem. I can simply even take the a6 pawn, and that just means it's game over. Rook b7 check. Important detail. I don't have to go back. I can come up the board,
Yeah.
and it is just over. So I think we might see resignation on this move. She's shaking his head. She looked at the clock. We might see handshake soon.
Yeah, just about 7-8 minutes. That's kind of irrelevant now because the position is so bad. And Polina and Humpy were both on 2 out of 3, Sahil. But
Yeah.
it's looking like it's Humpy who's going to be in the lead for a short while before Jiner wins again.
Yeah, by the way, chat very active today. Ordinary classing, Harika is underrated. She did stop previous challenges. Yeah, she's definitely underrated. I think all these players, have the potential to win this tournament. So let's see who comes up on top. And as of now, we have a move. Oh, that's the Harika.
Yeah, that's a
Harika.
different camera.
Can we have the Humpy camera again? I think we might see a result in this move. It's very likely.
I think maybe Humpy is even not at the board side.
Yeah, I think it's.
Oh no,
she is.
King D7 looks like game over.
Yeah.
Sahil, do you resign or do you play till mate?
I would resign. I love an early dinner. There's no harm in that. And once you get in the habit of resigning, then it comes naturally, Rakesh. So, pretty smooth. I've developed skills now. Different ways of resigning. If there was a challenge where somebody asked me, "What's the best way to resign?" I can come up with 10 ways, Rakesh.
Yeah, I mean, that's like an interesting compilation video idea, Sahil, actually.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll do that someday. But as of now, I think resignation hurts as always, and it will hurt Polina as well. I think she went wrong somewhere, and I think that G5 idea, Rakesh, that's where it all started. And kudos to Humpy for taking on the challenge with the black pieces.
And Sahil, it was very important for her to win because Jiner is not giving up, is not waiting. She is winning, so Humpy had to win.
Yeah.
And as we know, Humpy is the only player in the Indian contingent who can qualify, who still has an outside chance to qualify for the women's candidates via the FIDE Grand Prix route.
Yeah.
And in fact, it's really nice to see many people in the chat like this. Ordinary Chess, Barsha, Pepsi Cola, Colin, our friend. So plenty of people, plenty of action in the chat as well. 616 votes now. And Divya still leading the poll with 41%. Jiner 31%. Humpy 25%. And Munguntuul with 4%.
You know why I love this? I love this because we have so many results, so many twists. Sometimes we get a bunch of draws that really everybody starts thinking, okay, chess, classical chess, it's sometimes boring, but this is amazing. Rook f3 played, and now you can continue with b2. You can play king c6. Multiple options for black here, and Humpy will find the cleanest way to convert this. She has 11 minutes. White has 5. Rakesh, first game, I think this game, yeah.
Yeah, and you know what? I would really want to stick to this game because we will see a resignation. So can we keep Humpy's camera while on the board show Harika's game? Because look at where Vaishali's king is on h6. What?
See, Rakesh, I always say completing your 10,000 steps is very important. And sometimes, after 5 p.m., you don't have enough time. So get them in even during the game. And I am with the black king here. But you know what? Let's see how he got there, though. So we saw this position, right? Rook d8 and not bishop c7, but bishop e5, a slight error. c4 now, bishop takes, king takes, queen check. And now the king, well, obviously, if king g8, for example, there's a beautiful move, and that is bishop takes c4 check. And you cannot take with the pawn because the queen hangs. So you had to come to h6, and it is winning still for Harika, but it's time she should find that rook d6 idea potentially. And you know what the threat is of rook d6? The idea is even moves like queen to h5 check, Rakesh,
wow, yeah.
because the g pawn will be pinned. So
and Polina resigned. I thought she stretched her hand to play rook f7.
By the way, king c6 by Humpy. She's not taking any chances with checks. Rook f7. I think it's time to potentially now play b2.
Yeah,
I think
B2, if white goes rook B7, you can also play something like rook takes A6.
rook takes a6, rook takes b2, Rakesh, maybe.
Yeah, and it's still within just rook B2, rook A6, and king D5 is game over.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe I think she will also go for something cleaner. What happens on c3 though? I was just wondering, what if I just kind of
Oh, Humpy ignores both of her moves and let's kick to B5, which is I think the cleanest.
yeah, yeah.
Because now you're threatening to capture the rook as well as rook takes A6 and Sahil, I know we
There it is. That's resignation. That's the first result for today. A beautiful game by Humpy with the black pieces. You know, it's so difficult to win with the black pieces. It's so difficult to win in an endgame. And she managed to do both that two spectacular. Look at the final position. All rook endgames are drawn, but clearly this is not one of them.
clearly, and what a game from start to finish. I think Humpy played a fabulous game and now is in the sole lead, maybe albeit for a few minutes, but I think she's the one to watch out for. Sahil.
Yeah, great win there. 2 wins in a row, getting up a streak there. And I think it's not just Humpy who wants to make a streak. So let's check out the other games. As of now, let's jump to the Jiner game where we saw last rook to d8 on the board. Now comes queen e7. The queen rushing to her the defense of her king. Rook, the second rook joins in. King h7, bishop e3, all flawless chess. Queen f6, and this looks like it's lost. Maybe I can even take on b6. Then I can play rook d7. I can exchange rooks, and I think black will have nothing else, nothing better than to resign after that.
Yeah, it just looks so easy. Good. Uh, 13 minutes on the clock, Sahel. This looks just absolutely game over for Alina Kashlinskaya, and Jiner will regain the lead, which she had, just lent it to Humpy for a few minutes.
Yep, and I think 1 minute on the clock. Uh, how does somebody like Alina tackle this now? Because she has half a point out of four. Rakesh, what can she do to get her confidence back? I remember Caruana once mentioned that when he was playing the candidates, when he won the candidates, he lost that critical game right before a rest day, and then he just kind of went and saw some movies, went for a walk, relaxed a bit, and that kind of put him in the right mindset later. And maybe that's what sometimes moving away from chess for a few hours for a day can also
Yeah.
help.
Yeah, like I said, I always like to have a nice meal and just get away from chess, play some video games, or just watch a movie, chill out. And in fact, Kashlinskaya has been the Grand Swiss Women's Champion also once. I think the Isle of Man Women's Champion, if I'm
Yeah.
not mistaken. She has her husband, her coach, Radek Wojtacek, 2700 plus. So she'll definitely be having a word with him as well. But after Rook D7, it looks like it's just game over for Kashlinskaya and Jiner.
Yeah,
3.5 out of 4. Sahil,
that's
what
an
a score.
amazing start in an event like this, and she will have sole lead again. By the way, 560 people watching. Bishop e7, but I think it doesn't solve matters. Simply rook to e8, and Rakesh, unless I'm mistaken, that's the end of the game.
Yeah, I think we can expect resignation. Good call by you, Sahil, to come directly to this game because rook e8 on the board, we can
Yeah.
expect resignation, and then we have to jump into
Yeah.
Vaishali's game because she has just 34 seconds left.
Yeah, this is all over. For example, black has no moves basically. Let's assume a random move like pawn to h5.
Okay.
The simplest way to finish would be queen takes f7, a temporary
Wow.
sacrifice. Queen takes,
Love that.
rook takes e7, queen takes, rook takes, and a rook up. I think it would be resignation. And chat, it's time to have one of our important guests, Humpy, joining us in the studio to go through her amazing game. Thank you for joining us in the studio. It's an honor to have you here. How was the game overall? How far were you prepared in the opening? And that G5 idea, what were you feeling at that time?
H3 is a bad move. So since my king is still in the center, yeah, G5 is prepared. But of course, it's all long time ago. Like I'm not allowed for today, but I remember this idea. Here it's very obvious that white has to play d4 because white cannot allow the attack on the king side. Um, yeah. So queen d8, king d8, and white can't take bishop f7 because of g4.
Hmm.
So hg4, knight g4 is the problem.
Hmm.
Any other move, I'll just play h3 and those portions of fine. I think what she played was very obvious, and I felt this is more or less not so bad, but Black got a very comfortable position out of few opening, slightly a better version in the end game. But I felt knight d2 is more precise.
Yeah.
Because like you have a flexibility of playing both knight f3 and knight f1. Whereas this is shutting down some of the ideas and it's harassed. And here I'm going to harass the c4 bishop in some positions.
Also, the rook came to d2 and stayed there.
Right, right. Initially, I wanted to play direct rook d8 here, but rook d3 was the move which I didn't like. But it might be possible. But I felt c6 was quite nice move here. I didn't want to allow this knight to c4 in many positions. So once she's back, then I was happy with my plan that the knight is wasting the moves. So then I came to the fine. Yeah, of course, e4 I didn't expect at all. Only after making the move I realized her plan, but I calculated and I thought this is going to be a nice one. Because here if I don't go rook d2, any moves like bishop e6, just take and rook e2, then again knight a3, knight c4. So it's quite solid position for white. So I need to demolish the pawn structure, and my advantage is my king is centralized, and here I'm going to get a queenside edge.
And then usually when the rook is comes to
Yeah,
seventh rank, then
it's always dangerous.
always good. So how did you feel your chances were in this position?
Yeah, like once I got this rook d2, I was pretty much sure that I'm having a quite better endgame work here. But earlier, when we exchanged the queens, I was not sure. Though I felt I was slightly better, it was not clear. Here, okay, of course, we shouldn't start with rook b2 because of knight d3, knight e5 tempo. It's just a move down comparing with the game. So start with bishop e6. And this was the plan which I saw when I entered this line. So basically, I thought knight d3 is what I expected in the game, and then I wanted to go rook c2 and knight e1. Then I go rook d2, knight f3, rook b2.
This is beautifully kind of.
Yeah, I kind of escape with my rook, and the key point is the knight gets to c5. So which is quite a strong outpost, and later on this a4 is annoying, and also b5 again the same outside passer concept is happening. In fact, I expected this, but when I felt knight d7, now I started calculating because here at first I wasn't sure to which way to go, but then I realized anyway I'm going to lose the bishop. So the point is I need to get the outside passer as fast I could. And so here, and fe6 is the key point, because if king e6, ab5, cb5, rook d3, a4, rook d5. So this rook is getting activated. fe6 is also giving a double plan of getting rook f8 in some positions, which is quite tricky. Once you play f3, you get rook d8 and rook d2. In fact, in the game, of course, I felt okay, ab5, cb5, but still I'm having a big advantage. Even here, like when I went for c5, I felt even rook f8 was winning. Because a6 I just take on f2, a7 check and check with other rook and back rank check, and it will control the pawn. Even rook f8 is winning. But this is like quite a, you just using the advantage of the pawns.
Yeah,
because
to get past
the
pawns.
only trick white is having is to get this king locked on the back rank with the two rooks on 7th rank.
Yeah, that was a very nice trick there.
Yeah. But okay, of course. If rook b4, anyway, I go king d7. So she smartly played king h2. Expect like if I play b2, then she could get rook b4 and this rook to a3. But still, I don't need to even go that far. Like I can just, once I escape the king, these pawns are big.
Yeah, well, great player. That flawless endgame at in the end. And you've had 2 wins in a row now. So how's the momentum building? How are you feeling?
It's always good to get a wins in such a strong tournaments, but of course, many rounds to go and quite strong opponents ahead as well.
And then you still have a chance to qualify if you have a good result here. So how do you kind of see this tournament? Like, you attempt to win every game, or do you kind of look at every move as it goes?
No, I'm not really thinking about the qualification or winning the tournament. I just want to play the game whatever best I could do.
And then for the young players watching, if you had some advice on how to play like you made no mistakes, opponent had counter play, you wanted any one tip for the young players watching?
I think after playing for so many years with experience, probably I managed to play accurately. But I don't rely much on too much engines. Like I try to play a practical positions where we can play with the general understanding.
Thank you for your time. Really appreciate it, and wishing you all the best for the remaining games.
Thank you.
And hope you keep winning as you're winning now. Thank you.
Sahil, thank you so much for that interview with Indian star Koneru Humpy. We have a couple of results. One of them is shocking. Jiner managed to win, but Harika and Vaishali's game ended in an abrupt threefold repetition. Can we jump
Wow.
right into that, please?
Absolutely, and again, want to thank Abhiyam for her time. And it's crazy, like she saw everything. Like we had
Yeah.
those engines to analyze that variation, and she had seen all of it. There's this counterplay with rook b7 check, and
Consider like
Yeah,
he knew something would come up.
it's
So
insane.
ignored that.
It's amazing. And coming back to the game of Harika now, queen a2 Vaishali grabbed.
Great
Queen h5.
to create counterplay, attacking that bishop. And now, actually, if you go back, queen e5, king at 6, rook e1 was the only chance for Harika to continue
Oh.
with an advantage, because after queen h5 check, the problem is king goes back. Now you have to keep protecting that bishop on e2, and there is no like queen on h5, king on g7. Yeah, and now what do you do as white? Because you want to keep attacking, keep your bishop supported as well, and your queen is under attack.
Wow. But you know what? If white didn't see rook e1, then I think it's good to take the draw. It's practical, but at the end, maybe Harika might not be as happy with this result, right? Because she was winning, I think, completely at some point. But also, Vaishali had some chances there. If bishop d7 had happened, then maybe the tables would have turned. So maybe overall, this is a fair result, Rakesh.
Yeah, and before we, we have some time to discuss the Finnish games, but let's jump right into Munguntuul versus Salimova, who has 20 seconds time. Quickly.
Oh, wow, what a game. Munguntuul has always played some fascinating games in this event. The knight on c5, attacking. Oh,
What?
That's a blunder from Nurgyul there, and not trying to grab the e4 rook, but just taking the h6 pawn. And the black king is the problem, Rakesh, because there could be a check on h8, and there is no easy way for the black king. This is looking really sad. And also, after the h6 pawn goes, even in the endgame, the h pawn will be a passed pawn. The rook will be still hanging. So
That has nowhere to go, Sahil.
Yeah, so queen h6, but white also has limited time. And what can black do here now? This is not an easy, because if bishop c5, trying to move this, simply rook takes e5, gains another tempo. And if you move, where do you move the queen? There's no comfortable square. Queen, b4, for example, queen f8, king
She played
b7.
knight c4, Sahil. She didn't go for that.
Oh, she played knight takes c4.
That's
a
a
mistake.
blunder. Reverse blunder. Uno reverse. And it's complete 0.00. Can you imagine that, Sahil?
I mean, I can imagine. I've seen a lot in this tournament. Crazy chess. D takes c4.
Point being, Sahil, now if you drop back, your knight is attacked. You have to drop back. Now the idea which Harshita has told us years ago,
Yeah.
bishop g5, hitting your rook, hitting your queen, and d5, what? And now black is better. No way, chat. 2-3 blunders in a row.
Wow, this is time pressure talking, Rakesh. So d5, and now black has an obvious move, just taking that pawn, and that should give her some chances. But will she take? Is there an alternative? Will she take with the pawn or the queen? That's an important decision to make. I think pawn takes is best. It undoubles her pawns, but also a committal
Queen d5.
Yeah, queen d5 is the practical choice,
Yeah,
Rakesh.
yeah.
It kind of makes sense. But now, what if I move my queen somewhere and threaten rook d1 ideas, because your queen and king are in the same rank? Okay, fine.
I mean, but where do you go? Because queen e1, I can capture your pawn and then go knight d4 maybe.
Yeah, the knight is also attacked, so not many choices here. And Nurgyul, I think, probably went for the better practical choice, just trading queens, and that really, removes any problems with the black king now, which is decently placed. And look at the weak pawn on a5, the weak pawn on e5. I think black is doing fine now.
Absolutely, I think what a turnaround. Those last we jumped in at the right moment in this game. So many, it's like a roller coaster of emotions there, and I think Munguntuul has promised us something, that is decisive games. It just might not be in her favor this time.
Yeah, she will not disappoint us. We will see a result. And Rakesh, so far, so things did change. Yeah, we had one draw which we didn't expect. So Shuvalova against Humpy, Humpy won, and then we had a result of Jiner has won against Alina Kashlinskaya. That's two results, and then Harika and Vaishali drew. So two wins and one draw.
Yeah, and this might be the third one. She
1
had-
second for wait, what?
Yeah, she played something. We can see the clock is pressed. Can we zoom in, please, if possible?
Yeah, I think I don't see it. Maybe there's some issue there, but the move has happened. I think because they've not reached 40 moves just yet. So I can see the clock is in moment to. I mean, could it be that the flag has run down? No, right?
No. Queen d5, rook d1. Now we have the moves, Sahil.
Oh, rook d1 was a mistake, and now black is completely winning.
Because he also managed to trade the queens here when you save your knight.
Yeah, this is not what Munguntuul wanted or expected, but the tables have turned and the queens have been traded off, and that is a great sign for Nurgyul here. And she should ideally capture with the pawn, undouble those pawns, get a passed pawn. I think Harika in this played rook d5, right? Remember, I think practical try.
Yesterday.
I think she has to play e takes d5 here to get the best chances to win this, but she has 50 seconds. She's nervous.
She's doubting, she's hesitating.
She
pawn
takes with the
d5.
pawn. Great move now, and she might get the first win of this tournament now, Rakesh.
And you need that little stroke of luck.
Yeah,
Sahil, to have the tournament change. And with this win, I think Nurgyul will be back at her best. And rook goes to the side, attacking the board. You give up a piece? What?
wait. What if I take on f3 now?
Yeah, I think black will lose a couple of pawns, and that is what she's avoiding. And she captures, a mistake, but I think the best practical choice, I would say.
Yeah, but I think at the end, we've all seen this battle. Yeah, two pieces versus the rook. It never turns out well for the rook there somehow, especially with this pawn structure, Rakesh. I mean, the pawns are all over the place. This will also come to f3. There's no pass pawn for white. I think. Oh, rook. Wait, what?
Yeah, this is.
Apparently, bishop c5 check was an important intermediate move, Rakesh. And rook d5 was a slight mistake, but I still feel black will win this, but maybe this is not as clear now.
So it makes sense, Hyle. If you just go, I know we are short on time, but quickly, bishop c5 check. Now, king if goes to either of the sides, then you capture and give a check.
Yeah.
You maintain one pawn advantage there.
Yeah, and now you can even go bishop d4, attacking both these pawns. That was the tricky idea there. But of course, not easy to find when you're playing on seconds. Rook d5, king c7, and g takes f3, the current move. I would say if the pawns were connected, Rakesh, if white had a passed pawn, this would be holdable or even winnable. But as of now, as it stands, the knight alone attacks two pawns. It should be difficult for white to hold this.
And I think while this game has reached move 40, let's jump into the last remaining game. Divya Deshmukh. Can she convert her advantage? Salome has played her 40th move in just 36 seconds.
So the knights have disappeared. That's important. So let's see how that happened first of all. This is where we left it, right? When this time Harshit, we've not seen this for a while.
Correct.
Queen d8, king h2, rook g7. I think both players were trying to gain some time here. No hurried moves, g3. And finally, she plonked the knight on e4 and a trade happened. She takes with the d pawn, signaling that she could also play on the queen side now. Queen e2, queen d5, rook g2, and rook b8, switching to the king side quickly. And now h5, rook h8, king g7, playing on both sides of the board. Queen b8, king It's not clear where the attack will finally happen. The breakthrough, King G7, and now the King side is completely closed, Rakesh, and the entire focus will switch on this B4 pawn break, I feel.
Yeah, and White would have loved to have, if you could just lift the G3 pawn in the air and put it on G5.
Yeah.
So, I mean, no, the G3 pawn.
G3 pawn. Yeah.
So, if that happens, then White is happy. But because the pawn is on G3, one piece of White will always be stuck defending that. And I think Divya smartly reached the 40th move. You get 30 minutes, and now she'll try to push on the queen side.
Yeah, I think, although I would say this is still holdable, so it's not a job, yet done, and both players have reached the 40th move now. This is where I think White might have a think as to what to do. Black will have a think. So 3 games over, Rakesh. 2 games remain. Munguntuul struggling with the white pieces, and Salome struggling with the white pieces a little bit. So I think, and also, by the way, the results we've had, I think Humpy also winning the black pieces. So black pieces definitely putting up a challenge.
Yeah, it looks like, you, even if you don't have the advantage of the first move, you definitely can push. And, Sahil, if you remember, Harika was close to winning against Vaishali today, but great defense by Vaishali in that game. And we are, I think, seeing maybe 3 or 4 results, Sahil, once more.
Yeah, I hope it's 4. I want to get my prediction correct for once. There you see it. 2 results out of 3 games and 2 more games going on, and in both games, all 3 results being possible. So going back to the board where Divya is not at the board right now. Maybe this is the moment. Yeah, 40th, we kind of take a break, move around a bit. You've been playing under time pressure for a long while. This is where you potentially let your guard down and sometimes even make a mistake, Rakesh. We've seen it happening even on the 41st move.
So many times. They call it infamous 39th or 40th move blunder just before time pressure. And 41st move also happens because you realize, okay, there was so much pressure. You just have a lapse in concentration, and there you go. You just make a blunder after that.
Yeah, and Salome right now thinking, what is the best defensive setup for me here? Rakesh, also the rook on G6, yeah? I mean, does it belong on G6 now that H4 has been played? Because I don't see how black can break on the king side. F6, E5 just feels more like a fallacy. So B4 is incoming. So when do you play B4? Do I first reroute my rooks to the queen side? Because you also have to keep in mind there's this threat. So one piece has to defend that.
Yeah, I think black's ideal setup would be something like king comes to H6 to protect the pawn. Then the black queen comes to D5. You just draw an arrow, yeah. And rook comes to B8 and the other rook switches over.
Yeah.
And at the appropriate time, you push the pawn to B4.
Yeah. So it has to be well planned because white can also potentially get a pass pawn. For example, B4 takes C4, and suddenly white could say, you know what, I am the one who has a pass pawn. So not to forget, black has double pawns here that really make the job complicated, and black's pass pawn is quite well stopped right now.
Very true, and that is the reason why all 3 results are still possible in this game. We should go to the other game because looks like Salimova is about to win her first game of the event.
Oh, wow. So bishop G5 happened on the board, king F1, bishop F4, and rook D6.
Mistake. What is this move?
But can't I just pick up any of these pawns?
Yeah, that's the whole point.
Wait, knight E5, there is rook F6. I think that's the plan. The bishop has to choose. And if bishop goes to G3, for example, then there is F4. And white is back in the game.
Yeah, but the whole point is bishop takes E5, rook takes F6 from a practical purpose. I think bishop takes A2. I'm going to win that A5 pawn for sure. I'll start pushing these 2 pawns on the left side of the board. Maybe give up a piece, specifically the knight, for your edge pawn that is on the rightmost side of the board. And I think black will be able to win this.
Yeah, I agree. I think even just bishop c3, bishop a5, then sacrificing the bishop for the h pawn at the end, while your pawns are sitting on a5, b4, I think should be winning for black. And she has a lot of time. So I think this should be smooth sailing for Nurgyul from here, and a very, very important win for her.
Wow, when we joined this game after Humpy's interview, it was looking like, Munguntuul is going to win, but I think she stays true to her style. Win or loss, no draws.
Yeah, yeah. Rook d6 currently, so little calculating the best move. Still no moves in the Divya game, so Rakesh, this is the moment where I think both players in that game will start thinking, yeah, what to do, what's the correct placement.
Yeah, and plenty of comments. Kevin Winter is asking, who are these amazing commenters? I'm having a lot of fun. And so this is International Master Rakesh. And Sahil, what's your introduction?
My introduction, I don't know. I'm here just to chill, hang out.
No, but you're also a title player.
Yeah, so barely a title player, let's put it that way. And as of now,
We have plenty of supporters. We have so many people like Pepsi, Cola, Curious, Owl, Random Things. One of your friends, I in the chat. So nice to see everyone here. About 500, 600 people in the chat enjoying with us, chilling with us. As Munguntuul gets up from a chair, maybe for a quick break, but it is too late for her, I think, because this was the luck I think Kashlinskaya needed. She was also on 0.5
yeah,
on 3, but Nurgyul gets a little bit of luck her way.
I think she was also a bit unlucky yesterday, so luck kind of balanced out at the end. But you can never discount the rook. I think you never ever know, even after a move, as you said, like, let's say bishop e5, rook h6, bishop b2, you do have a pass pawn. And until the game is over, say rook h5, defending this pawn for now, bishop c3, h4, bishop a5, I don't know, rook f5, maybe attacking this pawn now. Maybe there is some hope if black makes a mistake.
It looks very unlikely, especially at the, at
So how do
this
you play this
level.
black though?
So I just come bishop c3.
Okay, I give a check.
Yeah,
King
b6.
b6, h5,
Just go, just keep
a5, h6, a4. My pawn and king are in the way. That's a problem.
Yeah, but h7, a3, and how do you stop it?
Yeah, we can't stop it actually. Because rook f8, there is knight a7 at the end. Yeah, this is too fast. That also now, I think Vaishali defended, and we are shocked, how Vaishali defended that game. But Rookie
I
was
was also shocked. When a producer was showing me the result, I was like, man, must be a DCT error.
yeah.
But once we checked out the game, it was actually a threefold repetition. So, a miraculous save by Vaishali. Again, that is maybe some luck that she needed going her way, and we might see a different Vaishali
Yeah.
in the second half.
Meanwhile, little black cat saying, I think these guys ignore the chat as a general rule unless the action is particularly boring. I don't think that's the case. I think basically there's a 15-minute delay.
Yeah,
If you're an astronomy fan, you probably know you have to send a signal light years away and you can't communicate. Same way, I think 15 minutes is a lot. Rakesh, you say something and then you get it back 15 minutes later, then you reply.
Yeah, but it's okay. It's still we can see the names, the usual suspects in the chat,
Yeah.
like so many of them. Also, Mayur, one of our mods on Chess.com India channel, also. So hello in the chat. Little Black Cat is saying, however, Harika must have been happy enough with the draw. I don't think so, because she didn't see the winning line. As we showed, Silent was a very difficult winning line.
I think she had better options earlier, but so did Vaishali. So if Bishop d7 had happened, Rakesh, I think we might have a different result there.
Very true. And Abdul Qadir appreciating the Humpy interview is saying Humpy so soft spoken. And Pepsicle also saying thanks for the clear analysis and breakdown, Humpy man. Brilliant game. So, Sahil, how was your experience interviewing her in person? I know you've done it online a couple of times.
Yeah, it was definitely amazing. I think I was shocked at how much you'd actually seen. Yeah, I was wondering. I'll ask her, okay, ma'am, like
You want to flex some
No,
lines on her, right?
I was sure, okay, ma'am, have you seen this? Like, this line, this line. I mean, she'd seen everything. So yeah, she just showed the entire game, and King D7 was just the cherry on the cake.
Yeah, and our friends on the on the chat, just PepsiCola and Little Black Cat saying, I love the commentators' enthusiasm. I agree with the commentators getting excited here. This was, remember, 15 minutes before during the time trouble phase, but yeah, I think my favorite segment as a commentator is just to commentate 3.5 hours into the play, just right before the time pressure phase starts.
Yeah, by the way, let's head to the Divya game now because her opponent has finally played a move and that's Rook C1. So she is ready to push that C pawn. And I agree with you, like I think Queen has to come to D5, then the Rook has to move, the King has to come to H6. And then you have to be very, very precise with when you push this pawn. One mistake and things can go south. And this is a great bonus to have right now. A protected passed pawn. White always has to keep this under check, always has to keep this under check. So black better because of that. And yeah, I think 25 would be a great move here.
Yeah, I really like this. Also remember, white can quickly play moves like Queen E2, attacking the pawn in the corner and getting her own counterplay with pawn to, like, let's just show king protects it, and pawn to C4, just trying some counterplay. But I think this might not. Oh, it doesn't look that bad.
I mean, white does get some counterplay before the rooks enter the game. So if you want to push this, this is the time. But after Queen D4, CB5, I still prefer black. I mean, these are double pawns. But is it winning? I'm not sure.
So I have a question for you, Sal. If you just go a couple of moves back before the C4 break, let's say you're defending a position. Do you want black to break through, or do you want to you want to go down fighting, or you just want to allow and see if black is able to break through? What do you do as a player?
I think depends on the position, but here I would rather just wait because I still don't see like a winning maneuver now. Of course, the rooks have to be routed. There's a lot of pressure on G3, so I'm limited in what I can do right now. D4 pawn is also weak. So I would just sit tight and see how my opponent tries to break through here. What would you do?
Completely the opposite side. I just want to, go down fighting. I just don't want to wait for my misery to end. At least, I'll be a happy man because I tried something and I lost. But yeah, that's a different. I don't see any style being correct or wrong. It's also just your personality, how you defend in these positions.
Yeah.
So, do you think Divya will be able to win this style?
I think so. I mean, she should be able to. I think she has the advantage here, so should be. I think it's a matter of time. She has time, all the time in the world, not just on the clock, but actually in the position. She can play around. King H6, Rook C8, Rook G8. Not much white can do here, apart from your move C4, but then you're also taking on a risk. So let's see what white does. Meanwhile, in the Munguntuul game, I think we have a couple of moves.
No way!
Bishop E5, Rook H6, and King to D7. So she did not want to give the F pawn. And there is a twist yet again, Rakesh. I told you. I told you this is not easy.
And that's like a question that means why? Just we can maybe teach our child one Hindi word per day because the stream is from India. And why, Sahil? Why King D7?
I think we'll have to ask Nurgyul that at some point. But as of now,
it's a free pawn, buddy. Why not play bishop into B2?
Yeah, I'm telling you, optically it looks like if you lose the F pawn, there is counterplay for white. And she, after being half out of 3, Rakesh, might be low on confidence, wants to play it safe, and she might still win this. But yeah, that was not the best move. And she had time on the clock to calculate, so not much to do there.
I feel you're right about the confidence of the momentum thing. It's just not going her way in this event.
Yeah, I agree. And 2 more games remaining. All the 4 players having enough time on the clock for now. So the game's moving a bit slowly. By the way, A6, a brilliant move for white. Basically doubling up the pawns, right? I mean, if you play a move like B6 is maybe possible, but now you don't really have that pawn moving forward quickly.
Yeah, and even the knight is losing some variation. So, wow, nice defense by Munguntuul.
And now after pawn takes simply B3, Rakesh. And I am not sure black is going to win this anymore.
And I think the whole idea being now, see, the bishop can't capture this pawn on B3 or F3 because or H3, there are light squares. The knight comes ahead in the center to capture one of the pawns. I capture your pawn in the side, and Sahil, very quickly, rook takes pawn, king E6, let's say pawn to H4, knight D2 check, king G2, and you play something like bishop f4. I play rook into f7. Can you beat me, Sahil? Do you know how to mate with a bishop and knight? Because it's one of the trickiest mates for even grandmasters or international masters.
Surprisingly, I do know this, but
No way.
whether I can do this in time pressure, that's a thing I'm not sure about. But I don't think we'll see this. Very, very unlikely. Many people have missed this, but I think people have taken a lesson from that and learned it now. But B takes A6 and B3 on the board. So Munguntuul fighting tooth and nail and very, very likely to hold this somehow. And that might mean another draw and overall, maybe just 3 results.
Maybe even Divya draws and we just get 2 decisive games today.
Yeah, also
Which I had
possible.
predicted 4 hours ago.
Also possible. Also possible.
Or maybe both of them win and we go to your prediction, which was 4 decisive games.
I think both winning also still possible, so I wouldn't really bet money on either right now. And by the way, in the poll, 41% people still saying Divya Deshmukh is going to win, be the leader, but that I don't think is going to happen now. Jiner is leading the event by 3.5 out of 4.
And that's a great one actually, because even if she's not the leader, Divya must have seen Humpy win. She saw Jiner win. So do you think there's additional pressure on Divya winning the game?
No, I don't think so. I think she'll just play normal chess now. I think she knows she's better. She's not winning yet. There's no pawn breakthrough. She knows
Also not risk.
there's no risk. She can take her time here and she'll just play around casually, slowly. King h6, by the way, on the board in the Divya game. So she defends the pawn, playing it very, very solidly. No hurry. Let white panic and play a pawn to c4 move. Yeah, that's what you basically want to see.
Yeah, and I think we might see Salome coming under time pressure for a second time, like we saw yesterday. And it just feels that game will go on for a long time. But this other game that we have currently with the cameras, that's very, very interesting because it's like a nice rook versus bishop and knight endgame.
Yeah. And they're saying there's a mountain of pawns on both sides. Hard to break the ice. It's always hard to break the ice, Rakesh. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. And this is one of those games where even a delay has not changed much because the position has remained the same even after 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting position, Sahil. I'm excited to see what Salome does. So please take us through what will happen in the next few moves.
Absolutely, Rakesh. I would love your opinion on that at the end. As of now, we can see King h6 on the board. I think White knows Queen e2 does not do the job anymore. Either she can wait or she can play c4. That has been played. So I think in this position, Divya possibly just has to take this because if b4, then I think the position is not clear anymore. I think A takes b4, even A takes or Queen takes. White has a pass pawn as well. And this means that the game is double-edged and then either side could win this. As black, what you really want is a one-sided edge, which really cannot go wrong for you because your king is also open. If the white queen somehow reaches the king, imagine the queen on f7 at some point, this might go south very quickly. So bc4 seems like the obvious move, opening the queen's path to the pawn. And now, for example, rook takes c4. You can challenge it with rook c8. Rook c8, by the way, we have to be very, very sure that it works because white can also double up the rooks. But if rook c3 now, rook takes c4, rook takes c4, and now rook g8, the second rook joins in, and maybe we'll have a queen endgame here with a passed pawn, a protected passed pawn on e4, and white does not really having the same. So very interesting position, still not completely winning, I feel, but chances for mistake from either side. And Divya right now contemplating this critical choice. She has to get this right. Maybe apart from bc4, she can play moves like queen c6, just spinning this pawn. So cb5 would lose the rook, but white has the option of c5 now, and that's also a protected passed pawn. So ideally, you don't want to see this, and this is very difficult to break. Maybe you put pressure on the d4 pawn now, but white could even just put c6, queen d4, just keep pushing this pawn. And as we've seen, in the Harika game, a pass pawn is very, very strong here, and it will not be easy. And of course, let's say rook, at some point rook e2 takes. Even these pawns can be weak to rook c5, and the black rooks are not ideally placed. Divya plays something. D takes c4. Nice move by Divya. Rook takes plate. Both players playing very quickly now. 19 minutes for white, 27 for black. I think Divya has to use clock as a weapon here. She wants to win. Queen d5 on the board, attacking the rook. Now queen c2 possibly. If rook c3 on the board, there's a brilliant move for black. Chad, you can take this as an example. A puzzle rush moment. What can black play to completely rip open the king side? A beautiful moment. And for this moment, the rooks are perfectly placed. The move is pawn to e3. A killer move. If you take with the rook, then the rook hangs. That's not possible. You have to take with the queen. But now the brilliant move, rook takes g3, breaking open the king side. Queen takes, rook takes, king takes. And usually the two rooks are a good challenge for the queen. But the pawns are far apart and broken apart. They're all isolated, just like me as a commentator right now. And queen to e4 could be the move, pressuring these pawns. The f4 pawn is weak, and the rooks would love to attack, but they cannot do so. For example, rook to c7, trying to pressure f7. Queen takes d4, rook takes f7, but now queen g1 check, and all these pawns will fall one by one. For example, king f3, queen g4 check, king e3, queen h4, and somehow the h pawn might be the star of this game. So I think Divya has great chances to win this, and white will suffer thanks to this weakness on g3 and this pass pawn on e4. So let's see, she can win this one, but as of now, white's still holding. Very important moment. 17 minutes for white and 28 for black. I think Divya will win if she doesn't blunder. I mean, you are correct. I think she should win this as long as she doesn't blunder anything. But the thing is, it's very difficult to blunder as black here, I feel. What can you blunder? Unless you allow the queen in with some perpetual when the rooks are not, there. But that's really just I think a normal game there. I don't think you can blunder something like that. I think you can always go to g7 when required to. So I feel it's very hard to make a losing mistake as black, and we might just be playing for two results, Rakesh.
Yeah, Sahil, absolutely. And what's better, because rooks don't work well alone, just like commentators. It's really nice if the rooks are connected. You can see black's rooks on the semi-open file hitting the pawn on g3, and I feel the changes in the last couple of moves with pawn to c4, I feel that black is going to win this now. Sahil, what do you think? What are your predictions?
Yeah, black will likely win this. We might either see a queen endgame where black has a protected pass pawn, or we might see some queen against two rooks when black breaks through on g3. So multiple options available, all of them looking great for Divya, and white is definitely struggling. Meanwhile, if you heard from the Munguntuul game, one look you will see things are turning again, Rakesh. So after b3, a5, black just keeps the pawn ready. Whenever you get a chance, start pushing. And h4, which I would say is the most obvious move here, is apparently a mistake, and black finds knight d4. And once this pawn is grabbed, I think the a pawn will run again. So once we can have the camera there, you will see the expressions on the players. Or I think Munguntuul still looks confident.
She played
enough.
something, Sahil.
She played f4, I think.
Yeah, still in with the shout. One very funny variation is bishop, let's say, goes to c7. You do not want to play rook to a6, attacking both the pawns, because black plays bishop b6, and that's like a very badly trapped rook.
Yeah, and you will have to sacrifice another pawn to release the rook, and that also undoubles the pawn. So that is lost. f4, by the way.
Trick, because if you capture Sahil, what happens after that?
Yeah, if you capture this, there's a trick with rook f6, and white wants to exchange as many pawns as possible. So once the bishop goes back, rook f7 check, king c6. This pawn is also up for grabs, and that really means, okay, this game should end in a draw. It's one pawn, and black is unlikely to win this. So f4,
and
great
if you
tactical
go to
try.
that position, one very important note for chat and everyone is simply rook cannot sacrifice itself for the black knight. because that a5 pawn has queening square as a dark square, which
Yeah.
the bishop controls.
Yeah.
So that's another important element which both the players must keep in account.
So they have enough time to calculate this. I still expect black to push, but f4, a nice practical try. We've seen Munguntuul put pressure with these practical chances. Even, yeah, remember that game against, some practical tries, that crazy game. So now going back, I think, to the Divya game and queen d5, queen c2 on the board. So taking full control of the c file temporarily. But I think now maybe rook b8, Rakesh, trying to say, okay, you have the c file, I have the b file. And the b2 pawn is a huge weakness. If I capture on b2, you resign.
Yeah, and let's just show rook b8 by Divya. Sahil, you can't chill with maybe king h3 or something because you are already threatening that nice rook takes b2 move, which is curtains for white.
Yeah, and it is curtains, but there's also a tricky move here, Rakesh, and that is pawn to d5. And you still have to be careful, because if you say, free pawn, haha, there is queen h8, and that's checkmate.
This just shows chess is so tricky. Super tricky there.
Yeah. So Divya has to be on her guard still. The king on h6, still a target. So queen c2 played, and 26 minutes, a 10-11 minute lead. That's a good, healthy lead on the clock. She just needs to play logical moves. I think rook b8, rook g8, can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, I agree. Rook b8, rook g8 looks great. What is white side? I like something like rook c5 as your queen going side. You just take on d4, yeah? And I don't...
Yeah, queen d4 with the rook hanging. I think this looks amazing. And also, by the way, b2 also attacked. So lots of tactical ideas.
White is kind of stuck after rook b8.
Yeah.
What does Salome do here? Like, maybe that king h3 move is not bad.
Yeah, maybe that is the move. But maybe she can play b4, Rakesh. Like, try to create a pass pawn here. A takes, maybe a takes. And rook a8 also exists. So this is also not comfortable. But at least there's some chances. Yeah, I was thinking rook d3, but I think that should be lost. Rook a1. Wow. And with e3 incoming, yeah?
That's tough. And I think just you need, like, rooks love open files. So just if they can manage to go there, that would be nice.
Mayuru joining us from Japan. So we have some international viewers. Would love to know, chat, where are you joining us from? Which city, which country in the world? As we look at one Indian star here, Divya, fighting it against Salome, and we also have Munguntuul playing against Nurgyul.
Yeah, and another usual, normally we have lots of viewers, but a few very active in the chat. So Conan, who was there with us yesterday, says, I'm always rooting for 3 players, that is Humpy, Jiner, and Divya. 2 of them have won. Maybe Divya also wins today.
Yeah. The standings will look pretty interesting at the end of the day, I feel. Once we have a look later on, it will be amazing. Jiner on 3.5, Humpy on 3 points, Divya likely to join on 3 points, and maybe Munguntuul also joins on 3 points. So we might even have one leader with 3 people chasing.
Rook g4 played, Sahel. Where's that rook going?
That's an interesting move. So maybe she thinks that I can put one rook to g4 and then activate the second rook. Maybe she feels there might be some sacrifices incoming, but interesting move there, rook g. I thought it would be an automatic rook b8.
Yeah, me too. There's a wacky idea from Divya. Maybe she wants to go something like queen d8 and rook h4, Sahil. But of course, white will defend that. But it's tough to figure out what's her idea.
Just to show kind of, let's say, a4, queen d8, b3. There might be rook g3 or rook h4 ideas. Even rook g3, Rakesh,
over.
To take with the rook, queen h4, rook h3, queen f4, king h1, queen f1, and that is game over.
Wow. But I'm still not able to figure out, the real idea behind rook g4.
I think that's the idea, Rakesh. I think that's the idea. She might be going for that queen d8 move, and she wants to see how white defends it. before she commits to the queen side, she wants to maybe set up this trap on the king side. That is a potential possibility. Or maybe she just wants to keep it solid. Yeah, just keep that pressure on all these pawns. Could be.
Yeah, and in fact, even after white defends, she can come back to the same setup and
Yeah.
then try something different. But what she's doing very smartly is, burning off that minutes of Salome's clock.
Yeah, absolutely. I think time pressure is definitely something she can use as a resource in this game to induce a mistake from her opponent, just like she did earlier, yeah, with that pawn to f4.
Yeah, pretty true. And Loki Rocker says Melia versus Divya is minus 1.3. The advantage is slowly growing, and I would agree to that, Sahil. What about you?
Yeah, absolutely. Also, by the way, in the Munguntuul game, we did have bishop c7, so black finding the only move there to maintain the edge. So very, very interesting position this. I still expect black to convert this. But
So, I mean, I know I'm putting a lot of tough questions to you, Sahil, but if we have both the games, which one is more difficult to defend? Like for Munguntuul or for Salome?
I think maybe it's this game is a bit forced, right? So there must be only one way we white draws this.
Yeah, correct.
So in that game, I think maybe multiple ways draw, but long term it's difficult to defend.
That's a lot of pressure maybe for another hour or two.
Yeah. So honestly, if I had to choose, I might even choose this game, even though I'm probably going to lose in both, because at least I have a clear plan here. There, I'm just sitting tight. I'm waiting for losing that game.
True. And we let both the players figure out. And I feel if we have the camera for the other board as well, just want to see if even Salimova is at the board or she's gotten up.
No, both players.
Yeah, she
fully engaged. You can see all the logos at the bottom: FIDE, All India Chess Federation, Bisleri. Why Bisleri?
Yeah, Government of Maharashtra, Department of Sports for Maharashtra, Sports Authority of India, Maharashtra Chess Association, Persistent Systems, whose CEO and founder is a very big chess fan. Also had Vishy Anand. He had a talk with Vishy Anand. Both of them are called Anand incidentally. And then there's Amnora, the firm, the official hotel, and also the Amnora group, the Amnora Park Town. As we see Salimova getting much, so it's Salimova and Divya, both of them who are pushing for the win, have woken up from their chair and just putting a little bit of extra pressure on the opponent.
Oh, can we do the game? We have a couple of moves there. So Rook A4 played.
What?
So she's putting pressure on the A5 pawn, but that feels like a weird move, not something you consider at all here. What is Rook A4?
Yeah, you have seen some videos of that dogs getting stuck in weird situations. This Rook A4 looks like that.
I don't know which situation, but I think I do agree with it getting stuck. The Rook on A4 does look funny because the pawn on A5 is defended, Rakesh.
Where does it go?
I mean, it's pressing A5.
Maybe pawn to B4?
Is that the plan, really?
But you could have played it without Rook A4 also.
Yeah, because for example, let's say I play a random move. I don't know what the random move is. Let's say King S7. What's your next move here?
B4?
Because if you go Queen C3, for example, trying to pressure this, I don't really think you want to even grab that pawn because Queen A2 also exists.
And what if you go Queen A2 on the last turn?
If Queen A2 now, maybe Rook C4 now, maybe that's the trap. You get the queen stuck on the queen side.
And Queen A1, you go Queen
C1. Maybe that's the trap. It's basically a trap. Yeah, maybe. Just maybe. She's offering the black queen and A2 square. She realizes she's probably lost. And that's the trap then.
And Sahil, you are right, because once the queen comes to A2, after Rook C4, the engine really thinks white has made a nice defense there.
Oh, Divya, I don't think Divya will fall for it because anyway, the queen on A2 alone cannot do anything. She needs at least one of the rooks on the queen side. Maybe Rook B8, again, an obvious choice. putting pressure on the b2 pawn. For example, rook b8, if b4, we can simply even take on d4 now. And don't you dare grab this pawn. The rook is hanging first of all. I'm sure if you take with the pawn, rook b2 is in the air.
This is game over.
Yeah, exactly. So you can lose the game in one move. So that's why rook b8, very practical. The rook is not doing much. I don't think you'll break through on g3 directly anyways, unless the queen is on d2. So rook b8, very, very practical.
And rook b8, rook c4, you again have that rook b2 idea. Very strong.
Actually, in this case, apparently
d5 again. Now there's no checkmate though.
Yeah, but it's
no, it's a
perpetuals. Perp.
Yeah. That's pretty common among title players. So
as of now, rook a4. We are thinking about the position 21 minutes. I think once you see the clock go below 10 minutes, I think that's when white starts to... That's when you kind of cannot sit tight. You want a clear solution, so you kind of break through somehow with the pawn move like b4, which is not great.
It's like, what if I play queen d6 here? Tempting you to play rook a5.
You want to sack on f4, yeah? So if rook a5 or rook h4, yeah, even better. Rook h4 check.
Same variation that you showed us there.
Very tempting, actually. I love that move. Queen d6.
Queen d8 is not very direct that I'm going to capture rook h4.
Yeah.
Queen d6 is a little sly.
And that means you will need to play queen f2 as the only move that will defend, or you're lost. For example, if you play king h3, anyways rook f4, it's still lost.
Wow.
Takes, and simply queen takes f4, and there is no defense. This rook is hanging. This queen f1 check. This queen g4, and some queen g1 sort of mate ideas. Or queen h4 actually as well. So this is lost as well. So you will need to play queen f2, which is not an easy move.
But yeah, I think the problem is, let's put it on the board. Queen d6, queen f2. Now my a5 pawn is hanging again.
Let it go now. Rook c8. Rook c8 activating the piece. Rook coming to c1. And if rook a5, then queen d4.
Okay.
Full pressure. 12 minutes now. 19 for Divya. White not at the board. That's very interesting. If I was white, I would be panicking right now. And I would be sitting at the board with my head in my hands.
But she's trying to set up a trap, no? By rook a4. That's why.
But that's the poker face you need now, of complete stress. You're completely lost. Queen a2. Oh no,
Call an ambulance.
Yeah.
Not for me.
I think as the players think, maybe it's time for a very short break, Rakesh. And
Because
then
after this, action will be heating up.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are back to that crucial game between Divya and Salome. And we had a couple of moves there, Rakesh. We saw Rook A4 and no Queen A2 from Divya, not falling into that very, very tricky trap. Queen B5, Rook C4, Queen D5, a repetition, gain some time, and now Queen to D8. The move we were thinking about, and Rook H4, Rook F4 ideas in the air. White needs to defend this somehow. This threat cannot be ignored.
Yeah, I think what does white do? Queen F2 maybe?
Yeah, Queen F2 is one move. Maybe you can also try King H3 ideas, but I think Queen F2 is the move you want to play. Just,
Queen F2 on the board, Sahil.
yeah, on the board, defending everything. But now maybe the Queen can switch and play Queen. Oh, but F6? What is F6? That makes no sense.
Oh, maybe E5? No,
Oh, I
no
can't
way.
imagine F6 is the move. Wow. That is insane. F6. I would never consider F6.
What's the idea, Sahil?
E5, I think. E5 is the idea. And if you can't take on A5.
It's protected.
Let's say I play Rook C4, normal move. Now E5.
Wow. Wait, and Sahil, it's completely winning. It's not, winning by little.
I think the idea is simple, Rakesh. F4 and you're breaking through. So Divya has apparently a winning move here. F6.
Wow.
But difficult to find this. I don't think she'll find this. You want to take a guess on that? Yes or no?
I think she might. And, even if you play F6, it's not harming your position. It's up to you if you want to play E5.
It's a committal move. It's a committal move because now the 7th rank is open. So if you go wrong somehow, then there'll be multiple perpetuals there available. And the E6 pawn is also now weak. So you have to be sure F6 works, otherwise you won't do it.
Yeah, that is right. One good point, Sahil, you mentioned is it's committal. Pawns can't move backwards.
Yeah.
If you play F6, there is no Rook H4 threat after that because you close the diagonal of the queen.
Yeah, exactly. So very, very committal move. But F6 does seem to win on the spot. Divya has 13 minutes. Doesn't seem like, she will have to spend at least 5 minutes here. Doesn't seem like a great investment of time. And still, she might not be sure if it works. It's a highly committal move. I think she can keep repeating for a few moments. Yeah, she's trying to put pressure. Did she play it? She played something, I think.
No. She didn't. I think Salome was just writing down the clock time.
Yeah, possibly. She looks stressed. Maybe White has seen F6, Rakesh. That is a potential possibility because F6, the idea is simple. You just want to push F4 as black. You should remove this F pawn somehow.
And I think it's a critical moment. I feel Divya will be thinking about this for a while. Let's quickly head into the other game where White's pawn has reached H7, Sahil.
Wow, so let's go to this. This is where we left it. H5, King E7, Rook H8, King S6, only moves by both players. H6 was a mistake from... how can H6 be a mistake, Rakesh? Makes no sense. Apparently, Rook G8, cutting the king off was the only chance there, but H6...
Hurry, they say, right? Pass pawn should be pushed.
Yeah, maybe not in this case. And King G6 now, H7, and the only move was Bishop to B6, and black found it. And now white is stuck. So if you move the bishop, so everything is defended, yeah? The pawns are defended, the knight is defended, this pawn is defended. And for example, if you play Rook 2 F8, trying to win this, King H7, Rook F7, King G6, and this is the most likely position to occur. And after you move the rook anywhere, it doesn't matter where you move it, knight takes B3, and 2 pawns against 1 pawn, the king in front of the pawn, this should be winning now.
Yeah, and if you just go to the live position, Sahil, why? Let's show chat why Bishop B6 is important. Let's go move back.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's say white or black plays A6.
Yeah.
Now you can attack one of the bishops, like one of the pieces with Rook C8.
C8.
Black has to capture the pawn and you capture the bishop. Whereas with Bishop B6, white has, saved both the pieces at once.
Everything. Not even a pawn is hanging, and Rook F8 played. By the way, we will see that exact variation. Rook F8, King takes, and Rook takes F7 on the board. Moves coming in fast now.
G6. Can we go full screen on the players? The screen on the board, please. Knight into B3, Sahil. After this, once you save the rook.
Yeah, simple. And then you start pushing the A pawn. Black's play is very simple here. And you have 2 minor pieces, so the F pawn is not running anywhere. And I think Nurgyul is going to get her first victory of this tournament.
What a topsy-turvy game this was as well. Throughout the game, both players had so many chances.
Somebody in the chat saying, I don't understand Rook A4. Is that black magic chess? I don't think so. That's black magic chess. I think that was a trap in the Divya game, and Divya did not fall for it. So, 2 games remaining, chat. You're looking at this 12 minutes each in this game. And if you go to the Divya game for a second, Divya has 10 minutes now. Rakesh, that tells me she's definitely considering that move F6. Otherwise, she should have played something like Queen B6 or
She's
Queen
about
7.
to play Queen. She moved her Queen.
Queen D7, so he does not commit just
Attack
yet.
the Rook in the corner.
Yeah, the
And
A4.
if Rook takes pawn, you
Then-
capture the pawn in the center.
Yeah, you cannot lose this pawn because then I think the Rook C8 and Rook somewhere, Queen D1, this should be completely lost. And White will probably have to bring the Rook back now to C4.
And interestingly, Rook C4 if you play. And Divya continues Queen D5. Now Queen C2 is already a draw.
You have to be
It's-
careful. You know,
It's not a threefold repetition, but it's like a photographic draw that White could claim.
and easily possible to miss this. I remember, Tata Steel where Gukesh completely missed the situation. It was a draw and Prague claimed it. White is hoping for this variation. So maybe it's time to bring that Rook, Rakesh. Avoid any draw whatsoever. White has spotted that Rook H4 idea. Divya tried it, didn't work. Now it's time to shift to the queen side.
Yeah, also just move the king G6, king H7, so that position would be repeated.
Yeah.
Very careful, chat. If Divya plays Queen D5, White can claim a draw by just writing Queen C2. Critical movement here, Sahel.
Yeah. But F6 would have been awesome, Rakesh. I think it would have been brilliant to see,
I agree.
actually. Players deep in thought. I think we are again reaching that time trouble phase. Less than 10 minutes for Divya and 10 minutes, just 10 minutes for her opponent. So the seconds apart right now. Did Humpy beat Divya yesterday? Yes, she did.
Yeah.
In a crushing fashion, that too. So Divya also, by the way, all results.
Yes.
Even Divya with Munguntuul having all results. So, and she might have this one as well. So,
And Munguntuul, I don't know about Divya yet, but Munguntuul is definitely going to have a decisive result. Maybe not in her favor,
Yeah.
because look at the developments in that game.
yeah, after Rook, King G6, Rook D7, simply Knight takes B3, King E1. I think
she started pushing the pawns.
Yeah, I
It's
think
game over.
we'll see resignation soon. That is great news for Nurgyul and sad news for Munguntuul.
And you don't even have time side. For example, if you play something like Rook D3,
Yeah,
you just go Bishop to D4 and ignore
The
whatever
knight,
White
yeah.
does and start pushing the pawn.
yeah, Rook D3 on the board. I think
Exactly.
Bishop D4 would be the final move, possibly. You can even grab the knight. For example, Bishop D4. Let's say White plays a random move. I don't know what the random King D1, for
Yeah,
example.
yeah.
Just A3, Rook B3, A2, Rook A3, Queens, takes, and very importantly, this is a dark square pawn.
Correct, yeah.
So this should be winning.
Just for chat, if this pawn, if he just pick it up in the air and
Yeah.
and then this position is a draw.
Is a draw. So you have to be very, very careful here. But
That's the luck I think Salimova needed, Sahil. Because
Yeah,
sometimes you play everything correct and there is some trick that you fall for.
I agree. So you need some luck to go your way, and finally some luck is going in her way here. So Rook D3, she used to find Bishop D4, and that would be the end of the game.
Yeah, I think let's stick with this because
Yeah.
Divya has not played yet.
By the way, what's Jiner thinking? So I'm very curious what the pairings are for tomorrow. If we can have a look here, because she's leading the event, her tomorrow's game becomes very, very important. So if you have a look, we have Alina against Salome. So Alina, she is at the bottom of the table, would love to get that win in. And it's Nurgyul against Jiner with the black pieces. So that's an important game. Nurgyul winning today, hopefully getting that confidence. And she could potentially bring down 2 leaders. Their first Munguntuul and now Jiner. So very interesting. And then Vaishali against Munguntuul. Then Humpy against Harika. That's an all-Indian clash between the 2 top stars. And Divya against Polina. An equally important game. So super, super sharp games tomorrow as well.
Yeah, definitely exciting matchups. Exactly at the midway stage of the tournament, and if you can come back to the games quickly, and I expect this game to end in the next 5 minutes. Oh no, Divya has played Queen D5. It's the best move of the engine, but I feel Sahil White can claim a draw, or can she?
No,
Let's
no,
just
they
check.
can't, because I think,
The
if I'm
rook
not mistaken,
has moved from G6 to G4.
yeah, I think they would it would show as equality if the position had been repeated thrice.
No, it is a draw. It's,
What?
Yeah, it is a draw. I feel. Wait, let me check.
Wait, so rook went to G8.
One.
This was the position, right? So rook came to
Two.
G4. Yeah, this is the starting position.
It is a draw. If White plays Queen C2, it is a draw, chat. Salome can claim it. The correct way to do this is just write down the move Queen C2 on the clock, on the score sheet, and call the arbiter. Stop the clock. So I'll tell you, Sahil, how it's not a threefold repetition. It's a photographic draw. So on move 45, if we go,
No, Rakesh, I think there's a difference. In the earlier two cases, it was
No,
white to play.
I'll show you. It doesn't matter. So I play Queen C2, no? That's why you don't play it on no. So let's go to move 45.
Yeah.
So it's the first time this position has occurred.
So it's white to play right now, right?
No, that doesn't matter who's
Yeah, but it's white to play. So I just say
Correct.
Yeah, white to play. Now again, it's white to play in this
Move
case.
47 second time.
It's white to play, and now here, let's say Queen.
Queen D5, and now
It's not been played yet.
yeah, so she should not be playing it. Once you play the move, your ability to claim a draw is gone. So actually, I'd really like to check in with the arbiter there. So I'll just quickly do that, side, because it's interesting. It's very important. If like you mentioned, Gukesh's example, he missed it and Prix claimed the draw.
I think sometimes it's very hard. I don't expect Divya to miss that, Rakesh. I think she knows what she's doing. So rook c4 right now. This is the current position. No Queen d5. I think rook b8 will happen. She's not.
She's played Queen D5.
Can we go full screen for a second? I can see the Queen d5, but I can't see the. It's on the board. Just to refresh this as well. Oh, Queen d5 on the board.
Yeah,
Rakesh. Queen d5. And Queen c2, it would be black to play. That's the only difference. Does that make a difference?
and she's playing Queen C2.
But she cannot claim afterwards, right?
She offered a draw there. If you saw it on the camera,
Yeah.
Salome offers a draw to Divya. But I feel I would have just claimed it, It doesn't matter. Divya gets an extra minute if my claim is wrong. But she could have, just claimed it with the arbiter. I think there's no way Sahil Divya is accepting the draw offer, right?
No chance. I think,
Yeah.
but she cannot keep playing the same moves like Queen d5 and whatever. She has to come up with something new here. And Rook b8 would just kind of squash any such attempts. Meanwhile, in the Munguntuul game, Bishop d4 is on the board. So, by the way, Rook b8 played by Divya as well. So, both games moving very quickly. Let's have a look. I think we might see resignation in the other game first. So, let's go there. Let's hit the cameras as well and see the final moments of this game. There is no defense now to a3, a2, and a1. I think White will resign right about now.
Yeah, looks completely over. The pawn is going to be promoting.
Yeah. White has 10 minutes. I don't expect her to use them right now. I think she will realize it's over. She already has, very likely.
Yeah, it looks completely over.
When I was as a child, I used to play these endgames where you would have like 3 minor pieces versus 2 rooks. And
3 or 2 minor?
3 minor pieces versus 2 rooks.
Okay.
And sometimes the 3 minor pieces would actually be heavy on the rooks if you don't have any clear open files. So it's like the 2 pieces do a very good job of tapping the rook, unless you have a clear passed pawn, the king cannot get in front. which is not the case here.
I don't see anything better for white except resigning, because that pawn is going to promote. Well, what do you prefer, like queen or 3 minor pieces?
I think depends on the position.
The minor pieces are like coordinating. It's very tough for a queen as well. So
Yeah, that's true. I don't know what Munguntuul is thinking here. I think it's just realizing, okay, I mean, you're kind of going back in your mind and checking where you went wrong.
yeah,
It's not.
it was, I think, that queen into h6 that she had.
And there it is, handshakes, resignation from Munguntuul, who's promised to give us entertainment every single time in every game. And unfortunately, this does not turn out in her favor. She had some opportunities there, yeah,
For sure.
but she missed them under time pressure, and very, very understandable that. And Nurgyul gets her first victory in this tournament.
Actually, she was pointing queen takes h6 there. So very nice of the players to also analyze their games even after losing. And like you said, Munguntuul, one of the players with all 4 decisive games. Can there be one more player with all 4 decisive games? So let's quickly jump into the last game of the day.
So, Rakesh, so far 3 results already out of 4 games. So your prediction, unfortunately,
failed.
is incorrect. And now the 4th game will decide if I can finally be correct for once in my life. And right now, Rook B8 on the board. Rook B2 could be a threat as well. Of course, you have to keep in mind that D5 idea. So 5 minutes for white. I think this will last another 10 minutes max, Rakesh.
Yeah, but very, very tense moments here, because, Divya has seen Jiner and Humpy win. So if she wants to keep, chasing.
She looks
the leader-
confident. She's not. Yeah, she looks confident. Yesterday, when she was losing, she was demoralized. Her head was in her hands, and she was kind of, finding the moment to resign. Literally, when should I resign? It all looks over. But right now, she rejected a offer, and I still feel maybe that was like not really a repetition there. I don't know.
Yeah, it was not.
Yeah, because it was black to
It was
play, right?
twice. Yeah,
Yeah.
twice.
So she didn't really have a choice there. And Divya rejected that
Oh,
probably.
now finally a pawn move.
Yeah.
Want to b3? Now, Sahil, do you want to bring your other rook around?
I want to do that. I want to get the rook to g8, because this rook right now, we've already seen white knows the threat of rook h4. But that's not going to happen. So let's bring the rook back to g8. Let's activate it to, maybe d8 or some other place, and then see what to do. Although I prefer the white pawn on b3, Rakesh, because now whenever rook b3 happens, it's not check. So maybe white can create some counterplay there, and maybe gives a better chance for white to hold this game.
Yeah, and has changed the dynamics by a little. Divya has 6 minutes on the clock.
Yeah. I think looking at the time pressure, we will see a mistake from either side. Either Divya's opponent will crumble, miss some certain tactic, or Divya will make a mistake and white will get that counterplay. So it's very hard to imagine this ending in a draw.
Wow. All 3 results possible, maybe. In this.
Yeah, I would say, what is the most likely result? What do you think? And the least likely?
Least likely is white winning, and most likely is black. What about you?
I think least likely is a draw, thanks to the time pressure. I think.
Yeah. Remember, the players do not get any additional time after this.
Yeah.
Like only 30 seconds per move. That's about it.
And both the kings are quite weak. So once an opponent piece enters your territory, it's over.
Yeah.
So you cannot allow. You can see how there's no entry for the black pieces. Everything is blocked. But once the queen gets in or the queen gets in, then it can be very, very dangerous. Like usually say, you pass pawns must be pushed. Yeah, let me play b4, create a pass pawn. But here rook a8, and suddenly rook has an entry point, and this pass pawn doesn't matter. So that's why b3 doesn't want to push the pass pawn.
Yeah, that's smart. So now maybe do I have some ideas like queen to c3 and rook to c5?
So let's say black plays rook g8. I think it's logical.
Still
Queen
queen to
c3.
c3.
And your idea is next?
Rook to c5.
Rook c5.
In the earlier
Let's say
position,
I
your
play
queen
rook
could
d8
come in.
now. I'm
Yeah,
pressing this.
that's critical.
So now rook c5. I think queen d4, queen d4, rook d4, rook a5, and maybe just check.
Yeah.
I mean, king h3 also looks very scary. Yeah, I mean, rook c8, rook c2. I don't know.
Mating knight, yeah.
Yeah, this looks very scary. And in fact, let's say the king h3, even rook here, because you cannot play rook d5. Takes, rook behind the pass pawn again.
Yeah, that's a queen.
Rook c5, d2. There's no time to stop this. I mean, Divya's body language seems to suggest she's still confident, but I don't see a breakthrough. I think you can definitely improve the rook. But what if I just holds Rakesh? Let's say I wait. Yeah, I will play queen d6 play.
Idea rook f4 maybe?
Is it working?
No,
Queen a3 is one idea for sure.
queen c1 played immediately, by the way.
I think she's putting pressure on Divya on the clock. Look at this,
Yeah.
instantly played. And now, do you kind of go back and threaten some stuff here? Or do you kind of go this way? Because both are possible.
I like rook b g8.
Yeah, I like it because the pawn is on b3. No repetition. Let's try it once more.
Correct.
Yeah.
And notice this, Sahil, Divya is now down on the clock. When did this happen? In the last few moves only.
And by the
After
way,
draw offer probably.
By the way, if you play pawn to a4, there is no sacrifice actually. If rook h4 check, gh4, queen f4, there is rook g3, and the queen is actually defended and the queen is pinned. That's the problem. So queen is actually pinned. So maybe rook g8 doesn't make any sense. She should go back rook g8 this way.
Or maybe rook g8, chill, play king h7. That reviews the threat.
And if you try king h7 now, I mean, I don't see why not. Like you can potentially. I was worried about rook c7 ideas, but then maybe rook g7. This is all very uncomfortable.
Yeah, very tricky. And 2 minutes 45 seconds.
That pawn to b3 is a great move from white. I think it really just not that. This is the current. This could be a draw still, Rakesh. I think that pawn to f6 move was that one option, but
Correct.
very hard to find over the board. I think no human can potentially find it in 5-10 minutes. So Divya needs to come up with another plan here. It's all about psychological pressure as well. Let's just bring the rook into the game. That cannot be wrong. She does play that great move. Rook coming back into the game. The king side has not been, she's not been able to break through on the king side. Let's go to the queen side. Also, a new plan for white to tackle now. What to do?
Yeah, no. Actually, I'm considering something like queen c3.
You have to keep in mind the a3 pawn is hanging.
Yeah. Queen c3, that's the idea. I'm baiting you. And now d5. The idea which you showed me,
But there's no check now, right?
Just queen f6 I want to go.
Queen f6. Oh, that's scary. Queen f6. I completely missed queen f6. So you can't take it still. So if we can't take it, then what?
Maybe queen d5 again?
I think rook d8 makes a lot of
Then
sense.
queen a5 also I'm threatening, Sahil.
Wow, and suddenly
This is getting serious.
like okay. So what do we do now?
Let's see what our Indian friend is saying. Queen into 8. Oh my god, that is tough, Sahil.
What if we go queen d8?
Protecting f6 and a5.
But I mean, it feels like a passive move. Yeah, there's no threat here now. I think she needs to play queen a3 and hope for the best. If queen c3, queen a3, and d5, what's the best move?
Oh, she played rook to c3, Sahil.
Oh, that's not the best move.
And rook d8 immediately played by Divya.
Now the time is close to equal for both players. 3 minutes on the clock. This is where Rakesh, explain your experience of kind of playing in a situation where you have 3 minutes on the clock, like your hands are shaking, right? You can't think properly. You're panicking. Like sometimes you wonder, oh my god, why is it so unnerving? Why can't I think normally? Your heart rate is up.
Yeah, that it's a very tough situation to be in, and because everything is dependent. Like, you have played this game for 5 hours, and one teeny tiny mistake at this point is like just all your hard work of the past 5 hours and preparation time is wasted. And the rook a4 again.
She's just waiting. Her next 10 moves will be rook a4, rook c4 if black does nothing. So that's practically not so bad because he's just forcing that decision onto black and saying, okay, you find a winning try. I think it's a draw. Maybe queen b6 now, Rakesh. Threatening rook takes d4. That's a great plan potentially. And I'm also wondering if king g6 can be a move just to kind of avoid that queen f6 also in some cases.
Get out of this X-ray attack.
Yeah.
So queen b6, and what if I'm super passive? So like queen e3.
Queen e3. Rook d6, rook d8 then maybe.
Yeah, that is possible. But rook b5 played. Let's stick with the game.
Okay, decent move. Oh, rook d5 is an idea maybe.
Nice. Protecting
a5
pawn on a5.
and also threatening d4. And it's not easy for white to defend this pawn because maybe she will have to play rook c4. And in that case, Rakesh, I'm even wondering if that f6 e5 plan might work, but maybe not. Yeah, maybe that's too much. Yeah, might not work actually.
Maybe, but again, just remove the king from f6 first.
3 minutes
Both
for white.
players, having 3 minutes.
Somebody chat saying subtle arbiter move to provide additional score sheets. Yeah, that's very, very, when you're low on the clock, that can be a distracting factor sometimes. Less than 3 minutes for both players. White also trying to find the best defensive resource. If you play, for example, rook to c4 back, I think rook d5, this might already be lost. For example, queen to a3, then a3 hangs. So you really need a resource here. Rook a c4 might not work, Rakesh.
And that is what I think Salome is thinking. Maybe she's worried about that.
And you can't go this rook because b3 is hanging. So what's the defensive move here?
A tough move. That's why, she's thinking for more than a minute now.
Yeah, Divya looks just as energetic as a producer right now. Ready to strike in this position with some active moves. Rook to d5, defending the pawn, attacking the pawn. And the black king is much safer than the white king here on h6.
What if like a waiting move with the king h3, for example?
I would still go rook d5. Is there a problem with rook d5 here?
Rooks c4. No, if rook c4. Yeah, rook c4.
Rook c4.
No, the other one.
Other rook c4. Maybe I play a waiting move now. Maybe you also play a waiting move, yeah?
Yeah. It's like, I want the draw, please. This stuff.
By the way, 1 minute for white now.
Nice. White is coming under time pressure.
This is a nice camera angle. She looks at the clock.
She looks nervous, Sahil.
Yeah, she looks very nervous. I think in such structure, you constantly want to change your plan as black. Attack the king side, attack the queen side, attack the b3 pawn, attack the a3 pawn, attack d4 pawn. So white never has a chance to come up with a single formation where she can play quickly. And she plays, I think, queen to e3, and that's already a slight mistake after rook db8.
Not the best move. And Sahil, that is what you were talking about. First, attacking the g3 pawn, no. Then the d4 pawn, no. Now, like you said, switching a plan. Now rook coming to b8 and trying to hit the b3 pawn.
This feels like zugzwang. Which piece can white move?
Just the king. But now, if white doesn't do anything, black side is queen d5 and just capture on b3.
Queen d5, rook a c4 again.
Oh, now the rook on b8 is hanging.
Maybe it's rook b7, king h2, and now queen b8 maybe?
Oh, Alekhine's gun.
Yeah.
Like 2 rooks and a queen.
Maybe that's the plan. But, I mean, Divya has 2 minutes. It's still not going to be easy. She needs to come up with a winning plan at some point, or she can just sit tight. Also possible, Rakesh. Sometimes white can crumble. It's very difficult to handle this pressure. If she is smart enough, she can just put psychological pressure. Threat is stronger than the execution. Keep attacking these pawns. At some point, white might crumble.
Yeah, but we remember, you remember Salome defending yesterday with that knight on G3 against the leader, the only player, in fact, to draw Zujina so far.
By the queen b6, if I'm seeing this correctly on the board, right?
Yeah.
I don't see it on the board yet. Should happen
I think
soon.
I saw it on the camera.
Yeah, pressuring that b3 pawn again. Don't see it yet. Let's just put it.
Yeah, can
by
we get the
ourselves.
other angle? Yeah, queen b6 Sahil.
Yeah,
Correct.
queen b6. Keeping an eye on the b3 pawn and the d4 pawn. Rook d5 still in the air. Yeah, now I see it.
Now, making a move with the king is a blunder because rook comes to b8 and the pawn is lost on the left side of the board.
Yeah, this is how, right?
So-
So White's task is really difficult.
White's only move to stay in the game is to bring the rook in the corner back to its friend on c3.
And what if rook b8?
And then maybe you attack the queen once.
Ah.
And then your pawn on f7 might hang.
And I can't go to b7 because rook c7, and this is getting a bit scary. So queen b6 as of now. White 43 seconds for white. She's really worried. Oh, can she? Oh, she's finding that move. Rook a6. I can see her
Amazing.
touching that rook.
She
What?
has played it.
Wow, nerves fighting the
Divya playing immediately.
instantly rook d5. But Rakesh, now apparently b4 is the best move. That's not easy to play once you've really committed to sticking to that position. How do you defend the d4 pawn now?
It's very tough, and with only 25 seconds on the clock, Sahil.
Great practical decision from Divya there. Queen b6, switching the queen and the rook, creating some confusion there and putting that time pressure. 15 seconds for white here. What will she do? 12 seconds, 10 seconds. 8. It's a countdown timer. She plays something.
c6 blunder.
That's a big mistake. It doesn't attack anything. Rook c7 at least will attack the f7 pawn. And now queen takes d4 seems to be a simple win. Divya grabs the pawn and she is now completely winning. Black is going to take the point and Divya will join Munguntuul as that, player in having all 4 results.
Yeah, and queen d4, so many moves of maneuvering and changing the position, attacking different things, and finally you get a pawn side.
And as we discussed, once the pieces break through,
It's over.
then the game is over because the black king looks really safe and you have to take, otherwise queen d1, rook d2, and you might resign. 6 seconds for white. She takes the queen, but the endgame is lost and now the passed pawn is the big deal here. There is no way white can control this. Rook d2 check incoming. I will double up the rooks on the second file and there will be a mating net apart from the promotion threat, and these two pawns are basically just too far away from queening square.
This is game over.
It's completely over.
Yeah, just unstoppable. Break up for the rooks coming to the 7th rank.
Chat, it's going to be Divya OP in the chat right now. 5 seconds for
seconds.
Salome. Can she cover the last trick? Rook c2. But that I think only makes the task easier now. Rook d2 check. Exchanging one pair of rooks. Rakesh, that also looks completely winning. For example, rook d2 check. If you take, rook takes, king has to go back, or king h3, the king gets stuck.
Yeah, king gets stuck. If you come to the first rank, then just rook. Let's come king g1.
Yeah.
Just rook attacking
d3.
3 pawns in a row.
Yeah, this is just done. b4 check. King goes. I mean, it's a buffet of pawns, Rakesh here.
This is game over. What an amazing game by Divya.
Yeah, and fully deserved, and that means she will join. I think it is
Humpy.
only Humpy actually.
Yeah.
In second place with 3 points, and Jiner, leading the front with 3.5.
That's true. And rook d2 played, Sahil.
Yeah, great.
No, rook d3 played.
Rook
Wait.
d3 should also win. I think should also win comfortably. I don't think it's a big mistake at all. She wants to maintain both rooks, Rakesh. I think she wants to finish off this game quickly. Rook comes back to c3 again. I mean, you can't trade and give it. I mean, that's not the best version though.
Yeah, and 60 moves completed. Players taking a second score sheet there, but it's too late, Sahil. Game is over.
Yeah. You can ignore this. Yeah, I can literally play king g6, king g7, just improve my king position. Because whenever you play b4, takes, rook b3. I'm behind that pawn, and but maybe rook d2 was simpler, Rakesh.
Yeah, it was simpler.
Important moment this. What does she do? For example, if you take this rook, takes rook d2 check, king h3 maybe, king g7, still winning, but you will have to bring the king now. Maybe you have to use the e3 pawn with the right time. So what does white do, Rakesh? There's nothing to do, yeah? You just sit tight, rook e3, king f6, rook c3, king e7, rook c, and you bring the king up the board and the white king is stuck. If it's stuck on the back rank, that also doesn't help.
Yeah, and there are no stalemate tricks also for the white king because the pawn on g3 can always move. So
Yeah.
it's very tough. It's just game over, Sahil.
If rook c3 is winning, I think this is elementary now for Divya.
Yeah.
You know, when she defeated Vaishali, I was thinking what a great game, and I asked her, you played a marvelous. Like, this was simple, I think. I was like, okay, you see how strong these players are, and this is definitely easy.
Also very humble.
Yeah.
Rook d1 played, Sahil. If my
Rook d1,
rook.
also a decent try. And now I think the other rook might join,
the party.
Yeah, d2 or d3. Also, not to forget, you can even just play rook d3 and even exchange all rooks with rook d3 threat, because you can't really take pawn takes and the king is far away.
Yeah. And 20 seconds, king g2.
King g2. Now the king is closer to the pawn. I think I can still go rook d2 check, right? Takes. King has to again decide back rank or h3. Both look uncomfortable, and now I bring the king. And that's the simplest way to win, I feel.
But even this is winning. Just rook on the side,
or rook d1
to get the other rook in.
Yeah, rook d1 played by Divya. Now rook d3 could also be a threat.
Huge threat.
Salome looks at the clock. Need to come up with some trap here, but the black king is very safe. 15 seconds for her. Needs to play now.
But what do you play, side? There's no good move.
I don't know, something, because she plays rook e2, but rook d3 now should be a simple win, I think. Rook d3, you will offer a trade. If white takes, you take with the pawn. Rook is again attacked. Rook d2, rook d3, and white resigns. Yeah?
Yeah.
This pawn is also lost now. Rook d3 could be the final move of the game. I mean, even if I play rook d7, I mean, what's white's plan? There is no plan. So
there's no plan. But rook d, there you go.
Rook d3, clinical right till the end, and now this is resigned. You can see it on Salome's face, unfortunately. Hard luck there. She defended well for a while, yeah?
Yeah. And 63 moves in 5 hours of play, Sahil, but not enough because Divya looks like she's going to win a very important game from the tournament perspective.
Yeah, I love that rook a4 trap though. That was really nice. Almost worked. Would have worked against me 100%. But
10 seconds though.
Divya,
Will we see handshakes?
No. She'll play one move, and then when ed3 happens, rook takes b3, she'll resign. Oh, she's not taking the rook.
She takes. Okay.
Oh, she takes. Yeah. Yeah. Now after rook b2, rook b3, I think maybe she'll resign.
You're 2 pawns down.
Also, rook e3 doesn't work because this d2. So,
yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Rook d2, rook takes b3. I think black is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 2 pawns up. White still playing on with a4. Now even f6 wins, Rakesh, again. And this time it's much more cleaner. f6 played, great move. And I think it's time to resign.
Let's see. So king f3.
King f3, e5.
Yeah, take.
And e4 is, you will not, I mean, yeah, you can take, but yeah, this is just lost. By the way, king f3 played and e5 on the board. So regardless if you take or not, e4 is incoming. Then I will pick up the a4 pawn. So it is all over.
Yeah.
So exciting day today, Rakesh. So we had how many? 4 results at the end? Did we have 4 results? We are going to have 4 results. So my prediction finally was correct. And that means, and even the 5th one was very close.
where, I mean, Harika was so close to winning.
Yeah, even
It was
Vaishali
like-
had her chances. So
We should really get that dance step prepared. Because,
yeah, at some point it's gonna happen.
wow, 4 decisive games. 30 seconds for wide before. I think we might see handshakes. Can we go full screen? Yeah, that angle. I think it's.
Yeah, the
It should-
hand is unfortunately ready to, press the clock and resign. There is no defense here. E4 is just defending the only weakness black has. Then we will take the A4 pawn. There are too many passed pawns. 8 seconds for white. 5
oh,
seconds.
Okay,
Takes
one,
the pawn
one
on
capture.
E5.
Maybe after E4.
I mean, it's a forced capture, so she plays, but king E3, E4, I think should be resigns.
GG.
I mean, she might play rook A2 after E4, maybe, but rook B1, rook G1. Yeah, E4 on the board.
Rook D1 player.
Okay, but what happens on rook A3? Or even just rook B2, to be honest. Rook A3, is there a problem?
No.
You want to go king F4, yeah? Okay, I mean, king G6. I think rook B2 also wins comfortably.
Yeah, I was suggesting that after king F4, even black has king F6 also. There's nothing to worry.
So even if you go king F4, you take the F5 pawn. I have E3 winning
Two
on the
pawn.
spot. So the only way you can do something is you have these checks. Yeah, you have this pattern. Sometimes the king gets stuck, but I don't think white has that here. If you play, let's say, rook A3, let's say king F4, rook takes A4, king takes F5, rook B4. Yeah, I mean, you can't even, C1, just D2, check, king G7, check. King escapes.
Yeah, no trick. And rook
Rook
B2
B2,
play.
very clinical. Nice. I like that move because you pressure this, have this, check. You pressure the G3 pawn as well. And if you move forward, I can instantly even try at some point E2. Maybe it's not so important to push it instantly, but yeah. So rook king F4, for example.
You give a check first.
Yeah, rook F2 check. And if king E3, now rook E2 check. King F4, and now maybe.
No. Just go rook F3 check and pick up the pawn on. G3.
Yeah, also possible actually. Also possible.
Rook C1 played by Salome.
Yeah, she's trying that pattern, by the way.
Yeah.
That pattern.
Last throw of the dice.
Try to get the king stuck on the some back rank, but not gonna work. Check. Now just D2 wins, I think. King anywhere and D2. Rook D1 and E3 in the rook E1. So
Correct.
it's over. I think we'll see handshakes now.
Like they say, the rook doesn't need any other pieces support if there are two connected parts.
D2 played in a second by Divya, and that should be the end of the game. It at one point, white defended really well, but time pressure was the undoing, and that means Divya gets her third victory out of 4 games in this event and gets in second place in the standings.
Yeah, I think resignation incoming.
Yeah, I think Salome defended really well yesterday, but today is not her day. She gives a check, but the black king has enough squares to go to king G7, rook D6 maybe, and then E3, rook E1, and queens. And that should be game over. Divya thinking for longer than I would expect, actually.
Yeah. Of course, you don't go king at 7 and try to get yourself.
I mean, even that's completely winning. But Divya's holding her head as if she missed something, It's.
What?
No, I mean, she didn't miss anything. She was holding her head for a second. I thought she missed something, but not really. Yeah, king F5 and queens. So rook D6, E3. $73 moves in, Rakesh.
Yeah, and 5 hours, 10 minutes in terms of time.
Chat, by the way, cheering Divya, please win. I think she is about to in about 1 minute.
And also, E3
In a
played.
second played E3. I think she's calculated this thing the very end.
Still about 600 people in the chat, so that's
Oh, wow.
amazing
That's nice.
to see after so much time. Yeah, if White can do anything that she wants, but Rook E1 and pawn to D1 is absolutely forced, and it's game over now.
Yep. I think she will resign. I've been seeing them for a while
Yeah,
actually,
yeah.
but
56 seconds for White.
the only thing she's checking is that pattern of getting the king stuck on the back rank, but simply doesn't exist. By the way, again, 3 wins for the black pieces, Rakesh, today.
Wow.
So clearly, I mean, I think many people as white have been over pushing and trying to put
Correct.
pressure, and it's not been working. King E5 now. If Rook E1, I mean,
Check.
I think check. King F8. I don't see a problem here.
Yeah, played Rook E1 played.
Rook E1.
And we'll show you the results of all the games as soon as this game is over. But yeah, she's trying for that some trap, some setup, but it's just too little, too late for Salome.
Yeah. Random thing saying Salome playing the longest game every day. I think
Yes,
yeah,
that is true.
that is true, and she defended really well. But I think today's game was a bit more difficult because she had that one great piece on G3 yesterday that really simplified her task. Check doesn't matter. Of course, you come here, you will get another check. So King F8 should be the simple move for Divya.
And in fact, even King F8, let's show it quickly. King F6, you don't even need to protect.
Yeah, you can just
From the
queen.
mid.
You can just queen because Rook D8 check. I take back.
Yeah.
So Rook D7, King F8 played, and this finally will be the moment, Rakesh. Then White resigns. My predictions have been wrong for at least 21 times now, but I think this is it.
But the 4 wins one was correct, Sahil. Bhai.
Yeah.
22 seconds for White before she throws in the towel, and looks like this is the moment, Sahil.
Yep. Chat, by the way, has finally reached the moment where the pawn was captured. So Pepsi-Cola saying electric game, Neen saying Divya, come on, she is about to win, guys. And this is the moment finally. Another check. I think King E7. This is definitely the moment White resigns, Rakesh. I promise you this is the moment.
I don't think this is the moment. Maybe then she'll resign.
No. King E7 and White resigns. This is the last check you give, the last possible move you have. And now it's going to be resigns.
No, not yet. And there you go. Game.
And there it is. Resignation. Finally, I was correct, as I always am. And there the game has finished. Divya winning that epic marathon and getting to 3 out of 4 points. So what a game it was. And would love to have her in the studio if possible. But regardless, it was amazing to watch, Rakesh. I feel kind of she's had those couple of bad events, as Harshit mentioned earlier. And the tough competition has really trained her for this tournament, and she is a potential. As chat also played, yeah, 41% people.
They were right.
Divya wins.
She is back, 3 wins, 1 losses in 4 games. And let's have a quick look at the results of the day, Sahil. The first result was, I think, Humpy winning against Shuvalova very, very quickly. And while Sahil was interviewing her, we had our tournament leader, Jiner, beat the tail end Alina Kashlinskaya. And then a very shocking threefold repetition between Harika and Vaishali. And then the last two results of the day, Sahil.
Yeah, I think Munguntuul, I mean, that was a crazy game. She
Yeah.
promises us, a fight in every game, but Salimova had the final laugh in the end. And also Zuj in a clinical, winning her third game. I think the only player who's not lost, but I think she's on 3.5 out of 4, leading the event. And she right now is the favorite. But Humpy as well as Divya hot on her heels. And I think Zuzina tomorrow will love to kind of strike, although she will have the black pieces. So that'll be a tough challenge. Let's see what happens, Rakesh.
So yeah, I think while Divya is joining us for the interview, we'll quickly take a look at the pairings
Yeah.
tomorrow. And Sahil, which one do you think is the most juicy clash up of tomorrow?
I think I'm looking at 3 games. One of all will be the Zuzina game, clearly
For
against
sure,
Nurgyul.
yeah.
Then we will have Divya against Polina and Humpy against Harika. Both players in second place have the white pieces. Although we've seen black pieces win more often, but I think by logic, I think they should have the better chance there. But their opponents are also pretty strong. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. And it's going to be an exciting day regardless.
True. And Sahil, after round 5, we'll also have our first and only rest day.
Yeah.
On the 19th of April. So it's also important, when I was playing professionally, I used to hate going to the rest day with a loss. I used to absolutely love going to the rest day with a win. So do you think players will take extra risks tomorrow or be more cautious tomorrow?
I think they'll be more cautious. Some players who are behind, who are not in the top 3, might take more risks.
Yeah.
Because they know if they want to win the event, they have to strike. But the top 3 players, I'm going to predict, are going to be more solid, especially Zuzina, who has the black pieces. She will, of course, wait for her chances. But I think she will not really overpush in that game. And of course, Humpy against Harika, that's going to be a crazy clash, India number 1 and number 2. And we also have Divya, Deshmukh against Polina. And not to forget, And Shad, we have the winner of the game, Divya Deshmukh, joining us. Divya, congratulations for the game. A marathon in the end, but you managed to pull off that victory. Would love to know your thoughts as we go through the game. Yeah. Did you expect the opening here?
A little bit, but I didn't expect 91, which
Got it.
was really surprising for me.
Got it.
I should have responded much better to it, but I was pretty fast and I was quite inaccurate. So I think I was not happy with the way opening was going, and the middle game also. I think it was just a pleasant position for her. And I did not like my position here.
Yeah.
And also, I don't think I should have allowed Queen h5. I realized that only after playing. And I was in a bit of trouble with an okay.
So how do you play b5 here? Because it feels like white is attacking, right? So you simply went for counterplay with b5.
Yeah, because I can't go king h8 here because I thought there's knight f3 and then some knight g5 with d4 knight g5. It may not work, but in my head it worked. So I thought, okay, I honestly at this point I didn't find a move. So I just thought, okay, let's just play b5 and then see what she does. And I did not like f3, not so much. I was calculating knight f3 more, but okay, Indian says is the best move. Yeah, unpleasant position, and I somehow managed to survive it. At this point, I was somewhat okay.
Yeah.
But
were you shocked with this move f4?
Like it didn't even cross my mind, and I was very happy with it. That finally I have some chances. But then I improved those chances away. I don't know why she went at 4 because
maybe she was afraid of queen g5 ideas.
Yes, but still it feels a bit weird to allow the knight to
come to
4 every single thing.
Yeah.
So I was happy here, and at this point I started blitzing out moves. But okay, I want to see myself where I went wrong.
Actually, there was a moment where you had a brilliant idea. It's ahead, I think, somewhere. You played amazing chess. Yeah, this was all good. Activated the pieces. There was this moment where I think you had the f6 break.
I saw that, but I was unsure about it.
Yeah, you had limited time at that point, I think, after h4.
Yeah?
No, I think slightly ahead. The king was on h6.
My only idea in that position was to go some F6 C5, but I couldn't make it work. Here?
No, I think a couple of moves. Yeah. Few moves right there. Yeah, this is the moment. Yeah. And I think it's just simply.
But for some reason it didn't work for
It's
me.
very difficult also, right? Yeah. Yeah, of course, and it's very because it's only one moment when it works. So yeah.
I was struggling here. I'm not sure what the winning plan is, but I got my rook in, and then I guess probably this is it.
And your opponent offered a draw as well, right? And thinking in the middle that's something, yeah.
Okay. Then I got the pawn.
Yeah.
Even here, okay, it should be completely on.
Yeah.
Okay, after this, it will be fine. I'm not sure about my technique, but
No, I think that was pretty flawless at the end. So you're 3 out of 4. That's a great start to the tournament. So how are you feeling about your chances?
I'm not thinking about it. Just playing like me.
Yeah. And I think you have the white pieces tomorrow. So we have 3 results for the black pieces. So clearly the white-black combination is kind of irrelevant at this point.
Yeah. So I scored in the last 2 pieces. I got more whites and I didn't go well. I got more blacks here and it's going well. So good for me.
Yeah, and there are multiple people watching who are beginners right now. So if you could offer one piece of chess advice to somebody who's learning right now, what would that be?
Okay. Like learning online or
Anything, just learning chess overall.
okay. Don't compare yourself with others.
That's a soil for life as well as chess, yeah?
Yeah,
That's a pretty good advice. Yeah, works for everyone. Divya, congratulations. I think you played an amazing game today. It was a treat to watch overall. And
it was not a treat to play.
I can understand with time pressure for so many moves must be very, very difficult. But as a spectator, it was amazing to watch. As a commentator as well, there's a lot to learn there. And there were a lot of tactics. That D5 idea at some point, even getting very shape. So amazing. Congratulations, and hope you keep winning in the future rounds as well. Yeah, we had a poll. So we asked who would actually potentially win the event, and you had the maximum number of votes at 41%.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
Let's try to make it true.
Yeah, you can see it's Divya. Come on, people are checking.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah. Congratulations again. Yeah.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you, Divya. It was nice to talk to you.
You too.
That was Divya Deshmukh after an amazing victory there with the black pieces, and it was a marathon indeed, Rakesh. But overall, we have one leader, and that's Jiner, who's on 3.5. We have 2 people right behind her, and then it's going to be an important round tomorrow, just before the rest day. Who can potentially catch up with her? If Jiner runs away with the event, then it's going to be very, very tough.
Yeah, and many important clashes tomorrow. We'll be back with you, same time, same place, 3 p.m. IST is when the action starts. And yeah, very excited for tomorrow before the rest day on the 19th. Thank you so much, Sai. Any last words?
Who liked the stream? Let's go.
Yeah, like the stream, subscribe if you haven't, and see you tomorrow. Bye, chat.